and be kicking off in just about a couple of minutes. I am doing a check mic. Okay, it's working. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Glasgow. Welcome to COP26 and this first session today on the United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub. We have an extremely exciting presentation today because it's going to start going very deep into what the Global Innovation Hub is and how it's envisioned and what are the considerations we need to make as a community, as a network of partners to the UNFCCC. We have an amazing set of panelists today that I'll introduce soon. My name is Martin Weinstein. I'm the Executive Director of the Open Earth Foundation. We are a nonprofit organization based in California. We work in the intersection of emerging digital technologies, radical collaboration around open source, open digital infrastructure, and tackling planetary scale solutions. So we really think in terms of a systems approach, and it's been a total delight for us to partner with the UNFCCC in the design and the launch of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, or UGIH. We, if probably our streaming is working well, I'll give a quick, very brief introduction of the speakers, just so you know who's who and what they're representing. But then I will ask the 5 of you, correct, to do a very, very brief introduction of yourself and of your organization, and then dive into what you bring to the discussion today. So the topic of today's session, but also the theme for this morning, is co-designing the UGIH platform. If you've participated into some sessions in the past, the way that the UN Global Innovation Hub is conceived is that it has 2 fundamental parts. One is the physical hub, and we are in the first physical hub at the moment, and it will be a hub occurring constantly at COP as a way to convene people on site, but around the world, to drive collaborative innovation. And the second part of it is the virtual hub. Now, perhaps the most powerful one, as we know the power of digital platforms and peer-to-peer dynamics in the digital world allows a growing set of networks, and because we are really looking at a global level, it's the virtual side of innovation and how to bring everyone to the table to address our massive climate challenge, but also, as we will talk about, also how to meet core human needs. So the way that we need to think, conceive, design a virtual hub requires multiple actors to come to the table. And the panel today is to introduce different panelists and their projects and their initiatives to nurture us with their perspective that we can consider as we are designing this, but also incorporate them, their vision, and more so into that development. As I mentioned, the vision for the Global Innovation Hub is not just about addressing climate change, is also recognizing that we can't do that with also meeting core human needs. Shelter, clothing, health, leisure, and so forth. We need to be able to address those as we're moving into an 11 billion person planet, as well as meeting the Paris goals. So this is as challenging as it gets, and when we have such massive challenges, it's innovation that we look at to fill that gap. So, with that context introduction, we have today with us Peter Oksen, who's a Senior Program Officer at WIPO Green. He'll introduce very briefly also what WIPO is and why WIPO Green is as a database. We're very excited to hear from him. We have Nanqing from Green Inclusive China, who will be also presenting some exciting initiatives that are extremely relevant to what we'll speak today. We have Michal Nachmany here in person from the Climate Policy Radar, that's going to bring a very also interesting perspective around the importance around openness and the work that they've been doing. We also have Michal Pittelkow from SAP, and SAP is a global provider of enterprise resource planning tools to organizations. And as we're thinking about cities and corporations participating in this, they bring a very exciting perspective. Finally, Catherine Atkin, also coming in from California. She's the director of the Stanford Codex Climate Data Policy Initiative, and I might invite her to perhaps weigh in at the end, as she covers a whole spectrum of things, and so might help us eventually how to weave a lot of these different perspectives together. We will kick off with every panelist to share what they bring to the table, and then we'd love to move towards thinking, how do all those pieces weave into, how can we learn from those different perspectives to be able to chart the right paradigms and the right pillars that we need for the UN Global Innovation Hub. With that, perhaps I would ask Peter if you would like to do your introduction and tell us a bit about WIPO Green, because it's also in its essence and in its thesis a very complementary project to the UGIH. If you happen to have slides, you can share your screen, and we'll try to see it. Otherwise, we're here to listen your perspective, and the floor is yours, Peter.
Thank you very much, Mark, for that kind introduction, and thank you for having us here at this very interesting pavilion. I'm just trying to share my screen here. So can you see it now?
Yes.
Mark, yes.
Perfect.
Right. So, as I said, thank you very much to UGIH for having us here, and your introduction was very much in line with what we are doing and what we are also trying to achieve. So I was very happy to hear that. And you are absolutely right, also, Mark, that what we do in WIPO Green is touching some parallels on what you're trying to establish on. At your platform, and I think that what I can contribute with on this presentation today is to give an example of an initiative that we have already done, has been running for some years, and which we have also just rebuilt, so that you can see an example of what such a solution need-oriented platform, what it can do and how it works. So my origin is WIPO. WIPO is the World Intellectual Property Organization and is one of the 15 specialized agencies under the UN. We are based in Geneva. That's our building you see there on the screen, or one of them. And it's an organization established in 1967. And basically what we do is that we ensure a fair and efficient intellectual property system based on around 23 international treaties. Now, a very small part of WIPO is WIPO Green. And I put on this slide here a few lines which explains our, if you want, our theory of change, kind of thinking behind why we are there and what we are doing. And this is what I'm going to explain to you over the next minutes here. So basically, I'm from a division called the Global Challenges Division, and out of the global challenges that we are focusing specifically is climate change, food security, and the environment. So relatively broad, and we do that because we do have this, based on this basic understanding that there is a lot of really serious challenges out there, the ones I mentioned for some, and they're all interrelated. We also believe that technology is part of the solution to some of these challenges, but we also believe that it's not just a matter of a few technologies that can solve these problems, but it's a matter of thousands of technologies and solutions, which all of them are pulling the world towards a greener version, if you like. However, the uptake of the green technology apparently is too slow. The solutions are often there, but they're not being used, and we believe that one of the reasons for that is that there's a lack of information and on these solutions that are there, their visibility both technically and economically, and that's what we are trying to address in this. There's one more thing that that is special from the side that we come in the intellectual property system, and that is that the intellectual property system generates a huge amount of technological knowledge. When you apply for a patent for an innovation, you get the exclusive protection of your or to exploit your innovation for a number of years, but you don't get it for free. In order to get that, you have to make publicly available very detailed description of your innovation, actually to such a detail that people can go in and actually redo it in if they are allowed to. Now, that information is stored in huge patent databases around in the world. So there's a lot of technical knowledge out there, and our part of what we do is to take part of that knowledge and bring it out, but that's only part of what we do. And lastly, what we do is also part of the Sustainable Development Goals contributions of WIPO, WIPO being a UN specialized agency. Of course, we also do what we can to support the Sustainable Development Goals, and the WIPO Green is one of the initiatives in this round. So that was why we do it. Then what do we do? So we basically are it's quite simple. We're kind of a platform where we try to get green technologies out there to respond to very tangible needs. So basically, you can say it's a kind of matchmaking platform, but it's also more that. We strive also to be a kind of information center point where you go if you want to know something about innovation in green technology. Now, we're relatively new. It was started in 2013, and we have just rebuilt our database a lot, and we're doing a lot of activities at the moment because there is really a momentum out there. We believe there is a real need for these things, and we are trying to respond to that as good as well as we can with the limited resources we have. Now, we have basically if you want 4 major assets, we have our database. I'm going to speak quite a lot about that today. We have some projects. We call them acceleration projects, most of them. And we have a network of partners. And we have various resources that we put available, knowledge material, briefs, reports, and so on about technological fields. All that is combined into our platform, which you can see there. And that is, of course, all freely available. Now, going further into our activities, if you look at our database, it consists of technologies, it consists of needs for solutions, for knowledge, for technology transfer, collaboration, for finance. All that can be advertised in our database, so to speak. It's a free public resource. After registration and approval from us, everybody can upload for free. There are no costs involved, and it can give you a global window, so to speak, to your innovation, or even more important, maybe your needs. We also have a database of experts who can upload their CV if they think they have services to provide in this area. It will be integrated in the major database in some months' time. But we just gone through a major upgrade here, so we are still implementing that. We do a number of projects also, and you can see the list on the screen there, what we've done in recent years. At the moment, we have 3 projects going on, one in Latin America and one in Indonesia, and then we're just starting up one in China, where we're working with starting to work with various cities to identify their needs and again try to find solutions to it. And I'm just going to mention a couple of these projects that we are doing in Latin America, for example, because this is actually targeting climate smart agriculture and therefore has a direct climate change, both mitigation and adaptation angle to it. We work with Argentina, Chile, Brazil, and Peru. And basically what we do is we work on the ground, we hire local consultants to go out and find needs with various stakeholders. And that means, need means that somebody has a specific challenge, a specific problem that they need to get addressed. And we then try to find a technology that could be a solution to that. We put them together, we facilitate their contact and their negotiations and support them as much as we can to arrive at a deal. But we are, of course, not part of the deal. We're neutral. We're not saying that this is the solution. It's really a matter about the receiver and the provider to find out whether they can reach an agreement. So there's a lot of that where we don't have any influence, but at least we can provide the shall we say, the building stones for the two parties to get together and start to maybe work out an agreement. We work we choose, when we do these projects, we choose a specific thematic focus. So here in Latin America, we have in each country, we have chosen a slightly different focus. So in Chile, we focus on the wine producing sector because they experience quite a lot of challenges in relation to climate change already. In Argentina, we have a rather broad focus on sustainable agriculture, forestry, and soil recarbonization, and other things also. And in Brazil, we focus a lot on zero-till. Peru just joined us very recently, but they will, and there we will also have a focus on sustainable agriculture when we start to do actual activities there. So what we did is that we started this in 2019, hired consultants, started to looking for needs and solutions, and we actually created or managed to create a very strong network on our partners. And our partners are, for the most part, intellectual property offices in the 3 countries, but also government agencies, research agencies, and industry associations. And especially in Argentina, for example, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and National Worship is one of our very close partners. Now we're continuing this process. We just got some renewed funding for this, so we are continuing our work in that project there. Another project I'll just mention is in Indonesia. Here we made a focus. This is something that has basically is still running, and we started this year. And what we're doing there is that we focus on the palm oil mill effluent. So if you look at the screen there, the upper right photo, the brown goo that comes out there, that is the waste water that comes out of the process of extracting oil from the palm oil kernels. So I'm sure you're aware Indonesia is the largest producer of palm oil. There are a number of environmental issues in this. We focus on this specific one because one of the issues here is a very significant methane emission from this wastewater. It's not toxic, but it's very high in organic content. And that means that the way that it is mostly stored by the more than 600 palm oil mills in Indonesia is in open lagoons, and that leads to quite a lot of methane emission. So we have contacted various palm oil mills, found out what is their perspective, what could they do, what are they interested in doing, and then we have created a catalog of different technological areas that can provide a solution, but also we list to our knowledge the companies that are available on the Indonesian market to actually provide a solution. And again, the catalog was just finished here a few weeks ago. We're in the process of translating it into Bahasa Indonesia. And then we will try to disseminate that as broadly as possible. The catalog is available on our webpage and our platform, but also in our database. So this is one way to try to promote technologies like biogas, methane capture, solid separation for fertilizer, and all these kind of technical solutions there to inspire the palm oil mills to actually do something about this project, or this problem, which has very severe climate change implications. The database. So this is our technical backbone of what we do in WIPO Green, and this is where we are establishing a kind of live marketplace around green technologies and the needs. So as I mentioned before, everybody can upload to our database after registration. Registration is free also, but we need to improve your registration just to make sure that we don't get unwanted content on our database. And you can see here, this is the landing page that you get to. We have around 120,000 entries. And those are composed of basically 4 things at the moment. User uploads, so innovators, companies, businesses that upload their solutions, their innovation to the database themselves. These are the most important things we have. We also have the user upload of needs, of course, even more important maybe. Then we have imports from a few partner organizations who have similar databases. And we have imports of patents from the patent scope. This is, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of technological knowledge in the patent system. We have selected around 117,000 patents that we believe are relevant for what we work with, and included them in the patent database. So the bulk majority is actually patents, but the most important stuff we have in there is actually our user uploads. But the patents can provide very interesting technological leads also, and I'll show you in a few minutes how that is done. And then we have knowledge material reports that we do or our partners do, and so on. Now, we have, as you can see on the screen there, we have 7 different categories that we cover in this one, and we have also collections, and this is where we use the database actively in the projects that we do, the 2 projects I just mentioned before. So, for example, the Indonesian project on palm oil mill effluent, we have 43 uploads from there, of which 24 technologies and 19 are needs. So this is the direct entry into what is from that project there. When you search in the database, you will get a list of technologies which looks something like this, where there is a short description and of a summary of what it is about. And you can bookmark it and you can sort it as you like. You can also filter it, so we have quite a number of filter options in there, and you can see some of them here. There are more than that in the database itself, but they will automatically be updated or dynamically updated every time you select a certain section or limit your search. Then these will be updated to show how much is in there. And that will help you to find the way. You can also search on what kind of finance options that innovators are looking for example. If you click and open a technology, you get in to see more details of it, and you can see we have put that in a tab view so you can look further into it. But most importantly probably is that you can send an email to the owner here of this technology or this need, or you can visit their website directly. So this means that you automatically or you directly can come in contact with if you find something interesting in our database, you can contact the provider directly. When you have, when you have such a large amount of technological knowledge in the database, you need to have some good search options. So we have the very simple, it's just like doing a Google search. You put in a keyword, very simple, everybody has that. We have an advanced search also where you can specify some more specific things, and then you have the option of saving your search, and you can even ask for an email alert every time something comes in that responds to your search. However, if you look at this button here, full text search, that is something that you don't find in other databases. This is a search function that we have developed ourselves, and it's based on the very simple idea that if you have a need and you're looking for a technology, it can be fine to put in the keywords, but maybe you don't use the right keywords to get what you want. So we have added the option of saying, well, if you have a project description or something of your project, of your problem, you can basically upload that whole description into the search. You can also upload a document. You can even point it to a web page, but that may not work super well depending on what your web page looks like. But the idea is that you can put into the database a whole bunch of text, copy paste it into a text box, and then our artificial intelligence will analyze the text and suggest a number of keywords that can be used for the query. And that is what you see on this window here. And then you can choose which words if some of them you don't think they're good enough, then you can adjust it, and then it will launch a search in our database. Now, when we work with patents, so if you have ever looked at a patent, you may know that sometimes they are very technical. They can be very narrow technical descriptions. They can be sometimes difficult to understand if you're not an expert in the field. Sometimes you don't really know if they're available. You cannot necessarily in a database find contact information that is updated because that's part of the patent application system. So it's not really there for that. we are trying to get around that problem by offering also a unique search option that we have developed ourselves, again, based on artificial intelligence. And the idea is that if you are presented with a patent in our database, you will have this option here, patent to solution button, and that will launch a search which basically will analyze the text in the patent and go out into the internet and look for commercial applications of that technology, that specific patent or a technology that looks similar to it. So that is something that we hope is a tool that can help you to get beyond the gap between having a patent and getting a solution by using the technological description in the patent to look for a solution that is commercially available. This stuff is pretty complicated to set up. It doesn't always work super well. As any model, you know, if you put bad stuff in, you'll get bad stuff out, and this is the same here. But if the patents are relatively well described within a certain technical field, there's a very good chance that you would find a solution that actually would be useful for this.
Providers, does the solution providers have to register to be able to connect to the patent, or they're just connected through through that query?
So you don't need to be registered to use a patent to solution. To use a full text search, you need to be registered. But for this one, you don't need to be registered. So you can search the database without being registered, and anybody can do that, and then you can use that function.
We have just a couple more minutes left to continue to the next speaker. Any final sort of thoughts or slides to share?
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. So this is just very shortly. When you upload, you have a user dashboard. You can follow your uploads. You can see who's doing what, and we do auto matching also. So whenever you upload something to the database, it will automatically be matched against what is in the database. Otherwise, and then again, that is based on artificial intelligence search options. Finally, knowledge material. We have that stuff also. There's not that much yet, but it's building up all the time. And here is an example of two briefs that are also available for download at our site. And also, of course, what you see, the graphic there, that is the catalog that we just finished in Indonesia on palm oil mill effluent technologies. So with that, please, I hope this can inspire you to how such a thing can be done, and I'm open for all kinds of questions in relation to this, and I hope you will visit our database and upload it in it if you have innovation or if you have any needs. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Peter. And the alignment is clear around the challenge of trying to meet core needs in line with the Paris Agreement. It's the challenges that create the demand for these solutions, and we just saw a very up-to-date repository of those solutions from technology into providers. So a vision that very much aligns with a requirement that we see today. From that, perhaps we can move on to Michal, who can share some of her work from the Climate Policy Radar, and also presenting perhaps a live demo if our technological system allows. If that takes a cue to connect to a different source from where Michal is connected to an HDMI.
And testing my microphone to go with that?
Yeah, I think you...
Yes, no, I'll use that one.
Your microphone's a little bit low.
Innovation technology needs to be brought down to... presentation technology. Let me kick off while we're switching to showing my screen. Although all of these wonderful speakers who will be speaking after me are excellent eye candy for you.
So we are already connected to your HDMI. What we're doing now is to broadcast the source of that HDMI. There it is. Amazing.
Great. Innovation is happening, and we've just heard that there is a lot of technology happening, a lot of patents going on, a lot of wonderful solutions that we can deploy. But there's a bottleneck, and that bottleneck is policy. Because whatever technology you want to deploy anywhere around the world, you need the policy to enable you to deploy it. You need licenses to build infrastructure or to use certain types of batteries. Certain technologies are subject to regulation, to taxation, to standards. And all of that can be a massive enabler or a massive blocker. So in order to deploy technology, we need policy to work for us. And if we don't know what that policy is, then we have a problem deploying technology. Now, climate change is not only technology. Climate change policy is, of course, something that is the prism to everything, to all the solutions. Everything that is happening in COP26 now is about deploying policy solutions, both for mitigation, for adaptation, and for loss and damage, of course. And the ability to learn very, very quickly how to deploy policy solutions hinges on the fact that we learn from each other. We learn from successes, we replicate successes, we avoid mistakes. Being able to do that means that we need to know what's going on and who's doing what and who's tried what and how has that worked for them. And we have a problem there because government tends to be low tech. Which leads us to having a critical gap on policies, what's out there and what works. And the way that government uses policy at the moment and the way that holding government and policymakers to account works by various researchers is very siloed and fragmented. If you're in the Ministry of Energy, you will look to energy policies. If you're in the Ministry of Transportation, you look to transportation policies. The ability to co-fertilize between areas and between technologies and to bring solutions to where they are is really limited. That, of course, feeds into injustice, because the ones who need to know this the most, the ones who are the laggards on policymaking, and the ones who want to replicate and copy and adapt well, are the ones with the least resources to hire the consultants, to do the groundwork, to research, and to understand how to move forward. And even if you did want to look at things, then imagine a junior analyst at the Ministry of Transportation in some country who has been tasked with developing a low transport policy. And they now have to say, okay, what have the others done? Because you always start with a literature review. So they go and they say, okay, here are the 10 countries I'm going to look at because I don't have time to look at more than 10 countries. And they will find the PDFs of the documents somewhere on the internet, and they will download them, and they will open those 60-page documents, and they will press Control Find infrastructure, Control Find electric car charging schemes, Control Find car sharing. And that's a long and tedious and very inefficient process, which stops all the researchers in the world, whether they're in academia, or in think tanks, in the UN, or in governments worldwide, from doing their work efficiently. We're in the 21st century, and computational resources are coming to surpass human capacity, and there's no need why we wouldn't employ that in order to solve that problem. So we came along. Climate Policy Radar aims to radically scale the collection and analysis of climate policies powered by natural language processing and artificial intelligence. This week is our 6-month birthday. We are a young, not-for-profit startup. We're based in London, but global-facing. We're grant-funded, and we have a small and ambitious team that is doing, of course, everything open source and open access and free for all, and it will always be free.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Here's the team wearing their hard hats. So what did we set out to do? As you know, we're very young. Most of the team was hired in September. In the last 7 weeks, they have started building what will revolutionize the way that we interact with policy text. We started by taking an aggregation of existing laws and policies. The LSE Climate Change Laws of the World project, which I'm proud to have headed in the last decade, aggregates over 2,000 laws and policies from 200 national governments in the world. So we started by that, an aggregation of laws and policies that we already know is relevant. And then we decided to dive deep inside into that text and analyze it automatically in a way that enables each of us, and we'll see a live demo in a second, to see how we can dive into that. So we looked at, for now, 1,500 laws and policies. We looked at English language only to start with. We'll move on to translation later. There's 1.2 million sentences in all of that. And here's what we are doing. This is the time to pray to the gods for a seamless presentation. One second. And here we go. No, I need to stop my search. I need to stop my presentation.
Could it be that it's broadcasting from one screen instead of a different one?
What if we do that? This is very exciting, but if we can help me get my...
The AI is taking over.
The AI is taking over.
Should we just try escape?
Yeah, if we just stop the presentation, perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we have a blank screen, which is less exciting.
There it is.
Yeah, it's loading.
How's this?
Oh, wow.
Great. Here it is.
We're on.
We're on. So we can see a little more.
And this is not yet sort of available, but...
It is not yet available. This is a closed prototype.
We're getting a sneak peek.
But there is, on our website, a request early access button. So if you press on it, let's see what we can do for you. So let's say that I wanted to find something in the text. Remember my control find problem? I want to find all of the just transition funds that appear in all of the laws and the policies. So let's say what happens if I click on just transition fund. The little radar is working. And here we are. We have all of the places where just transition funds or related terms would be would appear in the text.
Wow.
Portugal's National Energy and Climate Plan, Just Transition Fund. You can vote them up or down so the model can improve. Ireland's Just Transition Fund. Romania. Who would have known, right? If you think about the processes where we go and look for stuff in other places, these are some of the places where we wouldn't naturally look. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't find them. So we looked at Romania's. We can go to the page. We'll see the full text. This appears on page 218 out of 228. So like a hard work for a researcher to find this. If I click on the PDF, it will send me to the right place in the text. Seems like a very small development, but a really big deal for all of us who have been doing policy research for a long time. But I want to offer something else. I want to offer an opportunity to connect different concepts and break the silos. So we're talking here about core needs and the ability to ask what policies and laws in the world correspond to human core needs, for example. The ability to read all of the text of all of those policies and to identify, again, using natural language processing, to identify those core concepts and other concepts, technologies, people, is this about women or young people or workers and so on, is critical. But what happens if we click on core needs here? And we'll see here's a few core needs: food, water, education, mobility, shelter. We still have to work a little bit on the user interface here, but we're getting there. If I clicked on food and water, no, it's not working. Yes, it is working. Wonderful. I will get, this is what happens when you show something that's 7 weeks old, right? Here we go. We get laws and policies corresponding to those core concepts, to food, to shelter, and so on. And this is based on the search of full text and not on some meta-level analysis of this. So this is great, right? This already can save hours of work immediately to people. I'm going to go back to my slides, and hopefully that will show us the slides. And ask what's next. So the next thing is, of course, we're going to make this privately available to those of you who want to be early tester users. Summer next year, we will launch a full-facing open access, open source as well. So if you want to take this and develop this in the direction that you want, you're very welcome to. This also enables us to link to other databases. So immediately, I'm thinking about our previous presentation. We can connect this and ask how are technologies that are in the WIPO database, how can we identify policies that reference those technologies? How can we connect this to air pollution data to ask what happens when you do transportation policies that look like that with air pollution data in cities? And can we start identifying elements of what works? Can we start looking at connecting what are we doing to what works? That is the big question for policies. Now, right now, we're at the national level. We, of course, need to go deeper into state level, in federal countries, and into city level, where so much of the climate action is happening. And, of course, the same technology can be used to analyze corporate policies and to start teasing out really the important bits there, overcoming the greenwashing that corporate, nice, glossy reports want to sell us, but actually tell us what's happening. Of course, creating another database isn't very useful, and the idea is both to learn from everyone and to bring and broker this knowledge back to decision makers. So we're relying on all of you to be loyal users and ambassadors, bringing the idea of these tools. But also we'll be working with a range of partners who are knowledge brokers, who will support us in bringing this knowledge and probably being a partner of the Global Innovation Hub and platform would be fantastic. Sourcing data is, I think, an example for that, for this collective process. So on one hand, we'll go to the existing databases like LSE's project, for example, and say, okay, here's a bunch of climate laws that we know already exists. There's several databases out there from the open, I won't mention all of them now. We'll go and scrape the web for new laws and policies, and we'll rely on crowd and expert sourcing in order to bring more documents in. And of course, climate is just the beginning, because all you need to do is say, instead of putting a climate prism on your taxonomy of words that you're looking for, why don't we search for biodiversity? Why don't we search for health terms? Why don't we start connecting all of those? In fact, we've just partnered with the World Policy Analysis Institute at UCLA, who focus on analyzing health and socioeconomic policies and start seeing how we can make the linkages between climate policies and those policies, things that have been limited by research techniques until now. So here's a range of our partners that I mentioned, and happy to be working with all of them. And I'll say thank you for now and hand back to Martin.
Thank you so much, Michal. Great presentation. And we're starting to see already a pattern here of these tools that help us understand through the noise that's out there, right? There's a lot of solutions, there's different demands, there's a lot of policies. How does technology help us understand the signal through that noise, and why all of these pieces can play a very important complement to the vision of the UN Global Innovation Hub? We just heard from, can we go maybe back to our Microsoft Teams screen so that we'll then move into our next speaker. We heard from Peter describing a robust cutting-edge database of climate solutions and patents, but policy is an essential part of rolling that, and policy is also part of an innovation in and of itself. So these databases and the AIs that help scrape and understand through the databases become very complementary, and that starts seeing how they could all be part of the infrastructure for a way to really also help the broad climate challenges as presented at the UGIH. With that, I would love to introduce our next speaker, Nanqing Yang from the Green Inclusive China project. Nanqing, if you, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name well, if you are able to share your screen, please, the floor is yours, and we'd love to hear from you. We try to keep it as fast-paced as possible so that we really want to get some time in the end to get a dynamic dialogue between all speakers. Thank you, Nanqing, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll keep the time. I'm from Green Inclusive China, based in Beijing. So we are just a startup, a young team of 2 years old. We are specifically focusing on a digital carbon reduction platform. It is my pleasure to join this session at UN Global Innovation Hub Forum, and also I have my team here as well. As we know that now all these current carbon reduction methodologies and the carbon market are mainly focusing on to-B business side, and also mainly like for industry. But we could see that now the consumption side, the emission increase dramatically as emission now these from consumption side in China, it's over 50%. And but the characters of these emissions from consumption side is very different from 2B side, as 2C is all linked to the different consumers, and everyone has their own decisions. So here are some challenges, like for as a behavior, it's very hard to quantify it, and also the behaviors are very scattered in many scenarios. And also there are different these applications, online applications have different recorded. So there are also many replications of these behaviors. So our goal is to solve these problems in consumption side, to reduce emissions, to cover these social scenario as many as possible based on individual-based behaviors. And also we use digitalized technologies to make it measurable and traceable. And then we also having these all these standards and methodologies should be standardized, then to further to make into to be tradable in the carbon inclusive market. So, from 2C side, we set a new digital protocol called Green Inclusive Clouds. This is based on individual carbon account book. With this uniformed scientific methodology calculation of carbon reduction, which to measure the individual behaviors with all the link to all these digital application scenarios in all the life, daily life. This protocol gets possible with widespread applications of mobile phones and applications in China and e-commerce in China. As China, we have a 1.2 billion population, and now almost everyone has a mobile phone. However, we could see that even there are so many big e-companies already, but no single enterprise could have such authorities or capacity to set up such a carbon reduction platform due to the unique features of carbon trade measures and the carbon reduction calculations, as this need to be done by the independent third party. So we are doing this as the completely pure carbon digital this platform. So we set up this closed loop for the consumption side carbon reduction. Based on these we called green inclusive clouds. This on the right side, all these individual behaviors are recorded, which can be counted. Everyone has their individual carbon account book, and through GCI green inclusive clouds, make these account for enterprises who made these reduction scenarios, such as like in China, we have these for car sharing, for food ordering, for online shoppings, and for food delivers. So all these can be and then this enterprise carbon account book was created. So for combining these carbon account book, then we can produce the national and the local city carbon account book, like for Beijing, for Shanghai, and for each city. And then this city can use this carbon account book to create their local inclusive carbon market to provide incentives for individuals. As we know that only through carbon market, like for the business, may not be enough abundant for individual carbon reduction, as this carbon reduction amount would be minimal compared with the industry carbon reduction. So it needs multi incentives and multi players should be involved, including policies, business, NGOs, finance, and banks. And all these incentives and green credits will be given to the individual who have those green behaviors to get more incentive to then finally to have this impact on the supply chain to have more green production. So for the interface from the mobile phone, we see it even still look the same from the individual interface. However, this fundamental change as has been made through these green inclusive clouds, that before it was each app has its, the individual has their own reduction recorded in each app, but now all these based on this individual behavior, all his or her behavior reduction, like through transportation, from housing, or from daily use, or from clothing, or from food, will be recorded in our clouds. So this can be, all these data can be fully aligned with the national carbon counting system, which can be systematically be contributed to the national carbon neutral targets. So here our green inclusive clouds was a new one just launched in August, which was just 3 months old baby. But we have now developed some enterprise level outputs, such as mainly in transportation, as there are more data available, like Mobike is for cycling, and the lorry company, and also some new business companies like using EV vehicles in the logistic supply chain, like DST car. And also we are increasing having these online meeting carbon reduction, like with Tencent and automobile companies. So what we can get from these enterprise carbon account, like here is an example by the lorry. The left side we can see this with the timeline, the frequencies of these reduction numbers, and also the users of who have these reduction behaviors And then the right side is the total reduction, this dynamic reduction trends like happened across the time. Then all these numbers of users and their time of behaviors and amount can be recorded in our these SaaS SaaS applications based on these big data. And then the lorry company still could have their own interface, like based on our cloud's calculation to have the total amount for each individual. And this driver can also use these credits to exchange the different gifts and bonus as provided by the company. So spatially, we're also providing the outputs for city level. So far, we have collaborated with Beijing Winter Olympic Games, which will be held next February, to encourage low carbon life for Winter Olympics. And also we had made some cases at Luzhou City in Sichuan province, then to record the local citizens these reduction behaviors. And also we are starting the carbon account book work in Suzhou City. These all been endorsed by the Ministry of Environment and Ecology to give these the support for the coordination, policy coordination overall to engage different departments and business in the city. So our goal is to set up such a platform, and one platform can work for all. So no individual, no this enterprise need to make their own system of carbon reduction calculation of the local city. So we formulated the fundamental calculation and methodology for individual, for enterprise, and for government, and these three levels. And then they can all use them to build up their own applications, and to have also helped the policy, the government, to issue to know what's going on, the dynamic running of the city operation, like in business sector, in transportation, which area are high public transportation, and then they can have some very specific policy could be issued to encourage, to change also the policies, and also to provide the digital carbon solution for the company, for the city. So far, we have run for 3 months, and we have already have these 140,000 users, and accumulated carbon reduction reduced is 3,000 tons already. Wow. That's yeah, I think with the more increasing scenario included this more and more, the reduction from the carbon reduction from public will be fully reflected in this role, in this platform. So our future plan now, we are still developing this 2C protocol, as this is the very fundamental protocol, a digital protocol, which can really record all the different scenarios for people's daily life, and also business should contribute their scenarios which has such reduction characters, and also with their data. So we have lots of also development of this carbon inclusive partnership to provide such a scenario and data. And future, we hope that as this inclusive carbon market has been included in China's NDC report, so now the local cities and province are carrying out this inclusive carbon market. So we are convinced that this platform will help these government government to achieve their set up their credits platform, so the individual can all have their book accounts. And then we also extend our these 2C business to more also for 2B business as like for green products, for green supply chain, and for green mall, for green business. This will be all feasible as a digital and traceable this data. So the final goal is to achieve carbon finance as the uniform standards of digital standards. So we have cross-cutting all the business and all the individuals, and those all can be calculated using the same standards. So that's give these financing these characters. So this will help to set up these green credits and the green insurance market, which can really help the individual to get into the these carbon reduction movement, which was not only can be done by the government. So this is our partners covering from ministries and also now the leading e-commerce groups in China and in the world, and covering all the lifestyle scenario, and also banks. And finally, I would like to thank UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub and partners for inviting us. And really, it's an honor as a new startup in China. And we look forward to have further collaborations. And also, we would like to join these innovation hub, which we could see how we can get more partners to get this work, also to have more ideas and more collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, Nanqing. Great, congratulations. Also on your development, and it reminds us one of the core pillars around the UN Global Innovation Hub around meeting core human needs, which has to roll all the way down to the individual, and the fact that we're all in this together and everyone has a role to play. And so in many ways you're bringing the tools of how we all can participate in our own process of carbon reduction, and how it's that individual level that also helps meet the national level and so forth. Another great tool to consider for the integrations of the Global Innovation Hub. Next, we have Michal Pittelkow from the SAP software solution. And Michal, it would be great to hear some of the thoughts that you've already started having at SAP. SAP is a global provider of solutions for corporations, but also for cities and other government organizations. You excel at trying to integrate a lot of data together for insight. So it would be great to hear your thoughts around how to establish climate innovation marketplaces and how to make integration possible, because at the heart of what we foresee for a virtual hub for the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub is to build a platform of platforms, a marketplace of marketplaces. We need to be able to bring all of these amazing initiatives together and be part of a solution so we don't reinvent the wheel. Michal, please take it away. We're running a little bit behind time to be able to have a nice discussion, so appreciate the brevity on your slides, and looking forward to it. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Martin. So I'll do my utmost. Yeah, you nailed it already. It's the point is how to create a network of partners, and and that was also what you mentioned in your initial statement when opening this discussion. The audience might be a bit surprised why SAP, a private sector company, shows up on such a topic, and so please allow me to first make a pretty bold statement. At SAP, we strongly believe that global business, also for-profit business, must stand up and must take a leading role in solving sustainability challenges. So there's no doubt about it. We're in this together, as you rightly said. And this is both in their own organizations and collectively across industries and across organizational boundaries. So that's, for us, that's a given. And first thing that comes to mind, and Martin, you referred to it, is how can we help companies or governments or local governments in their own organization? Let me just briefly tip on that. We observe that especially companies, private business, is focusing not only on the top and the bottom line anymore, but there's also this green line. And we just heard this amazing example from China with the carbon account book. I hope that I remember it correctly, that this was the name of the solution. That's absolutely referring to exactly that green line. So we are also working on solutions on that on a individual company scale. So for example, to manage the carbon footprint or to support circular economy and all of these type of things. But what this idea that I will share with you in a minute is all about is the other element, and that's the cooperation across organizational boundaries. And collaboration is key. I think we all believe in that, and all public and private entities. So I would not say only governments or only private sector. It has to come together. Can only rise to the challenge by working together, and we've seen this. Okay, so the next starting point, the next key assumption or theory of change, as it might be called in a public sector environment, is speed is of essence. I think we all learned this week of COP26 that it's the decisive decade, right? If we don't act now really fast, it will be too late. So that's the second element, collaboration, fast and effective. We heard on this panel already about absolutely great thoughts, ideas, projects, amazing. What can we add from an SAP perspective? And our strength, and Martin, you referred to it, is integration. It's analytics and prediction, but, and that's also an important aspect, it's process. So, and this is, I think, where the climate innovation marketplace might add a complementary additional dimension to what we've heard already. And we have looked at the problem from sorry now for the private sector talk, from a user experience. So the end user, the one who has a problem, who wants to solve a business problem, who wants to tackle his carbon footprint, who wants to get a green traffic in his city. He has this problem. And this is what he wants to do, and there might be different solutions to do it. So when you think about this green city, for example, and green traffic in the city, there's a set of questions that come with it, patent questions, for example, maybe, or what is the impact? That's what we heard from China, or what are related regulations that I could build upon? That's what we heard from the CPR. And there's also not a single answer to tackle this question. So multiple questions from one business problem, multiple answers to this problem, sometimes competing, sometimes complementary answers to this, multiple lessons learned already. We heard from Peter also that references and lessons learned are in the WIPO database. At least this is what I got. I hope, Peter, you're nodding and you can confirm that this is the correct understanding. So we can also build on lessons learned, and things shall be reused and scaled. This is what it's about to get to speed. And that's why we firmly believe collaboration and sharing is the make or break. Brief detour. At SAP, we have strong experience in supporting ecosystems and collaboration across boundaries, because this is our own business model. We work with literally thousands of customers and partners and have a strong collaborative wing to this, close collaboration. So, for example, we've helped hundreds of innovators inside and outside SAP to build products. We helped literally thousands of customers to find solutions to their business problem that they could not even exactly describe, just as we learned from London, from the CPR, also the regulation aspect. It's not always clearly described, and we also heard this from the WIPO Green database, well, with this amazing artificial intelligence tool that they have created. So we have matched all of these experiences towards the climate change, and we believe in the intelligence of the crowd. And this leads to the concept of the Climate Innovation Marketplace enabling I3C. I3C stands for innovation, inspiration, information, and collaboration. So I want to know what's out there, information aspect. I want to see what can I do better, the inspiration aspect. How can I innovate? How can I create concrete out of desert sand? I'm not sure whether this is really an innovation. It used to be 1-2 years ago. Maybe it's already common sense today. And how can I work together with others? So it is about linking demand to solutions, to innovations and enablers along the innovation and transformation process. And this is a very, very, very simplified innovation process. You might even challenge them. Even in the simplified element, you see there are lots of roles, there are lots of steps in it, and we heard bits and pieces of that today already. So to make it clear, let's look at 3 scenarios, what this is about. In the heart of it, there is we call it forum, you might call it marketplace, whatever you want to call it, collaboration space, doesn't matter. The first journey is the one that, for example, also Peter described, and we also heard from London. That is, somebody has a demand, a problem, it's identified, and there might be a solution out there for this somewhere. That's the one key. In the interest of time, Martin told me to speed up a little bit, so I won't go through each and every step of this process. But what you can see, there are certain roles. There is somebody who's a requester. It could be a private sector company. Oh, I want to respond to a green RFP for green housing in the desert. Can I use desert sand? How can I do it in energy efficient? Could also be a local government. I want to electrify my city traffic. There's a request. There might be someone who can help me with the request because I have a gut feeling that what I need to do, but I can't really put it into a how-to question. Peter also referred to experts, so that's this role of the experts, of the consultant. This is brought into the forum. The forum, within the forum, it's matched against databases, and this is the second key element. It's not about creating the next database. It is about giving access to multiple databases because the requester, he might not know where to look at, or he might not have the time to look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 15 databases. The city, improve the traffic and wants to electrify the traffic in the city. This comes into the forum, and there might be one element coming from a GIZ database. Yeah, there is Move in Rwanda, and that's electric vehicles and car sharing, ride hailing in the city of Kigali. That's a good use case, a good example with references. There might be policy aspects to that coming from another database. This might, for example, be CPR. Then there might be a patent needed because these cars need to be charged, and that's easy in the city. It's difficult in a rural area, but there might be patents for cars charging via solar panels. I don't know, I'm not an expert on that, but it might be. So that could come from WIPO Green as a relevant input towards this question. And then there might also be the city be willing to track and trace the impact, and that's where probably the carbon account book comes in also as a proposal. So a set of proposals relevant to this specific question. That's what the forum is about. It comes from multiple databases. So it's not about the next database, it's giving access to existing database. They might come from vendors. Peter called them partners. I don't care about them, the name. So somebody who has these solutions. We might also have, and this is a new element, add civil society to this. When a request, let's stick to the city because Martin, you also mentioned cities. Let's stick to this example. When this is put into the forum, it can also be a public consultation forum. Ideas coming and input coming from civil society. There is also, then once solutions are selected or taken into consideration, there is a process for the purchasing. So let me speed up. I can only about this picture, I can speak already hours almost. Scenario 2, a problem is identified and there's no solution in place yet, but the demand is there. So this is where innovators come in. So it's not in a database because it's not there yet, but somebody has an idea, just simply not yet in a database. So that's the next element that comes on top. And we also have science and higher education research in the game here in the equation. And the third scenario is then an innovation shall be promoted to inspire. Peter, sorry for always referring to you, but your scope was so broad, and you had this thing of what was it, palm oil, and you reached out to palm oil producers. That's what you mentioned to come up with a solution. So this could also be a channel to push ideas either to a registered audience or into the public and to see who will react. So these are the three elements of the innovation marketplace. Very high level. There's a lot of detail behind this. But this is the idea. Again, process-driven. It's a point of single contact. Don't get me wrong. You can, of course, also access directly the single databases. Of course, you can as a requester. But this is where they come all together. Collaboration space between civil society, research, requesters, innovators, vendors, with the support of coaches. All this real-time on a robust collaborative platform. As I said, these are the bits and pieces we use already in other contexts. So most of it, not all of it, but most of it is there. And that's where the key benefits come from, at least as we look at it. Speed and agility through fast interaction and reuse. Cost efficiency through transparency and reuse. Intelligence through close collaboration, civil society, vendors, coaches, innovators, and reuse. Compliance, you have defined processes, and we have also a result orientation through permanent validation. I didn't mention that. So science research should have access to the results as well, to validate and to give more beef to the bone when it comes to what is a good solution for my problem, what isn't a good solution. And again, cost efficiency through reuse. To me personally, the most compelling is speed. Scale it up, roll it out, make it faster. Same goes for the technical solution. In the interest of time, I'll skip that one. I'm happy if people are interested, drop me an email. I'm happy to share more details on this as well. So let me pause here, Martin. Again, really high-level idea sketch at this stage. There's much more detail to it, but in the interest of having time for discussion, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michal. Really a very, very thoughtful process that you brought in that aligns fully with also the vision of the United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub. How do we meet our core demands in human needs in climate, and how do we leverage from those suppliers of solutions out there, the financiers, the policy providers? How do we do that in a streamlined way? And you've showed us a vision for a climate innovation marketplace. In many ways, we will have the challenge to design and deploy a marketplace of these marketplaces so that every sector around the world and every different type of network of providers can also be part of a macro body of these solutions. If everyone that's joining us soon, we are wrapping up a panel around the different considerations and platforms out there that can directly inform the design of the UGIH. And I would love to pass the word over to Catherine Atkins. Atkin. She's the director of Stanford Codex Climate Data Policy Initiative, and you've often bridge a lot of these topics, and with a lot of experience of how to drive that on the ground. It would be great to share your perspective after such a great set of presentations. What are the things that we need to consider, not just of each one, but in global, something that cross-cuts them all, but I won't put words into you.
Thank you so much. And I do realize I'm what stands between you and maybe a little break in the next panel, so I'll be quick. But I do want to say first, I am so inspired to see all of these wish list things that I have in my mind, and they're actually happening right now. So I think what's really important to recognize here is there's, on the technology and platform side, there's really powerful breakthrough innovations happening. So certainly, as you said, the Innovation Hub is going to be a platform of platforms. So first and foremost, the partnership with these entities and the ability for them to speak to each other technically and in real life as we build together a platform. I do want to say my closing comments are really about what really sets the Innovation Hub apart is this focus on human needs and the fact that that is the driver and must be the driver for technology innovation for climate change, but that we have to be committed to ensuring that communities farthest from opportunity have access to the transportation, the nutrition, and the clothing. And that is a top priority for the Innovation Hub, and that does mean that some things are going to have to be done differently. And so I want to add to this, as you think about a needs-based, solution-oriented approach, how do you align solutions that unlock activity at all levels? Because this is not just about the technologists. This is about everybody else, the financiers, the policymakers, and the consumers, and most importantly, the communities. So a few things about what's going to have to happen in those needs-based solution chains. One is the communities that are most affected are going to have voice. And we have not really talked much about that. So at some level, there's going to have to be those folks. And of course, others have to have voice as well. But really, what are the most pressing needs? What are the challenges they're facing in meeting those human needs? And then how do you create an innovation ecosystem to meet them? I also think that means that there needs to be an iteration on these solutions, right? What we try first may not meet those needs, and that technologists then are going to have to be willing not only to hold dear to the technology they have, but be willing to adapt solutions. And that is, it's hard enough to be a technologist and to ask them to then say, well, what are we going to do differently if my technology isn't actually meeting the need of the community? Financiers are going to have to be willing to catalyze that technology gap. And we're going to have to create incentives and rewards for everybody in this system, not just the polluters or the technologists. About the UGIH hub of hubs, what will that need to be? I would say in order to create those enabling conditions in those verticals, you're going to have platform builders. You're going to have to invest in that. People in the hub are going to need to work to create a learning network and an innovation platform. You're going to have to figure out what you want to hold tight and what you'll be loose about. What things are you going to say? If we're going to be part of this platform, if you're going to be a solution, we have some basic requirements based on what we know the communities need. Resource distribution, what's held at the central hub and what's down below. You're going to have innovation ecosystems that can operate and create good solutions. And then an accounting framework and benchmark for success. Those are all things that are going to have to be developed in order for this hub of hubs to deliver on what is an audacious but critically important goal, which is to unlock true innovation that really meets the needs of those that have the most need in our world. So thank you very much. I appreciate being part of this.
Thank you, Catherine. And you brought up key points. How do we know that things are working? And at the same time, there's something very interesting. Some of these solutions are tackling the same modules that we're looking at, so they could be seen as overlapping, but because this is the global innovation hub, no one covers the entire planet and absolutely every user in the world. So that already brings this veil for collaboration where projects that might think that they might compete at some scale actually get to collaborate here. Is there any words to share about that and also any insight. I know that you've done a lot of work on getting policy to help catalyze and accelerate that. We've talked about this in previous panels that when we have bottom-up approaches, sometimes it's a sprinkle of policy catalytic action that actually helps them scale fast. Anything you want to share on that would be great.
Well said, Martin. I mean, I just think that it's a both and. And we're going to need policy solutions that not only drive the suppliers of technology, but also policies that support the other actors in the climate change value chain. So I really think that consumers, and it's exciting to see what they're doing in China, which is to say, when you avoid an emission as an individual, we're going to make you part of that solution set as well. And technologists and other social institutions all need to be part of this. So it's exciting to see how we can create policies that really energize the whole ecosystem.
Beautiful, thank you. I would like to open to the audience to see if there's any pressing question for the panelists. If there aren't, one thing that I think would be great is to hear from all of you at least just 1 or 2 sentences max around what excites you from your project and how the vision of being able to participate in the context of, as we're building a network of enabling solutions, because in many ways, each one brings something that enables that network to happen. What excites you about participating in the UN Global Innovation Hub, and any pressing considerations that you think have not been mentioned that we should consider going forward? And we can start as we did at the beginning, or the process, or anyone feel free to pick up the mic and go for it.
If we take the speaker line, I shall be happy to start out on that one then. It has been really interesting to hear. I mean, especially because these initiatives are really new, so therefore they also show that there's a lot happening and that advanced tools are being actually applied very specifically, artificial intelligence and so on. What I find most interesting from this is actually if this could help us to dig up some of the needs that are out there. We've been working on this for some time. Our database is completely new and all that, but one of the major challenges we always have is to identify the needs, because there you're really down on the individual farm, individual company, individual municipality, organization, and so on. And they are not necessarily very keen on promoting their needs, because it also shows a weakness in their company, for example. So we actually have need owners sometimes who want to remain anonymous, and that is absolutely fine. We can deal with that. But if this, as you just mentioned, Catherine, they're getting this vertical approach to it, if this can help to unveil some of the needs that are there, if we can get that very impressive example of the policy database, if we can show in the policies where there is something that could point to the need also, that would be really good, because then we have a lot of tools where we can put it together, as we've been showing here today, and as you probably is going to develop also in the hub platform, where we can make all this work well together. So I would be particularly interested in seeing if we can continue to unearth these needs that are out there, and which we actually very often do simply by working with local partners in individual countries, like I showed in a couple of projects that we're running now.
Thank you, Peter. Michal.
I think one of the key challenges that we have to deal with is bridging how wonderfully fast and efficiently private sector does stuff, but the need to do this openly, because what we're talking about is the creation of global public goods, and global public goods have to be free and accessible to all. And governments tend to do things slowly, and the UN tends to do things slowly, and we need to find a way to marry the innovation and the speed with the openness, the transparency, and the equity that comes with open data and open source and connectivity to all. And that is a lot of a question of financing this and making sure that we bring in the private money into this. And I think this is what will be the make or break of the global innovation platform, if we're able to find the resources to do this properly, and with the collective intelligence that we all have. I think that's the way forward.
Amazing. Thank you, Michal. And I think that collective intelligence is already coming at play here. There's a lot of Lego blocks for the UGIH that people are already presenting. So the right things are coming together. Nanqing, your views would be appreciated.
Yeah, I agree that I think for us, we are composed of team from carbon background and also from IT background. So we also purchase in the past 2 years, like how to really make a business model of combining carbon reduction and also humans' needs and humans' behavior. So we think through these digitalization technology, we want to empower the people who really can practice the green behaviors, lifestyle, and really those people, especially those voluntary people, like in the community, they can really get the benefits while doing green behaviors. So far, we don't have such an incentive mechanism to encourage people to do these green behavior because it's always conflicts with these people's convenience and also these green lifestyle. So I think so now we're getting into the digital technology era, and we think that the technology combining these digital technologies and the carbon nutrition can really, carbon neutral can really have a good combination as a business model, can really empower those companies who doing goods and also those individuals who doing well, like then they can get really some financing to develop. And also we also trying to brought those SMEs having like in circular economy, in supply chain, doing recycling, can really get those carbon capital like doing this by providing such a service for the community, as they are always neglected in this whole supply chain. So that's what we're working at now. Yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, let me narrow the scope a little bit, because you asked on what makes me excited about what I've presented, how it fits in. When I look at SAP and our partner engagements, how we operate, we're constantly looking at how to bring experience and assets to the table that we have that help the world run better, improve people's lives. And when I look at this one, where the experience we bring to the table is the managing the ecosystem, a user-centric, human-centric approach, bringing different actors together, working towards one goal, and so on and so forth. I see that the idea, the marketplace would have the potential to make the demands more transparent, addressing also Peter's point in depending on the setup and more confidential areas, give voice. I mentioned already the civil society, and this could also be broadened, because it's absolutely right. Don't talk about me without me. So that's definitely important. It can scale solutions that are out there, and I firmly believe there is a lot out there. It's just not used to the scale that it is required to make a difference. And so this makes it really natural for us and very exciting to support this challenge. And I can only confirm SAP stands ready to take this forward.
Great, and we talk about the importance of being able to make those demands a lot more transparent, and I think that also what everyone presented and the vision for the UGIH is also bring confidence to those that have those demands, to broadcast them out there, to know that there are different mechanisms to be able to help satisfy them. And if we can't hear those voices, if we can understand that from an also data-driven standpoint, it'll be really hard to make those connections. Catherine, your words, last words would be appreciated as well.
Well, I think that it's time to get working, because I think that we've got lots of technology innovations and also people willing to go outside of to sort of bring what they have and extend themselves further to achieve, I think, what the UGIH team and Masamba Choi's vision, which is to get us focused on those communities that need it most and to create a truly equity-based innovation system that delivers on the promise of technology. So I'm just very excited for what comes next.
That's a perfect statement of let's get working, and it's a good segue to our next panel coming up. We're going to hear from the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub core partners. I will shift from moderator to panelists here as well and showcase what have been some of our developments, how we're thinking around the paradigms that builds perfectly on what we just saw just now, which Catherine, I think you also framed it very well, inspiration that we're not alone in these visions, that we're not starting from scratch. These projects are coming together. They're initiating, but that also shows that it is in our collective consciousness. With that, I would love to invite all you to join me in a round of applause to our amazing panelists. And thank you and congratulations, everyone, with your work.
Thank you.
We're going to be moving on to our next panel, which will be presenting the UGIH platform as it's thought and conceived. We're going to take 5 minutes for the sound to be adjusted, for the Microsoft Teams accounts to also shift, and we're going to be inviting the panelists soon. So if you're just joining, there's an exciting panel starting soon. Make yourself comfortable. I would tell you to grab some water, but we don't really have one. But we'll be starting soon.
Transformational is taking on that challenge. I would like to tell you more about what that means and what that asks of us. Climate change is systemic and complex, which for us causes radical uncertainty. To be effective, our responses to it need to be systemic, at scale and fit for purpose. In other words, our ways of dealing with climate change need to address the whole as well as the parts, and we need to have complex, adaptive properties and capabilities. Above all, our actions need
We will be starting soon, and but we'll showcase a video for the UGIH before we kick off the panel. Just hold on tight until we get the sound right.
We know it from the science and from the evidence of our own eyes. The world is running out of time on climate change. So why are solutions so elusive? Maybe we ask the wrong questions. For example, instead of asking how to reduce emissions from cars, why don't we ask where people need to go and what they need to get, and then find low carbon solutions? Instead of just asking how to make offices energy efficient, why don't we ask what kind of space modern work requires? We should focus on what's needed, not what's currently possible. We need innovative mindsets, and we need everyone, policymakers, tech leaders, finance experts, builders, thinkers, doers, everyone around the table. The United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub provides that urgently needed platform for cross-disciplinary action. Harnessing the convening power of the United Nations, with public and private sector leadership, the Hub is building digital tools to bridge demand and supply of climate solutions and to measure impact in line with the Paris Agreement goals. We are gathering experts and providing them space to work together in radical collaboration. Innovation is not an event or even a process. Innovation is a culture. We're building that culture to win the fight against climate change.
Hello, everybody. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this session today. That is about how do we implement this United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub. I think what we heard just before now is some of the opportunities, some of the work that is already going on out there in the world. But this session is really going to be about how does this get implemented? What work has already happened, but how do we take this forward? And I think what's going to be great here is this is about innovation in progress, right? We're going to hear not about a final end state, but we're really going to talk about what is the opportunity here? What are the ideas being shared? How are people innovating within this process itself? And I hope this will be a conversation and perhaps people sharing ideas in real time with you, and hopefully you can participate in that conversation as well. So I'm Jennie Dodson. I'm the head of Secretariat for Mission Innovation. And if you don't know that, it works with governments around the world on clean energy innovation and how we drive forward solutions. And I think what I'm really excited about, we've had quite a strong technology focus in mission innovation to date, but it's also been an incubator of ideas, and it's helped to be part of some of the conversations that have brought this out today. But what I'm really excited about is this idea of really needing to go further in terms of how we think about innovation, and this real idea of really needing to focus on the needs. What is absolutely essential? What do we need? How do we lead a good, prosperous life for all? And we've got three fantastic people joining me here today who are all part of really thinking about how do we deliver this in practice? How do we make this work in practice? So we've got Pamlin from Mission Innovation and also Arise, Martin Weinstein, who you've already heard a little bit from today, but really going to share his thoughts, the Executive Director of Open Earth Foundation, and Caitlin Heron, who's Director of Sustainability Solutions at Amazon Web Services. So first of all, Dennis, do you want to share with us a little bit kind of, what's the vision? What are you hoping this is going to achieve? And what's the work you've been doing to date?
Absolutely. Yeah, so I have a few slides here that I'd like just to share. Basically, based on our work so far in mission innovation, the experience we've had working with the innovation community, because we've seen that there's many initiatives that are very much like desktop product. There's sort of ideas, but when you come to reality, there's sort of different challenges in actually reaching out to entrepreneurs and to understand that a city is not an entity. It's a lot of individuals who are struggling to understand how to maneuver. And much of the climate work today, I would argue, is actually undermining true innovation by turning it into an accounting approach, where the idea is to reach some kind of zero in innovative ways, instead of providing true sustainable solutions. So not always the case, but you can see that many people try to take a shortcut and don't really understand the underlying purpose of this is not reach some zero, is to help people live better lives. So the first slide, please. Next slide. So I think we can't underestimate how radical the expanded innovation agenda is in terms of access to data, stakeholders involved, the very idea on what drives you. Because in the current important work, you take the current sources of emissions, you look at those, and then you look at existing sectors, and then you say, do something, reduce your emissions. And for most people, this is the image they have of climate change. It's a number of sources of emissions, and they should get down to zero. A fundamentally different perspective is to say, what are the human needs in society today? And how many will we be in the near future? And who can provide the solutions for those? That's a very different approach. And that's the equivalent, I would say, of trying to make a better typewriter or ask how everyone can write in society, or trying to make a better distribution for CD records, or start thinking about how can streaming of music happen so people can have access to music. Next slide, please. So that means that this innovation hub is so much more than a simple matchmaking, because there is no clear demand and there's no clear supply, but there's a dynamic approach between those. And this little simple image here is basically saying that instead of thinking of this as a normal supply-demand, we also have what Masamba has been very good at highlighting, the enablers, those who help us rethink, those who come up with new business models, those who have marketing that shows us what is an attractive life, what is a successful life. Their role has been very absent in the climate discussion so far. We basically taking the current society and you said, how can that look like without emissions? But go back 30 years and the internet did not exist. The idea of sharing of cars was not even an idea. So, and most people agree that we're probably going to see faster change the coming years. But still, the focus is so much of the current emissions and how they're going to reduce, not the new ideas on providing them. And next slide, please. So that's really what we've been working with in Mission Innovation, is also to say, how do we have all these new solutions now? And then we met the cities and the companies, and they were looking at problems. They were looking at, we have buildings, we have vehicles, we have meat, we have consumption, etc. And as the video said, why do we think like that? Why do we ask car companies to reduce the emissions from cars only? Why don't we ask, why do people need access in the first place? Is this about city planning? Maybe green spaces are much more important to invest in than clean cars, because maybe we might not even need cars in most inner cities. So how do we start to rethink that from a needs perspective? And that's one of the things that we think will be the key feature of this. Next slide, please. And that will be a guide where we have the innovation part in cities meeting the climate part in the cities, because the climate part is usually looking at this from a risk reduction agenda, while the innovation parts are looking at this without any climate and global perspective on how we meet these things. So how can we start looking at the city as a global innovation hub that drives the new way of providing needs, and how they also can export and import things for an 11 billion perspective? And we use the 11 billion perspective not because that's the absolute number of people that will live, we don't really know that, but just as a benchmark, saying if a solution does not work for a world with 11 billion people, then we're basically saying to some people, you can never live like this. And that is, I would argue, in the West, 90 to 95% of our green solutions, because they're still so resource intensive and expensive that they exclude most people on the planet. And that is not a long-term agenda for sustainability. So that's where I think this is really fantastic, because this doesn't look at this as a guilt, it's an opportunity. So if we look then at cars, and then take the next one. Yeah, that one. Next one. You can have an easy overview of everything from making, well, you can't read anything on this, but it basically says, in the beginning it says, how do you, in the one extreme it says, how do you make a better car? In the other end it says, how do you get access to nutrition, education, social engagement? And starting with that, because that also brings people with you. Because most people want to be engaged in this, and I think we're going to hear more about that later, but increasingly we see very interesting initiatives also, like the European New European Bauhaus initiative, that is not about the numbers, but by creating a vision of where we need to go. And that's also what I would like to say with this initiative. It's about bringing hope towards this community, not as a technology solution, but as something, a society that we jointly create and say, how do we want to live in the future? And next one is the last one. I want to show you a little bit also on the data. So that was sort of the visionary big picture thing. That's nice. But if you want to start populating this kind of idea with data, you will struggle. Because most of the innovative people, they don't have time to fill in another formula. They are filling in for funding, for communication, and so many other things. So how can we use things? And we started work now with UNDP initially on how can we look at trend scanning? How can we use AI and the new sophisticated tools? Because there is no startup today who doesn't have their data up on the web already. But how do we crawl for that? How can we help create incentive structures so that the way when you apply for funding, etc., makes you put up the data that is needed also for a need-based approach for global equity? So next slide, so I just want to show you a few examples then. Because what AI can do is also bring the human element into this. Because AI today is very much done for optimization of existing systems. But AI could be an extremely powerful tool, because what AI can do is really crawl these things and not just look at the existing solutions, but also the sentiments. How do people feel about different things? Because there's not one path forward. Different people will have different values about things, and different technologies, different solutions are engaging or frustrating different groups and people. We don't know about those things often. Some people are really engaged with things, and then people come up and say, no, we don't like that. So AI can also allow us to engage much more on a human level, on a value level. So next slide. And that's what we've been trying to do now also in looking at everything from 3D printed clothing. Excellent, very tech-driven, etc. But isn't the big question about what are the kind of values we try to represent with how we dress? So it's not about just having lower emission from clothing. It is, for most people in our world here, clothing is about status. It's about communicating who you are. It's not about shelter. It's not the function of the clothing that's there. So if we just keep it simple around the technology, we will lose those things. So what kind of lifestyles do we trigger by different kind of clothing? So these are the things that you, through an AI, quickly can on sort of multiple level assess something, not just from a carbon accounting perspective also, but the kind of lifestyle and the kind of future that kind of technology is embedded in different ways. So that's the last slide, and just let me just show you the next one is just that you can also then look at from a global scale and show that this will not be one size fit all. Different cultures should be embraced by having different ways of achieving this. We have a tendency today to look at one size fit all in the sort of, you can think what you want about the McDonald's and Starbucks, etc., but there's a way where we have a sort of a multiculture that it doesn't really leave much room for others. And of course, they are big stakeholders, but we shouldn't look, and what AI can do is also look at the multitude, what is called sometimes the decentralized solutions or the granular solutions that is often forgotten because we look at some mega solutions because that's how our brains are operating. So that's the last thing I like to think about this platform. Yeah, and good timing because the battery is low, that we can also use technology to really bring the many solutions to the table instead of only those with big resources who are pushing there on as a marketing thing. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dennis. I mean, a great vision there, I think, and really... really setting out the challenge well, the opportunity for this type of agenda and approach, but also some of the ways, that kind of data and information can really help to identify the opportunities. I think what is quite interesting is that idea is there is not one solution that solves the same problem everywhere. And I think, that is part of the need as well, right? To enable different types of communities, different people to access the solution that is the right for problem they've got. And just to say quickly on the kind of data and evidence, Dennis did a huge amount of work in Mission Innovation on a piece of work on assessing the impact of solutions, their potential, and that has been so valuable for some of the governments we work with to identify where they should be investing, where they should be focusing their efforts. So just, data and evidence is so valuable to really identify where we should go. Really like that aspect around as well. Sentiment, how do people engage? What do people think? And I think that's going to be so important for driving solutions as well, engaging and bringing citizens on board. So now I'm really excited to turn to Martin, who's going to give us a live demo of some of the kind of development of this platform and what it would be like to engage with this. What is the actual sort of user experience of utilising this, and therefore what is some of the value? Please, Martin.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to see if my screen sharing is able to load. Is there any? I'm trying to share my screen. We'll maybe give it a shot while I'll give a quick introduction. So around 2 months ago, we connected with Masamba and the UGIH team, and inspired by the vision that that UNFCCC put out for the Global Innovation Hub, and also inspired by the words and work that Dennis has been doing and other core partners to the UGIH, we thought that a very important first step was, let's think about what this looks like. Let's think about what are the most important users that would be interfacing with the Global Innovation Hub, and what is that they'll be seeing, and then look at the process of broadcasting a demand, the process of connecting with solutions, and and it's in that that we learn exactly what should we be building from a virtual standpoint. As I said early in the last panel, there's this physical hub that helps us convene, and then there's the virtual hub, which is what helps us convene globally. So we know that today digital platforms and web applications and mobile applications are really what help us connect with the world. So the other important part around what to show now is listening to the vision. We came in and start prototyping this so that we take a very agile approach to this, which means that we need to put out a vision, test it with a user, and constantly get feedback and adapt that over time. Now, as soon as we sort out the technological pieces of this, if the integration and data gods are on our side, is how do we put ourselves in the shoe of a city sustainability officer that has a lot of the demands and a lot of the requirements? What are the best tools that we can build to empower that city official? And this is not just for cities, but identifying cities as the core anchor tenant for the virtual hub is quite strategic because they are dynamic and holistic systems. They host the population, and they will host even more of that population in the future. So we're radically changing to an urban settlement as a paradigm. So eventually, the vision for the platform could cater also to to corporations, to subnational governments. We heard a lot in the last couple of days from subnational governments, and for us, from the Open Earth Foundation team, we would like to use the next couple of weeks to do what we call user acceptance testing, is identify everyone out there that has a role to play within cities, that we could sit them down in a chair and have a look at a web application prototype and give us feedback. Because before going out and actually building the engineering for this and the back end and the front end, it makes sense that we know exactly what we should be building because we have users out there that would love to start using it right away. And in the previous panel, we heard from a lot of projects and initiatives that present very important components to that. So the key paradigm that we want to make sure that we bring into the development is that we're not bringing a marketplace to replace others. We're not building a platform to replace others or a database to replace others. We have to be able to create something that really is able to convene all of the existing digital solutions out there and the ones that we don't know, right? So we always say that we have to build a network of networks, a platform of platforms, a marketplace of marketplaces, and an application of applications. If we're still having issues around showcasing the demo, perhaps we can pause there and maybe open up to other points, or maybe Caitlin, as amazing Carlos and Joaquin are trying to sort it out. I could turn my laptop and start showing it, but I don't think that's going to be very effective. But it goes to the point that we would love to see cops. If we look at what's happening around us, we have ministers, we have mayors, we have government officials, we have the users to the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub right here, all in one place. That takes a lot of resource. We have to get the most out of it. So at the end of COPs, we want to make sure that we lay out the blueprint of what needs to be built throughout the year, obviously with workshops to have checkpoints. We meet again at COP27 in Egypt. We'll be launching a first proof of concept and a prototype with already users using it. And by COP28, ideally, we have something that's fully mature, that can host a scalable amount of cities and requirements. In software, a product is never done, so this will always have to constantly evolve and change. But it's where COP also plays a key role, that we all participate in the development. Sure. So it sounds that I will be able to show it from Carlos' computer, but maybe let's take a pause until I sort that out, and we can move back into it.
Fantastic. I think that was great to kind of set that out, Martin. So we'll come back. Hopefully in a second you'll see the kind of demo. But I think what is really exciting there is this, this is a really innovative approach to the actual data side of it, in kind of bringing all of this, pooling all of this information into one location. Without people having to necessarily come to this, to this platform. It's really trying to bring all of the information about those solutions. So there's one place where the people, the policy officials who are working on this, who have the problems, can go to get what they need. And I also think this approach to working with cities, is a really interesting approach and really relevant. They are so close to the problem, they're close to their citizens, they are at the front lines of action and, really committed to delivering it. So I think that is really exciting as well. So now I'd like to turn to Caitlin, because I know at Amazon Web Services you've been doing a lot of stuff already, perhaps in different spheres, that can give an idea of what the potential of this is, that can be brought into this climate change space. So, Caitlin, do you want to share some of what you've been doing and how you think that's relevant to this agenda? And then we will go back and you will see this in action.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. So my name's Caitlin Herron, and I'm the Director of Social Responsibility and Sustainability Solutions for Amazon entirely, inclusive of Amazon Web Services. And my background prior to Amazon was exclusively in environmental nonprofits and U.S. state-level government. So I've been leading tech and product for Amazon for about 8 years now, and I'm really in a dream role currently. My role looks upstream and downstream of Amazon's own decarbonization journey to identify opportunities for Amazon to use our size and scale to bring solutions to bear for all partners to reach their own decarbonization goals. And we're looking beyond carbon as well to circularity, social responsibility, water access, and beyond. But my initial focus is on the urgency that we all feel to reach the 1.5C commitment laid out in the Paris Agreement. And I think that the best way that we can do that, and I can do that from within the private sector, is by focusing on enablement for all partners, whether they're climate pledge signatories, Amazon selling partners, customers, or anyone looking to make progress in this space. So if I could speak for just a minute about the power of collective action, empowered by solutions and initiatives like the Global Innovation Hub. In 2019, Amazon co-founded the Climate Pledge along with our partners Global Optimism and became the first signatory, committing our corporation to reach net zero carbon by 2040 or sooner. And since then, we have recruited 209 additional companies to join us in this commitment to beat the Paris Agreement by at least 10 years and continue to expand the tent. So I would say this is going to take a considerable amount of collaboration, real effort, and real work. I think it goes well beyond marketing simply, but I think that we understand the importance of expanding our solutions for more inclusive and certainly transformative approaches. So to give you a sense of scale, the current signatories to the Climate Pledge account for $1.8 trillion of annual global revenue. They employ 7 million people in 21 countries in 26 industries. And collectively, we're expected to mitigate 1.98 billion metric tons of carbon on a 2020 baseline. So that's 5.4% of global emissions today. And it shows you we're still gathering speed. We're here at COP right now trying to get more in the private sector to join us and see how we reach our solutions outward. But I think it shows the potential impact of collective action and coming together and opening solutions and bringing everyone along. So when I think about the exciting work that's happening here at the UN through UGIH, I think that we could collaborate by extending our years of experience in innovation and product design to enhance usability and ensure that we're moving beyond the incremental solution set to truly transformative solutions. So one of the approaches that Amazon takes in designing a product is we sort of fake a future press release. We imagine what's the customer outcome or the user outcome that we want to see when this thing is finished. And from day one, we design backward from that end outcome. So that strategy and that approach fits, I think, very well with the type of innovation and solutions that we've been discussing on the panel here today. And lastly, I just want to mention that AWS Innovation Studio. AWS is one of the companies within Amazon focused on web solutions. The AWS Innovation Studio works with the public sector to find opportunities to bring AI, data science, machine learning technology to bear within the public sector to attack critical challenges, including climate change, broader sustainability challenges, education inequality, and beyond. And I see opportunities for us to employ that technology in partnership with the Open Earth Foundation and architects of UGIH. So really excited to be here today and to continue this conversation and to see the walkthrough.
Brilliant, Caitlin. That's fantastic. And I think it is, we really need to build on the expertise that's already out there, the solutions that have been developed, the innovative approaches that exist in lots of different companies and organizations. So yeah, really fantastic that you're bringing, that experience already to bear in this. So very exciting, Martin. You're on point.
Great.
We have something on screen.
Yeah, and Caitlin introduced a very important point, which is what we'll present here, which is let's take a step into the future, into COP27, and look at what this platform will look like in the future. If we were to be doing a press release, it would be the United Nations Global Innovation Hub virtual platform just launched after a year of development with partners, technology providers, data integrators, and city to be users. And now we're going to give a walkthrough of that platform, and I'll talk a little bit about what would be some of the user stories and functionalities. So in the landing, we can see that we go to our dashboard, our About section, our challenges, our solutions. Before we sign in, let's see if this is flowing well. We'll be able to see our video that we just watched, exploring how much the network has grown in 1 year with 40+ active city pilots, creating investments that have a return on meeting those core needs, and looking at some of the features that the platform now provides, where you can submit demand and solution forms. We'd be putting together out the most advanced urban and climate simulation model to help cities launch their holistic climate and human programs, create pre-feasibility assessments of the innovative climate programs so that we are able to have them finance ready and access the international finance opportunities to issue things such as climate bonds straight up in the platform. Being able to explore the portal globally around what are active challenges, what are active demands that are happening a year from now. Explore, of course, some of the latest news and blogs from the network of UGIH partners. We can dive into some of the stories soon. Staying up to date. Waiting for the next scroll. There's a partial freeze now in the sharing. Integrate and participate in the most collaborative climate data environments. So if you are one of the solutions out there, how can you participate? Again, connecting with some of the partners that are making this possible, but we now already have 60+ partners in the UGIH, so growing family, and of course, our normal footer. If we go into our stories, it's taking its time to scroll, so maybe I will cut straight to some of the interesting ones. We can go into what those news would be, because at the end of the day, we are also about creating a network, a dynamic network where things are constantly being showcased. So talking about some of the urban pilots that the UGIH is able to launch, introductions to the platform, in a very traditional sort of but cutting edge type of blog that we know now works. And now I'm just going to go back and go into the About section to look at some other pieces. Bear with us in the streamlined process. So if we click on About, we can go directly to About UGIH. So this is in many ways part of almost like showing a dynamic presentation. The platform is designed to foster demand owners, so cities, catalyze pilot programs, and the UNFCCC sets out the vision for key challenges. as well, from perhaps more the architecture standpoint, rather than just a virtual hub, this is a hub of hubs, where we need to look at a data hub, where climate pledge data can be integrated, emissions inventory data can be integrated, a digital trust network that as soon as we sign in, we'll talk about, a smart hub where we bring also some of the cutting edge AI that other entities are building that help us interact with that, and a finance hub, which is also quite unique and innovative. They want to bring directly those enablers directly into it, so that transactions, issuance of securities to finance those programs are able to be deployed directly on the platform. Of course, in the About section is more around how to interact with it. Waiting for the next scroll to show up. It's still fascinating that I'm able to stand here and through Wi-Fi broadcast something that's on my computer to everyone that's watching. So let's not forget that this is already quite a feature. And let's see, I just changed into challenges to be able to see how would a user interact with challenges, but that's still not shown. See, I could like stop sharing and share again. It also is possible that my computer's like be very busy, or something's consuming the bandwidth. But maybe with that we can start like having, this is a very interesting slide because it shows all kind of like packed functionalities of it. And it kind of talks to the paradigm that we were speaking about before. We don't have to build one AI to rule them all. It's around creating a hub for those computational engines to show up. So it seems like it's waking up again. We can scroll into seeing some of the active challenges that the UNFCCC would be broadcasting. So for example, those challenges can be sectorial. There is an expert panel that we would be putting together for every one of those challenges. And while I'm there, let's just go straight into signing in, which is where the magic happens. I don't have an account. I'm a sustainability officer, so I am going to sign up. This is running smoothly. I'm going to put all of my information. This is very important. So what type of user am I? Am I a UNFCCC staff? Am I a demand owner, as in like a city official? Am I a solution supplier? Am I an expert reviewer? Or I'm just general public and I want to check it out? So in this case, I'm going to be a demand owner, and I get pop up the use of a verifiable credential. So once I scan that, I have in my phone the credential that was issued as official city government by the UN to be part of this digital trust network, and the system will recognize this. So this is a two-factor authentication on steroids in some sense. And powered by cutting-edge encryption and blockchain technology to be able to create. The key of a verifiable credential is that from now on, I have access to my data, but external parties can query certain things around my data, but not access the source of it. In most cloud platforms, the cloud provider has physical access to data, but not legal access to data. In this case, the physical access is only via encryption. And this is particularly important as we think about how do we create a peer-to-peer platform for the United Nations. So even though I have my verifiable credential, which helps me define key transactions, because we would be having financial transactions happening there, I can still choose my password to have easy access, but that password doesn't bestow whoever knows the password. If my password was stolen, it doesn't mean they can't fully operate on my behalf. They need the credential. It's a license to operate. I'm getting prompted to connect the data sets, but I'm going to skip that step. And now we get to a first landing, because here we're going to embody the shoes of the sustainability officer from the Ciudad de Buenos Aires in Argentina. And what I see, it's an empty dashboard. It's got news that really is relevant to me, and it shows my data integrations, which, as you'll see, is mostly incomplete. And there's also a distinction between data that I provide that has been verified and those that have not been verified. So I also see here that I have active demand submissions, and challenges that are relevant to my city. So I see sustainable cities for South America. That sounds very promising. I want to be able to be part of that challenge. And with that, let's move into, now I got really excited. I'm a city official. I'm now inside part of the platform. And I have an empty dashboard, but it says, hey, for a more robust simulation of your requirements, please go to the data hub. So now I am heading over to the data hub. Again, it's an empty hub, so I'm able to upload information. And the first thing that it prompts me to is says, hey, there's very important city level data that we want to be able to help me as a user to navigate my needs. So I'm going to go to upload some of this information. I'm going to, I have data from my city that I can securely share through the platform. It doesn't mean that this is public. I'm going to confirm upload of this data, and there's multiple layers that are relevant for a cutting-edge complex urban model. And so once we confirm, we would assume that there would be different parts that keep getting updated. It also might show who's the data provider. So maybe I received the data from someone else, and that data source might have its own rating, and it also has a reporting year. The last thing we want is also to be able to showcase outdated information. So we're having a slight lag again. It kind of goes in ebbs and flows, it seems. But the next screen has a lot more populated approach to my dashboard. And as soon as that is able to show again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my settings. And normally settings are a bit boring, but I specifically want to go to one tab that helps an important paradigm of that. Obviously, because I identified the jurisdiction, all the data that I'm integrating to is very specific to that logic. Is there any thoughts or questions already as we're waiting for the screen sharing to? I could try the hotspot. Maybe it's the internet.
Thanks so much, Martin. I think sort of great starting point. Perhaps we can continue on. Hopefully, I mean, are there any questions that people have in the audience about? Is there anybody who would be looking for solutions or be a solution provider that has questions about this approach in the audience? If not, so I mean, I think there are two aspects of this that seem to be really critical. One is how do you get the information together into a single place, and the other is how do you make this really accessible and usable for the person who has a problem. So I think that kind of. Oh, sorry. Yes.
How do you get all this network of experts and grading the assessment? So how do you recruit the experts? How do you do the matchmaking between the experts and the project and the whole assessment process?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. So I think maybe let's do because I think that there's that one thing of how do you actually get this information and make sure that is all verifiable and high quality, and then how do you do that kind of matchmaking and make it relevant. So I think that question of I
really hope I can get to that so that we can see it. Right now, we're also on the hotspot. We're really streamlining some heavy software programs for mockups. So now I'm in the setting pages. I can edit my profile, my password, the teams. So I added teams from my city that are part of that, my notifications, and I want to go into integrations. Hopefully this comes up. And it's very important because what we were saying, we need to build a platform of platforms. We need to build a database of databases. So here would be an array of an application store of different providers that I'd be interested in having. This is what's showing all, but we would have urban and climate data, simulation engines, solution databases, browser tools, other marketplaces, and some of the presentations that we saw before, WIPO Green, our colleagues upstairs from the Google Environmental Insight Explorer, these are, of course, mock-ups. We have bringing all the database from the climate pledge that would be great to integrate. So we just heard that this is 5% of global emissions. So if I'm in a city, I want to know who in the city is part of the climate pledge. Those are the ones that I want to help them and incentivize to actually meet those pledges. part of the Open Earth Network, we have we saw on the first day we did a climate accounting integrated solution, and many more. So ideally, this keeps growing, and this is I think an important piece. But I'm going to go back into the dashboard. Hopefully now the mobile is working relatively well, and let's see if I can. We did do the upload of data. Let's see if I can just run through it relatively fast. And I can. Okay, it's taking a little bit, I guess, every time that I move through it. So if I want to integrate into it, I obviously have to have the consensus that, hey, Google has a whole bunch of information about my city that will bring building emissions and solar potential, and I can confirm that connection. And now what we'll see is that data hub that was mostly incomplete has a level of completeness. Part of that data has been verified. Most of it has been, part of it has been unverified. But I'm now in a better situation to start going back into demands. And I'm going to create a first demand. And that means that there's a challenge for sustainable cities in South America. I'm going to select my region. I'm in Buenos Aires. And I would be linking my jurisdiction into it. So it's very important to understand my demand, where are the boundaries of my demand, and what are the boundaries for the data that is relevant to my demand. So this is the first step. So now we've seen the contour of my specific jurisdiction, and I'm going to answer a whole bunch of questions. This is part of the questionnaire that we've been working with the Secretariat, with Mission Innovation, with Climate Kick around creating it. Understand, deep dive those core needs. And still a slight glitch, but essentially the process here is to fulfill a questionnaire sort of before creating a matching. Oop, hold on. Well, this is, I am from Argentina, so it was easy for us to put something together for Argentina. And we have this milk jam, and we always say when things go slow, it's like rowing on milk jam. So it's this latency that we're experiencing right now that will never happen on the actual platform because it'll be on cutting-edge cloud computing running on AWS, of course. So maybe I'll run through the last parts of the user story, and as it starts loading up again, we can always pick up the thread. But as I respond to all these questionnaires, what happens, and I also provided data, is the system, the computer, will create a diagnostic of my city, a diagnostic of where I'm at. Oop. So now I'm totally lost. Maybe that's a... Okay, I lost the screen, but maybe we can open up. I could obviously start answering some of those questions, but it'd be interesting also to hear how that so far meets some of the expectations, because we've been talking a lot about the UGIH, but we haven't put in faces to names, right? We haven't been able to interface what it could look like. And okay, so now we have the diagnostic output. So this is very data-driven approach to understanding for all my city the status of my emissions and also the status of my core needs. So these are some amazing icons that Mission Innovation put together that we could see it almost as a diagram of like where I'm at with those different core needs, and more data around like how much is the gap from where I'm at now and where I want to be. I'm going to confirm the diagnostic because it says, hey, this is pretty much how my city is, and I want to build upon that. That diagnostic gets sent to the machine system, and then now the matchmaking will happen. So an expert panel will review a lot of the situation for my city. At the beginning, there's going to be a lot of manual work, but now we get an information as a user that there's proposed solutions for a low carbon, a low income shelter, whatever it is the demand that I created. And if I've already created demands, they also would show up in the bottom. Now I'm going to review that solution. So now we get a lot of stats about that solution that's being proposed. And it's not just one solution. We can have integrated community blocks would be like a cluster of solutions, community solar microgrids, policy, different things, and I can select the ones that I want to include in my simulation. If I press onto them, it would give me information around the solution. So this is particularly inspired in Amazon. Every time I buy something Amazon, I get to see the product, right? So it's so easy for us to interface and interact. So I want to be able to do the same thing as a city official. And we're looking at, in this case, a block that has community microgrids, but I can even go to the full solution. So someone might have uploaded an integrated approach to it that has not just solar panels, that have different applications to it. And I want to add this solution to my simulation. And upon that, I will update the simulation. And now I'm seeing a simulation result. So I'm able to look at where we want to get to, which is we started with a very small amount of core need fulfilled, and now we've expanded it thanks through the different solutions that were provided into the simulation. And we have a list of providers as well. So what are the SDGs involved? How, if we're looking at air quality, how would it improve over the coming decades? And for each product that we brought in, what was their core capability? What are their functions? I'll stop there because this is where we wanted to stop in this user story. Actually, I'll continue sharing my screen just in case, and we have it there in the background. But the next important piece is for us to get feedback on everything we showed. This is a very intricate navigation. Most cities don't get to do a lot of using tools for what they need. So it's relevant for us to get the update of saying, I would like to have this. And for me, these are the challenges that I have in my city. And not every city is equal. So we talked about this in one of the first panels. We really have to bring in those different archetypes. So the steps that we would like to work on in terms of prototyping over the coming weeks is also how do we start financing that? So if we really are able to extract a pre-feasibility assessment, how do we put in the financial enablers? And I'll pause there, Jennie.
Thank you very much. I mean, super impressive and amazing to see that kind of being shown and the kind of level, I guess, of detail that a user could go into in terms of this. I don't know, Caitlin and Dennis, I don't know whether this is the first time that you've seen it. Really interesting to hear your perspectives on that. And I think, it does seem to be really critical that the data is really fundamental to it, both the data that's in there already about the kind of solutions, the verifying of that, but also the data that the actual user is going to be putting in terms of, the city level. So I don't know, any thoughts? Yeah, Dennis.
Thanks. Yeah, I think there's lots of interesting stuff in here. Just a few reflections. As you mentioned also before, one of the key things we've been working on is it 1.5 compatible? And that's very hard for both current governments and solution providers to know, because that's not a thought that people have. And we've developed now an assessment tool that is trying to move in this direction, because that's something reduce emissions is not the same thing as being 1.5 compatible. A lot of those things are way too expensive or are even resulting in lock-in. So initial reductions, but then keeping you on a way to a high level. So again, as I said in the last panel, I would say that 80 to 90% of current solutions that are called green or low carbon are actually not 1.5 compatible for 11 billion people. That is not to say that they are bad, but they are not fully a sustainable solution. So that's the first thing, just how to integrate the 1.5 compatibility and avoid lock-in. The second part is more on the city side. So next week we will have a session together with a number of cities on how do you actually enable that kind of needs? Because that is very seldom the sustainability officer. That is sort of in shape of finding some reductions according to some target. But really building the city, that is not that person's responsibility. So what kind of cluster within the city do we need to get together? And that was what I was trying to allude to in my initial presentation also. How do we get them to move and have climate as a risk cost-saving agenda to an investment, human-centered discussion, because most cities and most city initiatives around climate, if you say climate and come to a city, you will come to the climate responsible person who would try to reduce the emissions from existing cars, existing buildings, etc., because that's their mandate. So that puts a very interesting opportunity into this, and I love what you had in teams here in terms of how can we bring in that. And my final reflection is, Jay and I have been working now for years with the incubators and the next solution providers. I didn't see the money in here and the dates where this needs to be delivered, because we used to have this simplified graph where we say the way cities operate on long-term, unsecure wish lists, and solution providers are in an urgency to get revenues and get the things out on the market. So there's a mismatch between the two different paradigms. So, and I think that kind of gap also would be super interesting to highlight in a platform like that and say what kind of tools and enablers from the finance sectors and others could jump in and say, how do we bridge this? How do we bridge the upfront cost here with a new business model? How do we bridge the fact that you can't engage in this dialogue about the new city development because you need money today and that will be built 10 years from now? So as a startup, you will not engage. Only the traditional stakeholders who do not usually want to see the transformative change will engage in that. So that kind of gap assessment would be really interesting to see as a feature also, and not as something bad, but something that needs to be popped up here, that this is not a matchmaking. And I think Masamba's been very good at sort of highlighting this as a dynamic learning tool. How do we also get to the phase? Henry Ford never said that, but the fact of if I ask people what they want, they would ask you for a faster horse. He never said that, but it's such a good quote. But in the same way, when publishing companies asked for what do you need for sustainability, we need better paper. They didn't want digitalization because that was not part of their business model. So the way you formulate the needs, etc., that kind of dynamic would be super interesting to see also in how we do that. And I think we might actually have two layers in this. One is in terms of existing matchmaking, and one is sort of exploration of the next generation of tools and enabling features that are really moving towards the equivalent of not taking the CD records but the streaming of music, things that are not really in place now. And what are the new infrastructures and legal systems that needs to be in place for those things? But I think the only thing I would say also, my fear of this is it looks very nice. But how do we also populate that with real people? Because when I see people having to click in and fill in data, I see 99% of people dropping off, not having time for that. So if there's not a clear incentives on the other side, another way of just asking for data is super difficult to get. And that's also where I think what we've been trying to do in an AI-driven way also, in parallel with this, say, let's drop all the people here and just have offering coming to them through this platform without them even signing up, because we see what they've been blogging about, whether they've been participating, etc. So I think that's sort of a parallel feature also that say, here's sort of the normal, traditional human-to-human peer-to-peer, but how about the AI-driven, oh, I didn't even know this was existing, and now I got an invitation to something in my mailbox thing. So that's my final reflection. You? Or do we need to sanitize this?
I think let's know. Oh.
Do we need to sanitize this, or?
Okay, Caitlin.
So I'm really excited to see this, and I agree, data is fundamental to everything that we need to manage this challenge on a global scale, and I think that you're right. There are ways that we can work through direct API integration to other hubs that are available through We Mean Business Coalition, through Normative, that are trying to aggregate observations by industry that we can use to kind of underlay this. I also had a similar question about how we can work together to drive adoption. If there's a way that we can create some, collaborative competition about coverage, or how we can bring folks in, because if you've already set an intention as a local city lead to go to reach your sustainability goals, that's great. We need to make sure that they're aware of this as a resource, and we need to kind of create a little bit of traction within their peer communities, sister cities, all of that. So I'm excited to see how we might be able to expand the population of folks who are interested in this. And in order to make sure that we design it in a way, that it gets designed in a way that it's ultimately usable, we need to leverage opportunities like COP, like additional segments for us to get together and really hear from subnational governments, from city leads, what problems are most pressing for them. Is it data collection? Do we need to start there? Is it that they actually kind of know what they need to do, but they really need those more tactical solutions about how they can take steps? So I think this is a great forum to bring those conversations together and to connect to currently existing solutions and hopefully to help us illuminate gaps so that we can close those very, very quickly and empower the folks who are really leaning into this.
Thanks very much, Caitlin. And I don't know, Martin, whether there's further, so that you can add further, because I think what I'm really interested in as well is how you actually access the information about some of the solutions, and particularly the ones that don't necessarily get visibility, in so many forums, and how do you get those solutions, that exist, that, small SMEs, lone innovators, people in different communities are developing, because those are the ones that are going to potentially be really relevant to kind of driving this agenda. So, both that aspect of how do we really, some of these kind of hubs that already exist that are pooling stuff is great, but they may not get down to the solutions that can really be radically transformative in this agenda. How do we get to those solutions? And I think there's that aspect as well as of how do you make this people want to engage in this? How do they be part of this? I don't know, Martin, some thoughts, and then welcome him to the room to add some. Masamba, to add some thoughts as well. Martin.
Yeah, I mean, I think that already what we've heard is why doing this at COP is so fascinating and such a key opportunity, because everyone's input is an important feature for this to consider. So like walking through some of the things that Dennis pointed out, is this 1.5 degree aligned, or is this Paris Agreement aligned? Well, when you're running a model, simulation model with those solutions, that is a parameter. You have to be able to funnel those solutions so that it's aligned for the Paris Agreement. And I went through this relatively fast, and it was like jumpy, but when you're about to run a solution, you need to be able to say, I needed Paris Agreement aligned, I needed NDC aligned, but actually we really want to show that we need to be able to do a lot more, that we can have ambitious pledges because we have models that can show us how to get there. And I think someone else pointed out something very important, and also Masamba. How do we forecast one of those solutions? What are externalities that some of those solutions have that we might not be considering on? The importance around, well, is this really the sustainability officer of a city? Of course, right? Not everyone does everything. So cities have to look at things from their whole team. And maybe it's, what would the mayor actually interface with? This is what we get to test that interface, right? They're all part of the team. They can select who has access to what, of course. Very, very relevant. There was I think a third point that you mentioned, Dennis. Again, it was such a great feature that would be considered. I know that you brought adoption, Kayleen. Uploading data. That's such an important piece. No one wants to fill out forms for 2 hours and upload data. That's basically what's going on here. We really need to learn how to do this in a way that the user first has the motivation to do that, right? If I go shopping, it can take me a while, but I have the motivation because I know that I want the product that I want. So if we're able to show the carrot of what it has to have, a solid data platform, a very targeted solution to me, to my city, that will improve it. So when we showed the amount of data that was integrated, it was because if you have the data that you have, that's fine. We'll run the model. It won't be perfect. But the more you add to it, the more you get into it, right? You get out of it. So that's something that's very important to be able to fine-tune, to make sure that both we work on the motivation, but then second, that's why we brought these external data providers. So bringing that data is just like click, 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 click. I want all of these, right? I put them all in my check cart. And then adoption is so relevant, but here we have the amazing convening power of the UN that is unparalleled to anyone that wants to create a platform. Because as we're thinking about a network of networks, when a data platform participates into this, they actually get to broadcast it to their constituents, and then we really have to hope on how to grow that. We had some snippets, some buttons here and there on how to share this to peers so that you grow that network for adoption. But then obviously the key for adoption is we got to show, and this is what Dennis said, and I mentioned, we didn't go into the financing side because it's very important that we do this very carefully on how we showcase it. Yes, this is a mock-up, but we hope that we'll have some form of consensus on how to show financing around this. Adoption is, I gotta leave my user experience getting something very valuable. I need to come up with a model that I can present to the bank that I don't even have to present it. It just integrates straight into their inbox, and they're like, this is already pre-approved because it's already based on all the parameters of the UGIH that we're part of. And that's a fascinating chat to have. I think we're doing finance discussions later today. And you brought in also a very important point, which was, remind me, was adoption and?
I think it's how do you access the variety of solutions out there, and particularly
so
more localized solutions.
And like this is a very simple screen, and there's a lot to work on. You can do hyper-local solutions to see what are all the solution providers in my area, what are the reputations they have. This is just a simple mock-up. But one of the first projects that I did was I was a solution provider, and we didn't show the user story of the solution provider. So if I'm a solution provider, I'm going to sign in. I'm going to say I'm a solution provider. How do I integrate my information to it? That's very important, and that's a totally different set of users that we need to do user acceptance testing with, right? And we found that cities don't know who the solution providers that are in their jurisdiction, and they get lost. There's amazing heroes with amazing products, and not every solution is a product. A solution provider could actually take the model and improve it, or can bring in different ways of analyzing how something would be deployed. So we really need to be able to, as soon as we work on the solution journey, how do we also do a good umbrella of those solutions in a way that it's not daunting? Because ideally we build something that the user, whether it's the city, after using it, they learned. They learn about how to classify. They learn about solutions. They learn about their needs. And that's something that's very powerful about bringing your data and bringing it down to questionnaires, is that the worst things that we have are the things that we don't know. So, right? So I don't know what I don't know. So anyways, these are all very important snippets of like what we have the opportunity throughout the next couple of weeks, and obviously workshops onwards, to look at these very important points that everyone's bringing and how to turn it into features. We're able to prototype really fast, and it's very important to do that before going in and start building this whole thing. But we are also going to be looking forward to our solution architect friends here at AWS.
Thanks, Martin. Masamba, did you want to add a few thoughts?
So thank you, and congratulations, Martin. I think what has been already done is really a great job. And my feeling is that what was shown is just one aspect of what will be developed, but it does not cover everything. So, of course, the starting point will be to have solutions that are able to satisfy the core need. If you take the case of city, the core need of the citizen that are aligned with the 1.5 degree goal, that are enhancing resilience, and as you used to insist on, that are also providing flourishing life to 11 billion people. So when you will do your normative backcasting scenario, this will be your starting point. This is the objective I want to achieve. I would like to have the core need satisfied. I would like the solution to contribute to the 1.5 degree goal. I would like the solution to enhance resilience and to provide flourishing life to 11 billion people. You do your backcasting normative scenario and you come up with some solution. Yeah, and you come up with a different solution. And as it was mentioned, you do not stop there. Then you undertake a forecasting scenario to measure what will be the impact of implementing this solution on things that are not necessarily within the scope of your action, to see what will be the side effect of implementing this scenario. One point that is absolutely important is that all the solutions that we will be looking for should be demand-driven. So we need first to understand what are the needs, what are the demand for climate and sustainability solution, because we do not want to fall into the trap of developing nice solution in a database, but that will be never implemented because they do not have market. So having a demand-driven approach is extremely important. The aspect of finance is also very much important. It's why in the platform we have planned to have a space that will be dedicated to that. So what are the innovative financial instruments that we can put in place that will allow to make available to solution developer low cost of finance. And we are currently working with the Bank for International Settlement, BIS, to develop one, let's say, new approach of green bond that will be tokenized, and I think it was shown in the slide, that will allow to provide access to low-cost finance. The measurement of impact of solution is also something very important, and engagement with potential users. So during COP, we have already started engaging with some potential users. So for example, the city of Goyan, they are very much interested. They would like to be part of this journey. The province of British Columbia, they are also interested to be part of this journey. I think what will be really important is, after COP, to have active engagement, because this kind of data, you cannot collect them passively. So you have to actively engage with cities and try to get from them data and user experience that can inform the future steps of development.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amber. I think that's a really good point about the kind of need to sort of build up and you know, really kind of engage some people in depth and then scale. Dennis, I know you had a point, but I just wanted to, it'd be great to hear from somebody who's been in the audience kind of their reflections on this. So I don't know whether anybody wants to kind of share any thoughts that they have on the sort of value or the opportunity of this type of approach.
This by definition.
Sorry, go please.
Thank you. Is this by definition only for cities and for cities officials, or it's more for the entire ecosystem? Who's your crowd? Who's your clients? Just cities, or because we have a startup named the Green Swan Lab, which is exactly that. We basically create a platform with an entire ecosystem and a community of experts that are doing a peer review for every project that comes in. And it's all about the matchmaking between the money and the ideas. We're also in a prototype stage. I can show you exactly how it looks like, because it's all about the engagement. We created basically gamification around this whole process on how to engage this whole thing. I can even show you how it looks like. But that's my question, I guess. All the experts, all the evaluation of this whole process, how do you do it? Where do you get the experts from? Do they get paid? How is that? How does that work? And happy to show you our product.
So for the evaluation of the impact of the different solutions, so the UNFCCC Secretariat has, let's say, a quite large team entirely dedicated to measuring the impact of any type of climate action. This is actually the team I'm leading. So, but we will not just focus on our resources. We would like to set working group where external expert could also come, so that we have a process that is more open and inclusive. But it will be probably on a let's say, pro bono basis, those that are interested and are willing to join will be very much welcome to join this process. So after COP, we will start setting this working group. So we'll make an announcement, and those experts that are interested in contributing in this journey, which is, in my view, extremely exciting, because what we are talking here about is extremely impactful. We are actually targeting impactful action and transformative action that can really make a difference. So those that will be interested in joining the journey, that is passionate to be part of the change maker, hopefully will join us.
Thanks, Masamba. And so we've got to finish up very soon. I don't know whether I just wanted to ask Martin if there's anything or anybody wanted to say about that kind of opportunity for people to engage in this process. You know, I think this isn't just about, you know, a small group going away and doing it. It is about, you know, being that open platform. So I don't know whether anybody wants to say about, you know, how is it that people engage in this process and be part of it going forward?
Yeah, Dennis, go for it.
No, I was just going to say also to Masamba, the next session we're going to have here in about an hour is going to talk a little bit about how do you measure and assess this and different processes going around the world, because we, as you say, we're not alone in this, and how can we build up a global database so we can do many of the assessment really quickly on the next generation of solution providers, but also pool resources for the more transformative that currently don't fit the sort of electrification and renewables that are quite easily to make assessment of, like lifestyle changes, etc. Then I just wanted to make one small comment, because I think one thing that I would urge us to consider is, are we thinking too small? Because when I look at this platform, I don't see a climate platform here. I would almost like to see this as the dashboard for the mayor's office. And say, how do we plan our stuff? And if, because many cities don't even have a dashboard. Most companies work on dashboards and, you know, look at the data in order to optimize their work. Many cities don't have that. They work in blind. So maybe this could be the first seed to say, this is, you know, and don't talk about climate, talk about the biggest challenge you have, climate and digitalization, the fourth industrial revolution. This is a platform for you to maneuver this. You've been working sort of hand to mouth a little bit on gut feelings with developing your cities. That is no longer possible in this digital age. So now you need some help. So maybe this would rather position itself as a dashboard for the mayor's office, and then say, and the test case of this is the need for climate and digitalization, maybe, and having, that's what we've done with World Economic Forum, for instance, say, most companies, for instance, when they talk about transformative change, climate change, then it's sort of risk management and PR department usually responsible. When you talk about fourth industrial revolution, then it's the board and senior management team saying, how do we maneuver in this space? But if you can get them together, then you get something really exciting. And that's where I think stakeholders like Amazon, etc., can play a really important role also, knowing both worlds of that. So that was just my final thoughts in terms of thinking too small and really making this not just another tool for coming in through the climate person, but more saying, as we have with Guyane, for instance, the mayor is the one sitting there and talking about export opportunities also, sort of this broader innovation agenda, not the reduction agenda only. So that was just my final reflection.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And this is why it's fascinating. We could be here for a while, like iterating. And this is, I think, is what the goal of the workshops in the second week will also be: how to gather from all the experts that are already here. how do we pick their brain in a good way and translate it into a product development process? And I think it's a great view to see, like, what's the dashboard of a mayor, and eventually what's the dashboard of someone running an entire province or a state. Don't want to go into national level, but we prototype dashboards for different users, because for every user they want to see something different in a dashboard, right? And rather than going to the features, one thing that I would like to say is that it was a nice show, but I want everyone to sort of understand how revolutionary and forward-thinking this is, that the United Nations Climate Change UNFCCC is open to launch this level of sophisticated platform, and I think that talks to the vision. You sign in, you actually get a tool. This is open source, which means that people that have come up with better ways can also contribute, create a pull request. That is something, so it's part of an open innovation process, and I really want to get my hats off for the UNFCCC, for Masamba and the team vision for making this possible. We get to interact with a lot of supranationals. We get to interact with a lot of tech providers. This is quite unique, and that's why for us it was totally inspiring to come in and say, anything it takes, because we have to build the best tool out there. The world's at stake. Human lives are at stake, and the planet's at stake. We know how to build amazing products where we use them every day. So let's make sure that the UNFCCC has the best tools to tackle this problem. Otherwise, it's trying to go on wars fighting with sticks. So I just wanted to make that comment. We can talk about features and product features for a while, but I think that's worth for everyone to understand the context.
Thanks very much, Martin. I think we're going to have to wrap it up, unfortunately. I think it's been really interesting to see this tool and what it could deliver, but also some of these ideas about how this could go further as well. But I just want to give a final opportunity to say, okay, we heard this idea of the press release in a year's time. Where do we want to be? I think just very quickly, Caitlin first. Where do you see this being in a year's time, and what is your kind of call to action to kind of really make this happen?
Yeah, well, we got our marching orders today. I mean, at Amazon, we call this theme that we've been discussing here customer obsession. We need to listen radically to what users are telling us that they need today and help interpret what we think they might need tomorrow and how we might be able to leapfrog the kind of incrementalism that we do sometimes see as people are just in very good with very good intentions scrambling to get a foothold in this space. So I think we can help them through that, and we can listen and connect the dots across user stories to really make sure that as this continues to come together and we build out additional features, they are the easiest to use, the most end-user focused and results and impact focused. And I'm super excited to hopefully continue to play a role in that.
Caitlin, Dennis, final words? Where are we going to be in a year's time?
I think it's the gigaton that it needs to be in focus. It's the actual results. We have so many commitments of people saying, we're going to have trillions of dollars under this asset management and all these things. What does that really mean? After 26 years of COPs, we still have increased emissions. So something is fundamentally wrong in the system. There's so many good intentions and commitments. So we need to show real on-the-ground results on how this is actually changing people's lives for the better. So all the other numbers in terms of dollars, number of people, etc., are secondary. It's really the amount of carbon being reduced and the number of people getting better lives. Those are the only two metrics that really matters. And I think if we can focus on that, I think it would be amazing.
Thanks, Dennis. Martin, anything you want to say?
Well, my final comment, I kind of shared it already around the kudos to the Secretariat, but from a press release standpoint, it's finally be able to cast this umbrella to everyone to participate in an open innovation process. We need everyone on the table. And how we leverage technology to reduce the frictions of that. If everyone sort of crowds to try to fix something, it could be quite a mess. And Dennis also pointed out that there's old collaboration and new collaboration in our first panel. And that's very important. So how can our lessons of user experiences can help us etch through the frictions of a lot of people coming together into a platform. So I think the press release would be around, we lit a beacon in COP26 that starts growing, and with radical collaboration and radical inclusivity, but that also all the actions here are really helping us meet the NDCs and ratchet the ambitions, because in 2 years from now, we're going to do our first global stocktake. And these are the type of tools that need to say, you can go for stronger pledges as a country, as a subnational, as a corporation. We have the tools. And if the tool is not there yet for us, tell us how to improve it. And this is what this is about.
Thank you so much. Sorry, Masamba, did you want to say one final word as well?
No, just to build on what Dennis has said and what was actually flagged by Kathleen in one of her interventions. So definitely the focus is the 1.5-degree goal, enhance resilience, and flourishing life for 11 billion people. But if you are talking about a press release in 1 year time, we will not be able to measure that. So we will need to translate this vision for the, let's say, longer term horizon into some concrete milestone next year. And for me, what is really important is, on top of the tool ready to operate and all these things, to have this vision behind the moonshot mindset, and then the need-based and solution-oriented approach adopted by the key stakeholders that we are targeting. So for me, if we have a tool that prompts the mayor to focus on nutrition and health, to focus on shelter, to focus on the core need, and how am I going to satisfy the core need of my citizen in a way that is aligned with the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement and the SDGs, instead of focusing on sector, we have already made a huge achievement.
Fantastic, Masamba, and I think that's a great way to finish it off. I mean, I think what's been really great to hear is to see this kind of coming into focus, you know, what this could look like, you know, how could people really engage with this, what they can get out of it, you know, and really great to have the people who are involved in making this happen on this panel, so Dennis, Martin and Caitlin. And I think I'll only echo what Martin said, Masamba. I mean, I think that the vision and the commitment from this on this from you and from the UNFCCC is really fantastic. And I do want to kind of just add to what Dennis said. I mean, I think the value of data and the ability of governments at whatever level to have this pulled together and have this kind of information in one place cannot be underestimated in itself. You know, working in government, we do not have this typically at our fingertips. You know, we spend so much time trying to pull and collect the latest information about what is happening nationally at a city level, but also what's happening elsewhere in the world. And I can see how this could be valuable, not just to see what your own city is doing, but also to understand what is happening elsewhere. You know, what is the information that's happened in another city? What can you learn from that? How can you compare and learn and contrast to what you're doing? So I think that information in and of itself is so valuable, and then the ability to connect that with, okay, well, what is your pathway to a future? What is the opportunity to change that? And how can you engage the innovation that's, you know, incubated at your own sort of national and local level to deliver that is fantastic. So congratulations to all of you. I really look forward to where we will be in a year's time, but also the process to do that as well. You know, this is a learning and innovation process in and of itself, and I'm very excited about it.
This was a month worth of work, of very intense work. So just let's think about what can be achieved when we work together in Next COP. So I'm very hopeful for that, and it's such a pleasure to work with such an amazing team.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody.
Ready? Excellent. Are you putting the participants up also? Oh, so they're not going to be visible, but they listen. They see me now, but. Oh, excellent. So first slide, please. Oh, good to see Katarina there. Thanks. Welcome to this session. It's an extreme honor to be here and have some of the best people, literally from all around the world, participating. We have people who've been in Latin America, India, Europe, Africa, Asia, rest of Asia. And what they all have in common is that they are tomorrow's solution providers. These are the incubators in the 21st century who are capable of delivering the solutions of tomorrow. Next slide, please. Because at the heart of this UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub is the idea of an expanded innovation agenda. For many of you who think about climate, it's about reducing emissions. You think about big emitters. You think about your guilt of reducing things. You think about you as an individual who needs to do less things. An expanded innovation agenda is looking at the needs, how you live better lives, how those with solutions get a space to deliver things. So it's really up there. And next, please. And the areas for collaboration that we see in this area between incubators and the rest of the world is how can we agree on how we assess the solutions we have that are 1.5 compatible? And how can we use a PICO framework that we identify potential idea clusters and uptake of those, so we bring them from ideas out to market? And finally, can we start sharing these things in a smart way? Especially the leading incubator in India that Smita will talk about has been discussing providing this framework of incubators that can share APIs so we all know what we actually work on. Next slide. Next. So the challenge we have today is that in the climate work in most of society, we live as if we were in the old industrial society with incremental improvements in existing systems. You know, for 150 years, we got a better car, we got a better fridge, we got a better meat. But now all of a sudden, we ask ourselves, what kind of protein should we have? What kind of access can we get? All of a sudden, we shouldn't ask, how do we reduce emissions from cars? But how do we get access through 3D printers, virtual meetings, drones? What are the things that really can work in this new sustainable society? And that is this new world where needs need to be in the focus, not improvement of existing sectors only. It's not that I'm against or anyone says we shouldn't try to just reduce. The challenge is that that has been what the financial community, companies, etc. For 26 years, when you come to a COP, you've been asked, how much do you reduce? Your city, your company, how much are you divesting from the bad things? Now it's time for, where are you investing in tomorrow? What kind of solution providers do you have in your city that can export these solutions? You as a company, what solutions do you have that is sustainable for 11 billion people? And all of a sudden then, incubators becomes at the forefront of the discussion. That is where tomorrow is born. So far, we've been focusing a lot on where yesterday happened. Now it's time for tomorrow. Next slide. So it's been such a simple idea on innovation. It's basically been that we have some ideas and we have a gap and then we implement them. So the idea is then that we have those technologies often, and they need some help to get into the market. And you know, it's not bad, but very often that means single technologies improving existing systems. So if we're going to move beyond that, we need to think about a new innovation ecosystem. And that's a bit more complicated, and that's a little bit what we're going to talk about today with the leading stakeholders who are in that space. Because if we're going to look at the need in society, rapid uptake with digital solutions, 1.5 compatibility, we need to rethink how we operate. And that requires us to, next slide, also rethink how incubators work. The role of an incubator is not just to help any company to get to the market, but to identify the right kind of companies, make them with the needs, and also to rethink how a purpose-driven operation operates. And finally, also have a role in rethinking the whole ecosystem. They're not just here on the individual basis of solutions and markets. So how do you rethink this whole system? Next. And we've been doing this, and we've been experimenting with a number of stakeholders and incubators around the world. And in India, Chile, Sweden, we've had really interesting cases where millions or even billions of tons of potential solutions already exist, and no one really pays attention to them. And that what they also tend to do is that these are global sustainable solutions. And I would like to, for you, if there's one thing that I would like you to remember is that much of the work today, when you talk about the climate solutions, they address the carbon aspect, not the fact that this is sustainable in a world with 11 billion people in the future. So they're way, way too resource intensive for that. So we need to rethink really if we're going to bring those people, all the people out of poverty also, because today 10% of the world's population emits 50%. And the poorest 50% only emit 10%. So it's basically reduce emissions is a Western idea. It's really about avoiding emissions as we evolve. And that's where it's important to look at those who really are tomorrow's market stakeholders. And that's my last slide, next, is that we really need to bring together markets, those who will use the solutions, those investor and resource providers that provide the necessary means to implement those, and the innovators. So we can't do one of those. We need to bring them all together. And that's also the spirit behind the UNFCCC's Global Innovation Hub that we are here part of launching also, that is very much in line exactly what we've been doing in Mission Innovation, where much of this work is for. And with that, I'd like to hand over to our first speakers, Katarina Sandberg from LEAD in Linköping, Sweden, who is one of the most interesting, I think, incubators on the planet, who's been doing some really fantastic work. And over to you, Katarina.
Thank you. First, I just want to know, how can I see my slides?
You right now.
You can share.
Am I supposed to share my screen, or I was told that you should share my slides?
I think you can share your screen.
But this is not working. So do you see your slide now up on the right-hand corner?
Incubators all around the world meet both researchers as well as idea owners that really have disruptive solutions that can help us go towards a more sustainable world. Change slide, please. My name is Katarina Sandberg, and I am the CEO here at LEAD, a leading sustainable business-to-business deep tech incubator here in Linköping and Norrköping in Sweden. And we work with unique ideas with high growth and impact potential to deliver scale-up potential in the future. Next slide, please. A year ago, we started the project together with Cybercom and Swedish Scale Up. We wanted to see how we, as a deep tech incubator, can work with sustainability through our whole business development process. Because as an incubator, our biggest potential to make a difference is through the startups we work with. We also wanted to see, to measure our impact. So we were also doing calculations together with RISE on 4 of our companies based on the emission framework. Next slide, please. During the project, we were discussing these 4 scenarios, where scenario 1 and 2 are more or less business as usual. And with business as usual, a lot of the potential goes undiscovered. So now, LEAD are up in the scenario 3 window, where we have implemented sustainability focus in our whole business development process to see how we can maximize the impact of our startups. And of course, we want to go to scenario 4, but to be able to do that, we need to work together with others. We can't do that on our own. Next, please. The result of the project is a 4-step model called the PICO model, where the first step is about identify and accelerate potential and potential for future sustainability within the companies. The second step, refine, develop, and accelerate the idea, is what we do now when we have implemented the sustainability focus through the whole business development process. The C, encourage and accelerating clustering, is really important because I guess you, as well as we, meet startups that might not have a really big potential for sustainability. But when cluster them together with either another startup or with a corporate, then they really can make a big difference. So that's an important step. And last but not least, support and accelerate uptake. Because we talk about startups with high potential, but if they don't find their customers and get out to the market, then they don't do any difference. So we need to help them with that. And we work a lot together with Ignite Sweden as a tool where we match startups with corporates in order to help the startup getting the first paying customer. And there we really can make a change and a difference. Next, please. Yeah, that was two steps, one back. There. Here you can see the PICO in the lead process. And as you can see, we really have integrated the sustainability thinking through the whole business development process. And I won't dig in deeper to this, but if you're interested, you're welcome to contact me afterwards and we can discuss this further on. Now we can take the next slide. As I said in the beginning, it was also important for us to quantify. Are we really making any difference? And are the startups really, do they have a possibility to deliver impact? So we did calculations according to avoided emissions framework of 4 of our companies. Next. And our companies together, the 4 that we did calculations on, together they can deliver 14 million tons of potential avoided emissions if they reach the full potential in 2030. And this is actually nearly 25% of Sweden's yearly emissions. So that was really a wow factor during the project. Next, please. And you can push 2 more. So as I said, our baseline were 14 million tons of potential avoided emissions, but that was the baseline even before we started using the PICO method. So what we see now is by working with sustainability through the whole business development process, we have a potential to contribute to 25 million tons of potential avoided emissions until 2030, only with companies from LEAD. So think about if we can do this with many more incubators throughout the world, then we really can make a change. Next. to sum up this, let's show the world that we as incubators are ready for a solution agenda. Let us set a target together for like 50 incubators with strong climate focus in 2022, joining the Global Innovation Hub. And by working together and bringing in more than 1,500 compatible startups to the COP27, then we really can make a change together, and we really can make a difference. So with that said, thank you for listening. And if you take the next, if you want to read more about us, check us out on social media, or please don't hesitate to contact me directly. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to take a step back for you. If you understood the numbers there, this is one small incubator in Sweden who 1 year is delivering 25% equivalent of Swedish emissions in potential. That's 1 year. Each year they push out new solutions, new incubators. And it's just hard to imagine that we are ignoring that kind of potential constantly still. With that said, I'd like to hand over to one of the architects behind the whole idea and that we've been working with for the last couple of years now, Smita Rakesh from India, and one of the most exciting incubators on the planet, I think. One of the first international incubators also. Many of them are still national, but Smita has been leading the work to develop this international incubator. Over to you, Smita.
Hi, thank you, Dennis. Hello, everyone. I'm joining from India. I can hear a little echo. Sorry. Thank you. I'm joining from India, and it's a big festival here today, Diwali. So if you see fireworks in the background or if you hear any noise, please don't be alarmed. And happy Diwali to everyone. Thank you for having me here. It's always a pleasure to speak at a platform that UNFCCC or especially even RISE and Mission Innovation co-create, because the conversations are always about the future and the focus is always on innovation. That's something that we also strongly believe in. So I represent an organization called Social Alpha. We not just run incubators, but also a network of accelerators, an investment engine, and a range of programs to support market access and pilots and other, support the startups in their valleys of death in the entire lab to market journey. Social Alpha is based out of India, and we are very India focused. But like Dennis said, I'll also share a little bit about this international incubator, that international platform that we've recently launched and are in the process of setting up with support from the IEA, the RISE Institute, and countries like Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland, and the UK. So essentially, at Social Alpha, we very strongly believe in the power of innovation and entrepreneurship to solve any crisis, particularly the climate crisis. And I'm sure like at COP and at platforms like these, all of us are on the same page in terms of where we are with respect to the crisis. But at the same time, it's also, like Dennis said, it's also very important to be mindful of the fact that climate action does not just mean carbon reduction or mitigation. It also means adaptation. For a country like India and many others in the world, it also means coupling it with solutions in livelihoods, keeping in mind challenges around gender, equity, inclusion, and also never looking at, never forgetting the picture around energy access while talking about climate action. So I think it becomes a much more complex area than it already is if we factor in all of these very, very critical areas which we must if we have to solve for the future and also take everyone along and keep in mind all the SDGs that we are collectively working on. Which is why the focus is on supporting startups in a range of solutions, but what is very, very critical is early targeting of solutions that have a strong impact. And that's where our partnership with the RISE Institute and Mission Innovation Solutions Framework has been super effective for us to identify solutions and startups that can be supported at a very early stage when they haven't even demonstrated impact or evidence of any kinds of performance on the ground maybe, but have a very strong impact potential, both in terms of climate and social and environmental impacts. So how do we process that? And for that, it is very important for all of us to share knowledge, to share data and key insights, share our learnings and best practices, but also create toolkits, create data banks, create APIs that we can work on and share together, and sort of accelerate this process of supporting solutions that are compatible with the 1.5 degree C scenario or the net zero scenario. So what we did 3 years ago, actually in 2018, is with support from the Government of India and Tata Trust, we set up this international incubator called the Clean Energy International Incubation Center, which is based out of Delhi. And it supports not only startups in India in their lab to market journey, but also clean energy startups internationally. It's for them, it serves as a soft landing platform if they're looking at entering the Indian markets. While working on this incubator, what we realized was, I'm sure there are other similar soft landing platforms in other countries as well, but why aren't we working with each other? If similar soft landing platforms in each of the member countries of COPs or of Mission Innovation or of all these platforms where we come and collaborate came together, and we created a network that accelerates the scale up, especially the cross-border scale-up of solutions, climate goals would be much more easier to achieve. Because right now we end up starting from scratch in each country, and there are many gaps in sort of making an innovation move from one country to another, and there are so many challenges for a startup to look at, whether it's regulatory challenges, whether it's understanding the innovation landscape or the investment landscape in a new country, or it is about making the right partners and raising the right funds. So this year in June, we launched what is called the Mission Innovation Clean Tech Exchange Platform. This is under the Mission Innovation Platform, but it is within the new phase and the Accelerate module, where the Government of India is leading this initiative. And like I said, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland have joined as members to this platform already. And the IEA has been instrumental in designing this platform. What we strongly offer, and we can discuss this more later, is strong support to the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub and to all the incubators to work together, because we are strongly looking at collaboration at an international level, and also working together in designing APIs, developing toolkits, and various other platforms for us to share insights, share key data, and share more information in order to make sure that we accelerate the uptake of solutions that are compatible for the future, both from a climate as well as energy access perspective. So I'll pause here, but thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you, Smita, and happy Diwali to you. The holiday of light in India, and it's close to midnight also, I guess, so it's quite dark now in India. But taking the time to share some of your experience here, it's been a true pleasure to work with Smita. But after India, it's time to jump to someone who's now currently in Europe, but is mainly most famous for creating and starting Startup Chile, one of the most successful startups in the world, and it's been featured in Fortune and other magazines because of its amazing track records. And without that, I would like to introduce Sebastian Diaz and share some of his thoughts about the role of the innovation ecosystem. Currently, he's the founder of the Deep Ecosystem EU Incubator. That is really a platform of platforms also, and something that we hope to become a core partner as we move forward. Over to you, Sebastian.
Thank you very much, Dennis. It's a huge honor for me to be here. Just a slight correction, I'm a co-founder today at Deep Ecosystem. We co-founded that company with a couple of partners here in Germany. And exactly that's what I wanted to talk first. What do we do at Deep Ecosystems? We truly believe that entrepreneurs are the one capable to build ecosystem today. Those are the people capable to solve the global challenges. Entrepreneurs, not big organizations, big trade agreements. We need to support the talent, and we need to put a lot of focus, and that's what we do. We help those entrepreneurs, like all of us, that we consider ourselves ecosystem builders. We connect dots, we connect new methodologies to try to help startups. We bring investors into the table. We are those entrepreneurs also. So we help those entrepreneurs to build ecosystem strategies and to start building better support for startups. Just to go straight into the point, because there are a couple of very interesting things that we're going to see today, and for what I'm hearing here, is that to make a real change, I truly believe that we need to bet in more entrepreneurial talent that can create ecosystems. We always talk about the founder. We always talk about the one that owns an startups, but we never talk about that entrepreneur that is behind the scene, like us, building those ecosystems. So I see that we have a strong responsibility, but we can have a quick win and also a midterm win if we start to put more focus on this topic. So, for example, let me highlight a couple of interesting things. If you started to see some numbers in Europe, you can see, for example, that the investment funds that are looking to invest more on impact startups are growing exponentially. For example, the Global Impact Investment Network is growing 12% per year. You can find four times more investment funds focusing on impact since 2012. In the US, there is more than 20% growth every year, representing more than $11 trillion capability to invest in these kind of startups, you know. So there is a lot of money available. There is a lot of awareness coming from the top down. But what happened bottom up? And that's where the ecosystem builder, we as an entrepreneurs, have a huge, huge task in front of us, because the market is telling us that there is a lot of resources for these kind of entrepreneurs to start growing. So we need to start connecting them. But something happened that the startups are not reaching those models. So the quick win that I see here is that, for example, we can start to talk, as Christina mentioned at the first presentation, we can start to talk with incubators or accelerators that help startups in sustainable startup or impact startups already, and we can try to find a quick win there, because we need to reshape and bet in the talent that is managing those accelerators or incubators in order to help them understand how to create new models to help startups to reach those funding capabilities. You know, a couple of weeks ago we put together a group of entrepreneurs just to start to see the new trends on social entrepreneurship, and we saw very interesting things. Actually, we're going to release a white paper on the topic that I can share with you with amazing insights. And one of the insights was just like, what if we replicate the model of consortiums and farmers when they all put together one product and they all sell together that product into the supermarket? What if we do the same with social startups? And we started to look for investment towards a group of startups developing something rather than each startup developing something by their own, you know. So collaboration model is a big trend about social startups that we as an ecosystem builders, people working inside of accelerators, can start developing that model. So the first thing is quick wins, basing all this strategy on the incubators and accelerators already focusing on impact startups. You will get the quick win there because they already understand the industry, and we can start to see the new trends. So when I say we, the ones that are working inside of these accelerators or incubators that are looking for impact, so we now have a responsibility to understand the new trends and to start to push towards those new trends. So again, we go back to the same topic. We need to bet in the talent that is working inside of the accelerators and incubators, because the entrepreneur, when they are developing a product, they just need a clear field to play. That's how talent works. They just need clear rules and they will play and develop the solution. If we as an ecosystem builders develop those rules and frameworks, they will play in that field. So it's our responsibility to bet in ourselves and to start understanding that ecosystem builder is a professional career that we need to start to boost from all over the from every single perspective. So that could be a quick win. But of course, we need to bet in a long-term strategy, mid-term strategy that could capture the value in every single ecosystem, not just focusing on sustainability or impact incubators and accelerator. And that's when the PICO model is really good. It could be a really good approach to other kind of accelerators that are working in other verticals, let's say fintech. How can we move the entire fintech ecosystem towards a more sustainable way of doing things, you know? And as you were saying before, when we talk about sustainability, is not about carbon emission. We're talking about inequality. We're talking about the gender gap. We're talking about health. We're talking about many things. And every single startup at least will have the capability to target one of those verticals to start creating a better world. So the long-term vision should be to create ecosystems in a sustainable way, to train the people that is creating ecosystem in order to put those things into their more traditional incubators in more traditional industries. So again, we go back to the same. We need to bet in the talent. And we here in Deep Ecosystem, that's what we're doing. We're working with a huge community of ecosystem builders, top down and bottom up. Top down could be an example, for example, the city of Stockholm, that we are helping them to position themselves as a city for impact, to attract more entrepreneurs and investment to the city. But bottom up, I can highlight a solution from Romania, Consolidate. Raluca, she was a leader that was leading that organization, and they were helping social entrepreneurs to match those solutions with venture fund or crowdfunding strategies. So we have a lot of people now trying to do this, but we need to keep betting in talent. For the quick wins, we need to bet and target the people that is working in incubators and accelerator for impact. But for a long term, we need all the actors in the ecosystem, not only incubators, because incubators and accelerators, they will follow trends, you know, but we need to show them from the ecosystem perspective.
Thanks a lot. And I think just reflect on that I've been here on the COP since COP3, 1997 in Kyoto. And almost never you see incubators or the kind of ecosystem creators that Sebastian represents. And that is, you know, until now with the UNFCCC's Global Innovation Hub that expands the innovation agenda to solution providers. And I think for the world also to recognize that we have this pool of tens of thousands of people who passionately want to deliver solutions. And what most people see are big polluters who are talking about the problems of reducing things, instead of all the passionate people saying, we don't even need that. We have new ideas on how to deliver what we need on this planet. So, and as you said, just give the framework and say what is needed, and you have passionate people who are willing to do that. And it's just a rethinking of climate as not as a problem, but as an opportunity, as a challenge that we face and say, this is what we deliver solutions to. I'm not a problem, I'm part of the solution. And that's what we see here now. And sort of jumping back to a deep tech in one of the most interesting incubators in Europe. Sylvia Stokovic is managing partner there, and they are, for me, also representing the kind of stakeholders that is really interesting, because in the same way as Katharina from LEAD, they're not really clean tech. They are deep technology. They are really pushing the next generation of solutions to the forefront. And many of those are not even called climate tech or clean tech, because we usually think of those as end-of-pipe technologies. We don't think about those who are really smart technologies. A video conference providers, or new one, compression of videos that makes video meetings smarter. Those are not seen as clean techs. They're deep tech smart solutions that helps us live smarter, but currently they're outside. So Sylvia, could you share a little bit of your work and some of the amazing results you've seen so far?
Of course. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Dennis, and thank you to the whole UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub team for the opportunity to present how we at Tech Founders support 1.5 degree compatible innovations. I have some slides I can show. Would you please share them for me? Okay, great. Thank you. The next slide, please. Let me start with who we are and what we do. The Unternehmertum is one of the largest entrepreneurship centers in Europe. Founded in 2002, we bring together a community of international universities, startups, of which successful examples are Flixbus, Twice, or Lilium. We work together with established organizations from different industries, government entities and foundations, and a global network of investors. The Unternehmertum was originally built with the purpose to enable entrepreneurship out of academia and is linked closely to the Technical University of Munich. Today, we are active along the whole value chain of innovation, from running programs on entrepreneurship education, startup programs for early and later stage companies, where we accelerate and incubate over 150 startups per year. We are active in corporate innovation activities, and we have our own VC fund of over 250 million under management. In addition, we offer large, high-tech workshops in the center of Munich for startups and innovators to build and test hardware solutions. Next slide, please. Two back, please. Yes, that one. Thank you. With Tech Founders, we are the Unternehmertum's startup flagship program, bringing together industry players and VCs in order to collaborate and invest in global tech startups that create impact. We do have a strong focus on climate tech solutions, and it's right, Dennis, that we don't always call them that way. And we offer innovation programs with the goal that every startup runs a pilot project with an industry partner. And together with the BMW Foundation, we have built, for example, the Respond Accelerator, which has the mission to promote and scale solutions to the most pressing social, environmental, and economic challenges of our time. Our newest initiative is the Net Zero Accelerator, which is designed as an open innovation ecosystem with the goal to incubate and accelerate solutions toward avoiding and reducing emissions by 2050. Next slide, please. For the Net Zero Accelerator, we want to identify and accelerate solutions that can challenge the status quo and can bring us closer to the targets of carbon neutrality. These include for us the focus topics of alternative energy sources, carbon capture, circular economy, ocean technologies, battery storage, as well as hydrogen, future fuels, and advanced materials. Next slide, please. We believe that the need for rapid reductions of greenhouse gas emissions will require us to change perspective from not only improvements in existing systems, but towards transformative system changes. Therefore, focusing on solutions that can challenge and change the status quo. From our perspective, this involves bridging gaps between stakeholders from complementary industries, including, for example, aerospace, oil and gas, energy, agriculture, and heavy transformation. And these accompanied by stakeholders from academia, research, investors, in order to really support the development of 1.5-degree compatible solutions. According to the IEA, the majority of CO2 emissions reductions through the next 10 years will come from technologies which are on the market today. However, by 2050, almost half the reductions will come from solutions that are currently at the prototyping phase. And in order to support these new technology innovation, for us, collaboration is the key towards a net zero economy. We believe that bringing together combined capabilities, cutting down silos, and building an ecosystem of real open innovation will make global industry far more efficient and effective. With the Net Zero Accelerator, we have the goal to create partnerships that can test, build, validate, and bring new early-stage innovations to scale. And we are launching these initiatives in early 2022. Back to you, Dennis.
Thank you very much. And I think this is just another example of what's happening under the radar that few people who works with classical climate work are seeing, that we have this enormous pipeline now rushing out. But it was also a quote or a reference to an organization, the International Energy Agency, who started basically as a supply oil assessment organization, but has now evolved. And one of the persons I've had the fortune to work with and discuss with is Simon Bennett, who's an energy analyst at that organization. And I will make no excuses for having made fun of earlier assessments and models from the International Energy Agency, but I would also say that the International Energy Agency now has leapfrogged. I wouldn't say they're totally on the forefront, but they actually left many NGOs and other organizations behind with the latest kind of studies they've done. So, but also the increased work on incubators and the next generation solutions that was mentioned here, that so much of what we actually need is something that is in the pipeline now here. So over to you, Simon, and some reflections of your work with incubators and the next generation of solutions.
Thank you, Dennis. Good afternoon, Glasgow, and hi to everybody who might be tuning in around the world or in the audience. I think Dennis has done a great job of pointing out already that I am the odd one out on this panel, that I am not one of the entrepreneurial heroes, one of the ecosystem champions. I'm not doing the work of Katarina, Smita, Sebastian, or Sylvia, which is just, as Dennis said, it is behind the scenes and it is absolutely terrific. But the IEA has really enjoyed working with Dennis and Smita and getting much closer to this topic of innovation in the last couple of years. So I'm going to start by doing what the IEA does best and bring in a couple of high-level statistics for you to consider. We're going to talk about this word acceleration, which seems to be on everybody's lips, and then talk a little bit about policies and what government can and is doing. So let's just start off with that number that Sylvia's already mentioned, where we had a look at the emissions. Now, I almost said emissions reductions, Dennis. I actually mean avoided emissions to get from our kind of stated policy scenario, which is often called our baseline scenario, down to our net zero by 2050 scenario, and looked at the technologies that are available now on the market to be deployed to fill in all of the gaps in the energy service delivery that we see. And what we found was that there are 50% roughly of the emissions reductions that are needed, the avoided emissions, I should say, because it's going from one scenario to the other, which includes increased services around the world. In order to do that, we need technologies where there is no available solution that is currently beyond the prototype or demonstration stage. Now, that does not mean that the ones that are currently at the demonstration phase are going to be the ones that succeed. And what we actually hope is that we have more competition coming in here. We have this active kind of dynamic innovation system that everybody's been talking about, making sure that we have as much disruption as possible. Another statistic here is that we also looked in that scenario at what would be the market opportunity around the world for the people that are innovating new solutions in a number of equipment areas around solar, wind, hydrogen, and batteries. And what we found is that from here to 2050, it's a $1.2 trillion market opportunity if you're able to get your technology into that area, and it's comparable with the oil and gas as a trade today. So we've been looking at these comparisons, we've been trying to highlight the opportunity, but at the same time, we've been looking at the fact that 40% of all of the investment in these scenarios in order to get to deep emissions reductions in the energy system is going to need to be in emerging and developing markets. And 70% of the deployment of things like solar and wind are going to be in those markets. And those markets are not our traditional innovators, and yet we need the appropriate solutions that can be delivered there, and the solutions that are domestic, able to tap into global supply chains, are going to make energy transitions much more palatable and much easier to undertake. The last statistic I have is just the one about existing timescales in the energy system. We know that often it takes a long time to deploy new technologies. It took solar PV something like 20 years before it got to a place where governments were able to put in feed-in tariffs, and then another 20 years in order to get to around 1% of total energy supply. So traditionally, these things take a long time. That's why the IEA and others are talking about this word accelerate when we talk about innovation. And I just want to say that we are talking about innovation now, whereas we used to talk a lot about technology. That's a really great advance. I think that this panel has shown that we need to move from talking in general terms about innovation towards talking about ecosystems and open innovation, because when we look at what can be done in order to achieve this acceleration, we tend to focus on metrics that come easily to hand. So how much R&D funding is there? How many patents are there in areas that we know about? How many demonstration projects are there? But by the time we get to 2030, hopefully 2050, certainly, and we look back on 2021, I think that what we're going to find is that the surprises from technology are not going to come from the areas that are easy to track today, or necessarily the ones that we're looking at. I think that many of the surprises are going to come from bottom-up developments in the ecosystems. I think some people refer to these as verticals around artificial intelligence, around advanced materials, this whole suite of deep tech technologies, where we need to be asking the question, how can these things help us to deliver energy services more cheaply, more effectively, and with lower emissions in the future. And that's not necessarily a question that can be asked with the traditional way of looking at energy research funding or innovation. So I'm going to shift now quickly to the policy part of this, because the IEA works for our member governments and increasingly works with governments outside of our membership group. We look at policies, and when we started thinking about this idea of innovation ecosystems, incubators, startups, it wasn't obviously clear to me that that governments had a major role to play. The private sector does a pretty good job of funneling capital where it can be used. So we started to look at government policies that are targeting this area and to see what impact they're having. And actually, I've been really surprised to see there's some great things happening around the world, and that includes what's happening in India with the Clean Energy International Incubator Center, but also the technology business incubators in Scandinavia, in North America. And we're writing a report at the moment that compiles experiences that just shows actually how creative many governments are being in supporting startups that can contribute to avoided emissions in the future. But there's one area where I think that governments are still struggling, and where best practice can be shared much more readily between governments, and that's around how do you choose and prioritize the technologies that you want to target. And I think that the discussion we're having today really gets to the heart of this issue of how hard it is, if you just look at energy technologies, to identify the things that might lead to breakthroughs and spillovers in the future. So I'd really like for these great new initiatives around mission innovation, but also the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, to take on this challenge of helping governments to share best practice in prioritization of technologies, and in terms of how do you funnel support in creative ways through funding, through incubation, but also networking and provision of infrastructure. Now, that all needs to happen alongside the things that we know about, the investments in major decarbonisation demonstration projects for the steel and cement sectors, and even something that we've been talking about this week, innovation for making sure that we can reduce methane emissions around the world. It's not an either or, and the IEA is going to continue to work with our friends in all of these initiatives to make sure that the whole kind of portfolio of technologies is working together. I think that that's the sort of the sum of what I wanted to say. But in terms of what I think the speakers that are all going to be able to contribute to it also is better data by working together, so that we can track progress. And we released today our latest version of our Tracking Clean Energy Progress report, and I encourage you all to find that on our website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. Unfortunately, due to the tech things we had initially, we don't have much time for questions, but if there's someone who has an urgent question you'd like to pose to someone here, let me know. If not, we probably just need to say thank you to anyone who's turned in from midnight in India to normal time here in Europe, and say thank you. And we're really looking forward to, because I think if you look at these faces now on the screen, these are the ones that I hope by COP27 will be much more prominent in media, in policy making, because these are the people sitting on the solutions for the future. It's not yesterday's people holding us back. These are the people who want to get to the future as fast as possible. Thank you all for contributing to this, and look forward to collaborate and accelerate together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. And we're ready to roll. Thank you. And maybe the first slide. Oh, Sarah is here. Early morning, I guess.
Morning. Almost time. Pleased to be here.
And Louis and Bram. And we have Roberta and Gabriella here. So, thank you. Maybe first slide, I'll just do an introduction here to the different participants we have. So the last session was more about the incubators and those who are pushing the solution forward. Here we have those who actually help those stakeholders to assess their emissions, to assess their 1.5 compatibility, and help them connect to the markets. So first slide, please. So basically a dream team. There's still not that many people who are trying to assess avoid emissions and focus on solution providers. Most of the carbon data here and the initiatives are about reducing emissions from current polluters. Important as it is, as we heard from EIA, most of the solutions that are relevant for tomorrow is up and coming. They're not out on the market. How do we find them? How do we accelerate them? How do we make them come out to the market? And this is what this session is about, seeing how we can together, under the UNFCCC's Global Innovation Hub, Mission Innovation and others, come together and be one strong voice for this solution agenda. And next slide. I keep on, for you who have been here, it's the first slide for everyone. It's the one showing the expanded innovation agenda, because it's so important for you to distinguish between what we usually think about climate work. Big polluters, existing sectors, reducing their emissions. Super important, but what we are talking about primarily here are human needs. How do we get nutrition? How do we get access to health? How do we live? How do we enjoy life? How do we get research done? And who can provide the solutions that allow us to do that? That's the expanded innovation space. That's looking towards the future. Next slide. So the question we have here is really, how do we create a support for 1.5 compatibility and avoid emissions framework by leading stakeholders? So we agree we might have slightly different approaches and assessing in slightly different ways, but we agree on the overall approach. So it's not a fight between what kind of assessment is the best one, and they're totally impossible to compare. It's also agree on the different kind of needs. Next slide. Because innovators, investors, and markets have different needs at different times. Sometimes you just need an order of magnitude to know if this is relevant. Sometimes you need to know very exactly the kind of number of tons something is reducing. And that creates sometimes a bit of confusion. And I would say the biggest confusion is the difference between a PR-driven approach, when you say, how can I communicate this in a credible way because it's part of my PR department, and a strategic approach, when these assessments are made to understand where the future is heading and when you make your strategic choices. Next slide. And what we've been trying to do in Mission Innovation is really to invite everyone and say, we don't want to have a single solution. We don't want to be the one who says, this is how things are done. We want to say, let's come together and share best practice around these assessments and create a framework so we can compare those and say, what is really needed for us to do these things? And what are the aspects that needs to be done? So that's what we've been doing, both in terms of explaining why avoided emissions, sometimes a bad name because of the offsetting and other kind of people using it now. But what we are talking about is what is happening in society when you do something, not the offsetting and try to do something around your own emissions, but really what is happening in society. How can we measure that? And how do we make sure that it's 1.5 compatible also, not within lock-in and other things? Next slide. And that's really what we have done now at the core of our work now, is to see how do we use IPCC's best science to assess them if they're 1.5 compatible. Because right now, many are looking for the big solutions, inverted commas, like CCS and other things. Might be nice, but most studies show that those are not 1.5 compatible for global sustainability. They hold us back in resource inefficient structures with business as usual. So what we're really looking at is the core needs in society. At best, CCS is a bridge towards something that is smart, but at worst, it's a distraction towards real deep sustainability. And right now, I would argue, as a technology, it's okay, but the way it's being used as an excuse by many, both governments and big business, for not taking action, it's really part of the problem. And that's what we really wanted to look at. What are the things? And many of you might know the IPCC and the 1.5 report, but few of people seem to know that one of the pathways was without CCS, showing that we are smart enough today to deliver these things. It will require a lot of us, but it is possible. I don't think we're probably going to reach and be that smart, but I think it's important for us to understand that the technology is here. We can be that smart already today. Next slide. So what we try to do then is really try to understand solution providers, companies, incubators, innovators, in what kind of value proposition do they have? What kind of service provision do they have? Is it a product or is it a need that they're trying to satisfy? What kind of system change? Is it incremental or disruptive? So we have a better understanding of what they have. I'd like to point out two things that make this really special, not just the different aspects being measured, but the fact that we have a quantum category also. It's not just that something can be green, yellow, or red. Sometimes it depends on how it's going to be implemented. And some of the most exciting solutions are quantum solutions. They can be really part of the problem and accelerate continuous unsustainable consumption, or they can be part of the solution. So that's one thing, the quantum superposition, that we need to acknowledge that system change is something that is really complicated and that policymakers need to acknowledge. The second one is feedback loops. If we're going to have accelerated change, feedback loops is absolutely fundamental. The reason that we can have some of the really rapid uptake is feedback loops. The reason we have virtual meetings now is the more people have it, the more attractive it becomes because it's easier to do, cost goes down, it's more resource efficient because the server hosts. If you were to build a system for virtual meeting between two people, then you could be basically, fly all your life around, and it will be still more resource efficient. But everyone being connected, then it's a fraction of a fraction. You can't even compare it with flying. And that's these kind of network effects that are rarely understood also. And that's what we are assessing them both on a product feedback. If you launch a plant-based diet, then the probability of someone trying something else plant-based increases. So it's not just the direct effect, it's also indirect effects. You also have infrastructure feedback. If you build something that connects people and then that data can be used by others, that's a positive thing. And the most important one, least discussed, is the institutional feedback. And that's why the new sustainable stakeholders are so important, because they bring the new voice. The reason that we have bailouts now through the reconstruction and rebuilding after COVID being so bad is, of course, that the big voices today who wants to keep on doing what they've done is asking for money. And they are keeping institutional feedbacks and saying, we are the one who's going to be invited because we want to talk about the money. You're not inviting tomorrow's entrepreneurs when you talk about building back. Very few governments still do, even though those are the ones who will create tomorrow's jobs and tomorrow's sustainable society. So that's why we also assess what kind of institutional feedback is happening when these entrepreneurs and companies are doing that. So that's my introduction. And then the last thing that I just wanted to show is that we're soon going to launch together in dialogue. Before we launch it, we're going to have discussions with everyone involved, is how do we assess these different tools and initiatives that exist here around, so that people can see that some of them might be greenwashing, but most of them are really good, but for certain areas, at certain things, for certain stakeholders. And that's where I also think currently there's not a way to distinguish what they're good for, so a lot of people get a bit confused. When in the project cycle do you use it? What is the scope that is covered? What is the time horizon you're looking at? Is it today or is it 50 years from now? What are the uncertainties do you use, etc.? All these things are important to understand for you when you look at that kind of number coming out. So the numbers are perfect, but it's also the context of those numbers. So that's the last thing that I want to show before I hand over to one of my favorites, the Crane tool, and Sarah Kearney, who's the founder and executive director of the Prime Coalition, who's been doing some amazing work on providing what I think could be one of the core pillars internationally to doing quick and easy assessment, but also challenging to how do we build up that database, and how do we also make sure that, as we said in the last one, how do we make sure that we also have resources to assess the really transformative unknowns that also need to be covered. So I'd just like to hand over to Sarah and have her explain the Prime work a bit and the amazing work you've done.
Well, thank you so much. I want to start by saying thank you to the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, to Mission Innovation, to RISE, and each of my colleagues who are speaking with me here today. And thank you to all of you in the audience. I can't see you, but I'm so glad to be here virtually with you after a long year of reckonings to talk about this really important topic. My name is Sarah Kearney. I serve as Executive Director of Prime Coalition, which is a nonprofit organization headquartered in Cambridge, Massachusetts in the US. As a mother of 3 children from 16 months old to 6 years old, I always center first and foremost by thinking about my children and about all of the children in future generations who are going to experience the impacts of climate change that those of us here today may or may not. A recent report published in Science showed that any baby born in 2020 will face 7 times more extreme climate events in their lifetime than a baby born at the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. Young people in countries or regions with less protective infrastructure or that are prone to natural disasters will experience these impacts much worse. And the tangible and intangible suffering from climate consequences is hurting people. It's taking people's lives and livelihoods, and the coming disasters will worsen inequality in countless ways. It's also affecting hearts and hope for many of the courageous people in this room, and we face such an overwhelming challenge. But what many people in this room are also in a unique position of privilege. Power, expressed here as capital and influence, insulates us by giving us choices. And it gives us the time to look ahead, even though climate change will affect everyone. We often center on children at Prime because it's a reflection of how future thinking shapes what we do today. Prime partners with philanthropists and other mission-driven investors to support market-driven solutions to climate change. So for us, impact always comes first. Every Prime program since our founding in 2014 is designed to catalyze, deepen, or accelerate solutions that we believe will one day massively reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Our activities laser focus on bringing value and impact that others are not, because we believe that overlooked innovation and overlooked people are missed opportunities. We call this way of thinking additionality. Additionality shows up in our role as an investor. We channel capital toward deep impact, emerging climate solutions that have the potential to make a huge impact on greenhouse gas emissions in 5, 10, or 20 years, but don't yet look like your typical venture capital investment. To fill this gap, Prime provides catalytic capital, which enables impact that wouldn't have been possible without it. Catalytic capital can absorb longer time horizons, lower financial returns, or disproportionate risk that finance-first investors cannot take on. Our core value of additionality also shapes Prime's programming outside of our investments, which enable, deepen, and accelerate the development of climate tech leaders, tools, and industries that need catalytic support. One example is that Prime is currently assessing whether we're the right organization to help fill gaps in project finance in addition to our venture practice. As the capital markets in climate innovation change, so does our analysis of additionality. So when the tide is all the way out on climate investment, our own gap-filling investment approach is critical. In a year of over $40 billion of new climate investment, prime support of other investment firms becomes even more critical. And we support other investors in their assessment and reporting of emissions reductions that will happen in the future. So I think this is particularly relevant in the context of today's panel. Back in 2019, the MacArthur Foundation, the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, and the Massachusetts Clean Energy Center sponsored Prime to build a free, open source software tool based on our own approach to the assessment of forward-looking emissions reduction potential. And alongside our development partner, ROAI, we launched the first version of the Crane tool in April of 2020. It's free, and you can find it at cranetool.org. Today, Crane has over 2,500 active users. After conducting in-depth surveys with those users this past summer, we're now prioritizing the very long list of follow-on development requests for Crane version 2. We want to be able to enable investment firms, including our own, to more easily conduct analyses that avoid double counting. We want to help firms that don't have in-house analysts to take on this difficult work. We want to cover more granular geographic data. But in a discipline as complex and diverse as assessing potential future impact, no one organization can or should hold the work on its own. As we started speaking to other investors, we realized that many people were asking similar questions and coming up with their own disparate answers to questions that Crane and other tools can't answer on their own. Investors need shared vocabulary, shared principles, and shared methodology around forward-looking emissions assessment. And so that's why Prime is serving as the home to a new nonprofit program called Project Frame, which is dedicated to engaging a large community of climate investors and serving as a tour guide to forward-looking emissions assessment. We've co-convened the program with the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative in London, Energy Impact Partners, Bridges Fund Management, Emerald Ventures, Clean Energy Venture Fund, the Rota Group, Nice Snow, Prelude Ventures, Carbon Direct, Autodesk Foundation, and Just Climate from Generation Management, who I'm so excited is represented on the panel today by Roberta Benedetti. Roberta has already contributed so much to the Project Frame Content Working Group and the Steering Committee. So if you're an investor and you would like help with your forward-looking emissions assessment, you can find Project Frame at forwardimpact.how. And again, thank you so much for having me here today. I'm really looking forward to diving in deeper into the topic together.
Yes. Thank you, Sarah. And that's one part, and it's been fantastic to see that. It's quite US-based still, and coming into Europe, we've seen another initiative with that Bram has been leading and been really a partner through mission innovation through the whole development process also, and have had slightly different approach, but with similar objectives on trying to help incubators and startups to quantify and understand their potential for avoided emissions. So over to you, Bram, and tell you a little bit about your work and what you see moving forward here now, and the kind of synergies we see now emerging on a global scale for this kind of work that you've been leading.
Absolutely, yes. And thank you, Dennis, for the invitation and for all of you organizing this together, for bringing us together, which I think is a real, we are the innovators in a place, and I've been watching the program today. So all of that together builds a collection of capacities that we really need for the future. So I think it's really hopeful to see all of these stakeholders join in with the session that you've organized, and feel honored to pay my contribution to it, for which I prepared a couple of slides. So if they could be shown, I'll appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah. Impact Forecast makes impact data and expertise available to anyone with an easy online tool and with accessible workshops leveraged by expert coaching and validation on demand. Next slide, please. And my name is Bram van Grinten. I'm an industrial design engineer, so I grew up designing products with lifecycle assessment in mind. Sustainability has always been my specialization. And when a couple of years ago, 5 or 6, I started to coach with Climate Kick, the startups in this eco-innovation space, I noticed that the tools that I possess as a sustainable designer aren't commonplace. So it became my purpose to make impact data and expertise accessible to first these Climate Kick startups, and now generally to startups and SMEs and also to R&D developments. So for early stage projects, because this is where the market was unserved, I think. Leading into our forecast tool, which I'll explain more on following slides. I don't do this alone, so on the next slide you can see the team that we do this with, a core team, and a flexible group of international trainers. These operate worldwide in different languages and also with different expertise and educational backgrounds. But what they have in common is a passion for positive impact, design engineering, for lifecycle assessment, and for conveying this knowledge to startups. And the difference that we make is around this scalability. So on the next slide, you can see how current methods of impact assessment are really holding back the ability of startups to include this in their work. It's actually one slide back. So what you can see on the left here, thank you, is that companies currently have to ask third-party assessments generally for their, or third-party experts for their assessment of the climate and environmental impact of their products, because the data is not accessible to the company directly, and also the tools that crunch the numbers with this data, they are not easy enough to learn. So that's where experts come in, which makes this whole field of life cycle assessment prohibitively expensive for the innovations that we have addressed in this day are going to really be building the economy of the future. So in our more scalable model, companies directly access the lifecycle assessment data, and we made the tools a lot easier so they can make self-assessments and test their ideas. As they develop the product, they can navigate to better impact. And when they need to, they get help from impact experts in a much more scalable and demand-driven way. So on the next slide, you can see that the result of that is that we help startups, but also other innovators to know, grow, and show their positive climate impact. So we always work with impact companies, but they could be adaptation projects or mitigation or enabling projects and across any sector or discipline. And they can know their climate impact because of the tool, which is an easy online calculator with database integrated, to perform a sort of life cycle assessment, but only of key differences. And this is learned in a workshop, after which they can grow the impact, because not only does the innovation improve because of outside forces, they can also use the tool to make choices for the most sustainable options wherever they do have a choice. And finally, we help them show the impact, because all these calculations and numbers are meaningless if they cannot be used to inform decisions. We mean decisions within the startup or innovator team, but very much also towards the outside, to clients and more to investors, which are much more driving also the demand for our solutions nowadays. So on the next slide, you can see a couple of investors, accelerators that we work with, that all share this problem, that they have hundreds or at least dozens of teams coming through their programs, where it has to be proven whether they have a positive climate impact, because it's not always as obvious as one would hope. So there's a lot of sustainable technology that sounds really green and that is even celebrated as future solutions, whereas if you do a simple calculation, there isn't really the evidence for it. And more importantly, what these institutions also have in common is that they are investing in a large portfolio of projects. And between those projects, those with positive impact can be 100 or 1,000 times more impactful than others. So it's in their interest that we work with these startups in cohorts. And on the next slide, you can see the effect of our approach. So there is still a stage later in the development where you have enough details or enough resources at a company to afford the current standard lifecycle assessment technology, which isn't scalable, but is a lot more accurate. However, in the beginning, accuracy is not the problem. As I said, often these impacts differ by many orders of magnitude. So the choice is between 1,000 impact or 10 impact, and it doesn't matter what's behind the comma. And what we see of these earlier assessments, the effect is twofold. Firstly, the startup can make additional impact because they have this compass to navigate towards positive impact with every decision. And also the fund or the organization or accelerator incubating these teams makes better impact because they can select and breed more impactful projects. So with this background knowledge, we can support the avoided emissions framework. Next slide, please. On nominating innovations that fit this 1.5 agenda, and also supply some pre-screening data with our scalable tool. the calculations. Also, validation and alignment on methods, that's a bit deeper, but let's get to the almost final slide. So when it comes to a platform to classify tools and solutions, we could help to nominate tools. We have a tool library ourselves that would be useful to help cluster, and in a way we've already done that and supplied lists of tools, and we might help them assess. But I'm much more interested in the conversation that is starting to happen over the launched climate innovation hubs, and this idea of a platform approach where we share impact data in a much more scalable way. Because that's needed. Currently, we are driving blind, as one of the previous speakers have said. We are not measuring our improvements. And let's finish with a quote from Peter Drucker, which is on the last slide. If you can't measure it, you can't improve it. So that's what we need to do at a massive scale. And that's what I'm here to contribute my thoughts to. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And now I would like to introduce a person that's, I was about to say a favorite of mine, but well, maybe that also, but representing really the rapid change in society. You know, I don't know how many of you have been around since '97 and Kyoto, but if you looked at the largest companies on the planet now, because we've been talking about the small startups, but there are large companies to assess also. I don't know if you heard about a company called Tesla, for instance. They didn't even exist in '97. We have plant-based burgers. We have so many things that are happening right now that are totally fundamentally changing the way we can approach things. And most investors are still living in Kyoto time. They're trying to ask the big emitters to say, which is the least worst of you? And I will put you in my fund and call that green. What? But you also have those who are looking ahead and saying, how can we look at some of the companies that are really delivering something? So without further ado, Gabriella, the stage is yours. I don't know. I guess that's a good place to be.
We're gonna try this. Oh, it works. I love that. Good afternoon. I am so happy to be here. My name is Gabriella Herculano. I'm a founder and CEO of London-based green fintech iClimateEarth. I have some slides. Thank you. Thank you, perfect. As Dennis said, we look for the products and services that preclude emissions from ever taking place. The true innovators, the companies with existing solutions today, leading us into the world of tomorrow. So what are these solutions and how do we know they are relevant? By using hard data, green revenue and potential avoided emissions at the company level. That information did not exist. Most data providers look backwards, looking for carbon footprint reductions, or they try to sell ESG scorecards. Next slide, please. At 54 gigatons of CO2 equivalent annual emissions, trying to reduce that by 7.6% in 2021, it means we need 4.1 gigatons of CO2 equivalent reduction. Where is that coming from? And are we on track? So we use the tools developed by Dennis and his team at Mission Innovation to try to answer these questions. It took us 18 months, but we quantified potential avoided emissions for 2021 for the companies in our universe. It amounts to about 0.6 gigatons of CO2 equivalent. This exercise gave us many relevant insights. One of them is the notion of time value of carbon. Similar to time value of money, avoidance in the future is worth less than avoidance now. Another is ROI, the solutions with high avoidance per dollar invested. Next slide, please. – 2050 net zero pledges are important, but our crucial focus is the 2030 milestone of cutting emissions in half. Exponential Roadmap brought project drawdown findings to that 10-year horizon. We look at the existing solutions, units of solar panels, gearboxes, electric vehicles, lithium-ion batteries, wind turbines, electric scooters, telepresence calls, carpooling rides, plant-based burgers, solar inverters, solar meters. smart meters, smart thermostats, fuel cells, and more. I will not have time, next slide please, to get into the weeds of these 5 cases, but let me cut to the chase. We're not on track. Let's take plant-based diet. It could enable 2.18 gigatons of CO2 equivalent avoidance until 2030. We looked at plant-based burgers, well represented by a company called Beyond Meat. A University of Michigan study shows that a single Beyond Meat pea-based burger avoids around 3.3 kilograms of CO2 equivalent. Even going from 150 million units sold in 2020 to 5 billion in 2030, that solution avoids 1% of the exponential roadmap estimate. This indicates that Lancet diet, plant-based dairy, and potentially even lab-grown meat are amongst the solutions that need to scale up. Telepresence, a solution that out of a sad reason we all got very used to. Zoom became a household name. Exponential roadmap estimates 0.47 gigatons of CO2 equivalent could be avoided by 2030 if we replace business air travel with telepresence. A London to New York round trip has an emission factor of 622 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per passenger. If 417 million trips are avoided globally by 2030, telepresence could deliver 55% of exponential roadmap's estimates, Zoom producing half of that. Telepresence is highly scalable, cost competitive, and adoption is in place. The challenge is that for this avoidance to materialize, it requires a permanent cut in airplane rides. Next slide, please. Electric vehicles, a much talked about solution. Tesla just became a $1 trillion market cap company, but it sold 500,000 battery electric vehicles, or BEVs, in 2020. We expect Tesla to sell 20 million BEVs in 2030, and other EV players plus incumbent players to sell 30 million units. So in 2030, we forecast 50 million out of 90 million passenger vehicles to be BEVs. Cumulative sale, as we see, of about 183 million BEVs, as at the top of the slide. This is aggressive. But even in this scenario, we are short of the 1.26 gigatons of CO2 equivalent estimated by exponential roadmap. So if we look at the table at the bottom, we see that 2 factors are very impactful. Firstly, if BEVs are charged using the grid, or if they use 100% renewable energy. Secondly, if BEVs are used in higher mileage range, replacing more internal combustion engine cars. Long-range BEVs with fully renewable energy charging results in 2.4 times greater avoidance. Next slide, please. And now the most relevant solution of them all, solar PV. It could avoid 4.71 gigatons of CO2 equivalent. Our base case is the US installing 1,000 gigawatts of solar by 2035. That's 10 times growth to the current levels. We believe local distributed solar could represent 25% of that, but we model a more conservative 10%. Sunrun is a company that epitomizes this solution, a leader in US residential solar rooftop installation. If policies promoting distributed generation were in place, we could assume solar rooftop replacing coal-fired power plants, as opposed to replacing the average grid. If treated strategically, US distributed generation could be 5.6 times more impactful as a solution. Next slide, please. Innovation can move us away from high emissions business as usual. We have conviction that the quantification of potential avoided emissions is the most powerful tool we have in our hands. But we need companies to disclose more. Also, we would love more collaboration on the use of this metric. I'm not going to be the first one today quoting Peter Drucker, but we also think that his 5 words a little bit, we quote him in a little bit different way, are very powerful. What gets measured gets managed. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabby. It's so interesting to see how the different parts of the ecosystem coming together from different parts with the sort of incubator work, but also the institutional investors. And one of mine, I mentioned Tesla because it's just a time in space, but the year after, Generation Investment Management was created by Blood and Gore, Al Gore and David Blood. And they've been at the forefront of trying to invest in the future. And when I contacted them and said, what are you thinking about? Roberta was there, and we'll talk about something even more exciting, just climate. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Is it working? Yeah. Thank you so much. I want to start by thanking you and Mission Innovation and the UNFCCC for convening this panel and for the great work that you are doing that is really inputting and influencing the work that we are doing. And I also see sort of collaborations that have happened, and I think that will continue to happen also among members of this panel. The crane tool that Sarah talked about earlier was incredibly helpful to us as well. So definitely go and look that up. My name is Roberta Benedetti Del Rio. I'm an independent consultant to Just Climate. Just Climate is a newly established investment business launched by Generation Investment Management. Our focus is on climate-led investing, which we define as investing with the aim of catalyzing timely climate impact at scale. So we are focused on the time value of carbon, a term we've heard earlier. And we are focused on the next decade and on taking solutions that exist, that are technologically proven, but that need to be deployed at a much more rapid pace. We think there's a funding gap for those, and that's what we're trying to address. The way we look at these solutions is by looking at the greenhouse gas mitigation that those can enable in those next 10 years. And by that, we mean emissions avoided or removed. So the avoidance emission framework and avoided emissions as a term and as a metric are really important in the way that we think about deploying capital. So maybe I can just talk a little bit about how that drives our investment process and therefore what we focus on and what solutions we look for. To start with, we start with a prioritization framework to look at the areas that have the biggest potential impact in the next 10 years. To do that, we use a lot of the tools mentioned here. We try and combine them. We try and add our own layer of analysis to that. We also look at which ones need catalytic capital, because we believe some of them are on a more rapid pace of progression compared to others that are in harder to abate sector. And so that meant that our focus is, in fact, in these harder to abate sectors, this very sort of asset heavy and therefore capex heavy type of projects and companies that need flexible capital, that need innovative solutions, and that fall a little bit in the cracks of existing financial markets because maybe they are a bit too capital intensive for venture capital, or they're not proven enough for infrastructure investors, and so they are a little bit in the middle and get left out. And so that's what we try and address with our climate-led approach. Another area that is dear to our hearts is making sure that impact is at the heart of how we do business and at the heart of a financial institution like ourselves. So we set targets on the climate impact that we want to achieve. And those targets are also something that drives our performance in the strategies that we design, and therefore our fees, effectively, our incentives. And so we think that's quite groundbreaking. We think that's quite innovative for institutional scale investing. We also think that requires, of course, very, very detailed and precise and integrating the way you measure those greenhouse gas emissions that are mitigated, and therefore we developed a methodology that very much leaned on the avoided emissions framework, the Mission Innovation published, but also other frameworks like the Greenhouse Gas Protocol and others, and try to adapt that to our own use case. And so that is something that we've done. It took us a bit of work, definitely. It took a little bit of rethinking and challenging the way that things are done in financial institutions and particularly in the private markets, because really people are used to being paid on a carry, and this is very, very different. And so it made some people uncomfortable for a while, but then it became clear that we could do this. We had the tools, and we could do this, and so this is one of the things that I'm really proud of, just pioneering that aspect of the climate-led investing also through the way we're incentivized. So yeah, that is what I wanted to say, and it's great to be here. So thank you so much.
Fantastic, thank you. So we've been talking about people being slightly outside and assessing. I also want to take now and have the great honor of introducing Luis Neves, who I have been fortunate enough to work with now for, I guess, decades almost. He and Chris Tuppen was shaping the whole ICT industry and having them recognize that they have a role as a solution providers. They created Jessie, the Global Enabling Sustainability Initiatives. Luis has also been at the forefront of thinking of these things, not just being on the marketing thing, and he's just launched, and probably will mention also, the Digital with Purpose initiative that is really trying to see also how companies are not using this as a green communication parts, but part of their value proposition. How are companies reimagining themselves as being not just developing something that people purchase, but also delivering something positive. So Luis Neves, CEO of Jessie and Grandmaster of avoided emissions and thinking in this way. Your thoughts and input, please.
Well, Dennis, thank you so much. And it's a pleasure being here after such a long time. I would love to have been with you at COP in Glasgow. But I think I'm giving my contribution to climate change by staying quiet. In this case here at the hotel, I just heard Brad Smith from Microsoft about his experience at the opening of COP. It was a very interesting debate, a very close debate with some CEOs here in Portugal, and some learnings again as well, how big corporations manage to communicate their achievements. And many companies are doing good stuff. The problem that we are facing is that it's not enough. We need to speed up things, and we all know that the world is not on track, and that is fundamental really to change the direction where things are going to. And thank you so much also to the UNFCCC. UNFCCC has been an amazing partner of Jessie for many years. We invested also in its initiative called Momentum for Change. At that time, we were quite disruptive. It was about bringing the ICT into the discussion of the climate convention. We still have a lot of work to do because ICT is not yet seen as a solution driver for climate. Although in Jessie, we have been doing a lot of work in that direction. It's not because we want to portray our industry as the best industry in the world. It's because we do believe that the digital technologies will be a fundamental and the key driver of reducing carbon emissions, as we have the capacity to dematerialize many, many things. I'm not saying that everything that we are doing is good. What I'm saying is that most of the things that we are doing have a positive impact and a much bigger impact than the negative impacts that our industry also has. So in Jessie, as Danny said, we have been working very much on the enabling capacity of technologies, trying to understand what are those impacts, and trying to demonstrate that companies which invest on digital technologies, they are really giving a much bigger contribution to reducing not only carbon emissions, but overall giving a positive contribution in all the sustainability dimensions of the economy. So when we talk about carbon emissions, we also need to consider many other components. And when we talk about sustainability, it's not only about environment. So sustainability has three dimensions: the environmental dimension, the social dimension, and also, of course, the economical dimension. And in that regard, and after many studies that we did, the SMART reports in 2008 with McKinsey, the SMART 2020 report with Boston Consulting in 2012, the SMART 2030 report with the Century Strategy in 2015, and more recently, the Digital Repurpose report in 2019 with Deloitte. All those reports show clearly that digital technologies are giving a positive contribution to address the most pressing challenges in the world. The thing is, we have evidence, we have the reports, we have the knowledge that shows that, but we need action. Without action, we will not be achieving what we need to achieve. And the Digital Repurpose report was a cry inside Jesse to say, well, we need really to use the findings of this report and to leverage the capacity of digital technologies to address the most pressing challenges of the world, and which are laid down in the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. And therefore, instead of investing more time on reports, on research, we decided to move into an actionable agenda, and we started what we call today the Digital Repurpose movement, which is about accelerating action through digital technologies. And this is a very ambitious movement, a movement that we call the movement of leaders. And why do we say that? Because when designing the movement, we set the ambition towards 2030, and we said clearly, this movement cannot be for laggards. This movement needs to be for visionaries, for leaders, for companies that really want to change the way that things are moving. And so we want all those leaders to join forces in Jesse in the race to deliver against the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. So when designing the movement, we design it with an ambition. So if we think about climate change, the ambition, what is the ambition? The ambition is really to be net zero by 2030. There is no reason to have a different conversation. We cannot talk about 2040. We cannot talk about 2050. We have been talking about those dates, and what we are seeing is that we are not reverting the emissions. And therefore, it would be extremely important that we change the conversation. And to change the conversation, we need action. And action means setting the ambition level, and then to get the companies to commit to that agenda. And therefore, the Digital Repurpose movement has been designed without an ambition. It's a competitive movement. We don't want anyone to stay in the same place all the time. We want the companies to evolve in its journey, to make a change. And it's a movement that is really driven by ambition, is driven by the fact that those companies that are joining are really delivering in a transparent manner, reporting what they are doing. And so the Digital Repurpose movement is not more than a tool. It's a tool that companies will be using to really respond to the challenges that all of us are facing. And we designed the tool with three main components. And would you please show the next slide? So first of all, the companies need to adapt its purpose. At the very top, the management, CEOs of companies, they need to understand that sustainability is a key driver to keep the world on track and makes business sense. So if you think with a sustainable mindset, you will be making lots of money and you can give a positive contribution to the society. So the first pillar of our movement is companies need to redefine their purpose, to really take sustainability considerations in their internal businesses, being from procurement, from design of products, from the overall management of the company, and so on. Then companies also need to understand that they have problems and that they need to address those problems. In Jesse, in our industry, we have identified 5 key areas that need to be addressed and changed from the negative trend to the positive trend. Those are supply chain, circular economy, climate change, inclusion, digital inclusion, and trust. So all these areas are extremely problematic areas still today in our industry, in spite of being working now for more than 20 years in all these areas. And the ICT industry is quite well advanced if compared with many other industries. We are still lacking the solutions that we need to respond to these challenges. We know today that privacy and security and trust and ethical values are becoming every day more relevant. We know that we have a much bigger digital divide, people that has access to technologies and those that do not have access. We need that we have a problem in terms of the emissions that are growing in our industry. We need to take into account how our products are managed and make sure that we put them back into the market once they are coming to the end of life. And we still see in our supply chains issues like child labor. So when designing these metrics on the responsible business side, we design them with an ambition. The ambition is to achieve the SKY in 10 years' time, but we also put some red flags whereby companies cannot repeat the same mistakes that they have been repeating for many years. And finally, the framework rewards those companies that have innovations, that develop innovations for good, innovations that impact climate, natural capital, biodiversity, human rights, education, health. So the overall movement has been designed really to make a positive impact by 2030 and leveraging what we have discovered in the Digital WIPO report when doing it in 2019, that in a business as usual, we can impact 22% of the Sustainable Development Goals. But that's not enough. That's not enough. We need to impact 40 or 50 or 60% by 2030, and that can only be achieved together. No single company can do this alone. And there is no point for companies to propagate their own achievements. I think it's good. It's good for communications. But we need to come together in a common effort, in a common line, to make the transformational change that needs to take place. And that's why we started the Digital Repurpose movement. It's a movement, as I said, of leaders. It's a movement that is driven by action, is driven by ambition, is driven by competitiveness, and we will be awarding and certifying companies that are best in class in all these areas. And what we will not allow in our movement is greenwashing. So companies that join the movement, so the movement is open to any company. There is no, companies only need to sign up to a pledge with 4 principles, very simple principles: commit to the Paris Agreement, report being any company can join the movement. There is no problem to do that. But once companies join the movement, they need to evolve in yes, and they cannot stay always in the same level. We have 4 certification levels committed when the companies join: developing, pioneering, and the last one is the gold level. But the companies cannot stay in the same one more than 2 or 3 years, because that would not be part of the commitment that we have agreed at the very beginning. So this is what we are doing. We have enough information. We need solutions, and we need initiatives like Dennis, your initiative. It's great. I think we need to work more closely together to make sure that this agenda is speed up by innovation, by technologies, by digital, and we are sure that this is the agenda that will make and that can change the world for good. And so, therefore, we need really to speed up our collaborations. We need to bring more companies into the movement so that we make sure, and this is a movement not for the sake of the movement. This is a movement of people, of companies, of business, stakeholders that really are all together with the same ambition of keeping this world in its sustainable or sustainability track that is needed. Otherwise, we will not feel good in a couple of years' time. So Dennis, thank you so much for inviting me for this, and I will take any question.
Thank you, Louis. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time for questions. People are keen to share their things, and we have a next session coming up here. I would just like to say that what I think is important is to take a step back and see that's like a perfect storm, where incubators are starting to assess this, institutional investors starting to look at that, companies are rethinking their way of what is it that we should share with the rest of the market and society, and that we really are now. So the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub is really both a child of its time and also helping this to accelerate even further. Because now, for the first time, as I said a couple of times, in 26 years, there's a message to everyone that COP is not just about committing to reducing emissions. It's about coming here as a solution provider. It's not just about claiming net zero. It's about looking at people and saying, we're going to give you the solution to live good lives. And that's a very different message. Not instead of, but on top of the traditional work, because the traditional work is still needed. But I think this opens up for a new generation of solution providers and new collaborations. Because I think if we can link up these incubators, institutional investors, and companies and come back and say, these are some of the things that can be developed under the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, as Katarina was saying earlier in the session before, thousands of startups coming with the solutions. Here we have companies coming with value propositions. We have institutional investors ready with resources. And I think also the different parts of the innovation ecosystem, the early venture cap, but what I was excited also, what Roberto was talking about was that there are certain parts where finance is lacking. And that is where we also need to understand that this is not just we can't just say we have this much trillions under asset management, it's green. Where's that going? If that is just holding stock options, no one really cares about that. I'm sorry to say that. It doesn't really affect the society very much. But if it's real money going into real investments, that's a huge difference. So we also think by COP27, we might, instead of just talking about the amount of money, we'd also connect that with the amount of CO2 that is resulting in. So it's not a competition about just blowing out numbers, but actually putting people and the planet at the forefront of this. So thank you for attending to this. Some of you are in the midnight in Asia, some of you are in the morning in the US. Thank you all for participating, and look forward to collaborating as we move forward. Thank you. Last one. One more. Thank you. Are we ready? Excellent. So, last session for us today, maybe the most important in a way in terms of how do we actually restructure the system now? So we have the solutions there. We have stakeholders who are willing and ready to deliver. But how does that fit in? How does the new innovation ecosystem look like? And what are the things we need to consider? Maybe just, could I have the slides? The introduction slides? So we have some of the leading thinkers around the world on actually rethinking things here. And I'll present them as they come. And they're from very different strands of work and thinking and background, but they all share something. They have a positive idea on the future and how this is really driving us. Next slide. And this is the one I've been showing all day, or been trying to show all day. And now, finally, the computer is tired of showing it, so it's no longer here. It's the expanded innovation agenda. And it's really about what this is about. And this is where I'd like to invite Masamba Toye, who's really been at the forefront at UNFCCC, to build this agenda. I came from Mission Innovation with a quite narrow perspective from energy and solutions. And we met and we had a little bit of discussion on the opportunity here now to really push a more dynamic solution approach. So maybe if you can start by sharing a few words on your thinking and why we're here.
So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to our participants here and those that are following us virtually. My name is Masamba Choi. I'm the project executive of this initiative, the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. So the hub has two components. One is the physical hub, which is what is going on currently. It's dialogue that we'll be organizing at each COP to bring together all the relevant stakeholders around innovation for climate and exchange and co-innovate. So that's the physical part. And then we will have a digital part where mainly we will leverage the digital technology to come up with solutions that are driven by demand for sustainability solution. And some other tools that also facilitate the identification of solution and their implementation. So one could say it's another platform for innovation because we have plenty of such type of platform. So first of all, we do not intend to be a platform, but a platform of platform. We would like really to build a network between the different platforms, and you will understand easily why it is so. So first of all, what is the vision behind this initiative? So innovation for climate so far has been focusing on how do you improve the carbon footprint of product and services at the sectoral level. This is important, but this is not enough, unfortunately, if you want to achieve the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement. We need to go beyond that. The problem with this approach is that it narrows down the space for innovation, and there are many innovative ideas that cannot be captured if you have this sector-focused approach to innovation. So to expand the space for innovation, what we did is we said, okay, instead of focusing at the sectoral level, let's go back to the core need all these products and services are aiming at satisfying. And let's figure out whether, let's do innovation. The role of innovation will be then to figure out whether there is some alternative value chain and supply chain that will allow to satisfy the same core human needs, but with less carbon or zero carbon. And at the same time, with value chains that will enhance resilience and also provide flourishing life to 11 billion people. So it means that you will first broaden the space for innovation. You will find more innovative solutions, and then you make them go through 3 filters, the 1.5 degree goal, enhanced resilience, and flourishing life for 11 billion people. And only those solutions that fits into this framework will be considered. So this is the very first difference. The second aspect is we want to promote moonshot thinking. One of the barriers to effective use of innovation for climate is the fact that pledge and commitment are based on what is perceived as possible and not on what is needed. The problem with this approach is that if pledge and commitment are based on what is perceived as possible, they do not provide room for innovation to be leveraged because you do not have a signal that will actually drive innovation. So what we are promoting is a framework where pledge and commitment will be based on what is needed, and then the gap between this commitment and pledge based on what is needed and what is currently possible is precisely what innovation will have to fill. The idea is to say this gap could be translated into demand for climate solution and sustainability solution, and the role of innovation, why we have put in place this UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, is to respond to this demand for sustainability and climate solutions. So what is important here is that the solutions that we will try to develop and deploy will be driven by demand. It will not be just, the platform will not be just a database of solutions, but all the solutions in the platform will be driven by specific demand. So the other thing is that when you talk about innovation, people think only about technology. Yes, technology is a very important component, but the type of challenge we are facing, the climate challenge and the sustainability challenge, cannot be addressed only with innovative technology. We have to combine innovative technology, innovative policy instrument, innovative financial instrument, innovative business model, leadership, governance, and innovative way to collaborate. So radical collaboration will be extremely important because you want actually the different relevant stakeholders to co-innovate. So it means that radical collaboration will also be needed here. And because we integrate financial solution with the technology solution and policy solution, and the demand for solution is driving the development of solution, we do not have the risk of falling into the trap of a platform with nice database of solution, but that will be never implemented on the ground. Another aspect that is also important in the framework that have been developed is this solution-oriented approach. You see here, this last part is where we would like actually everyone to converge, is the need-based and solution-oriented approach. So the need-based, as I have explained, is not focusing at the sectoral level on product, but going back to the core need. Now, the solution approach is the fact that we will not focus on trying to solve a problem, but rather to bring a solution. So, for example, we know that the startups are not big emitters. If you focus your innovation framework for climate only on what is going on at the sectoral level, you tend to not put too much emphasis on the solution provider. So instead, we consider that we need not only to make the big polluter reduce their emission, but we need also to give incentive to the solution provider so that they can also contribute and provide solutions that help others reduce their emission, not their own emission, but the emission of others. And finally, we'll put in place a framework because we want to incentivize solution coming from others. This type of climate action, we do not have yet a framework that allows to measure its impact. So we can measure the GHG emission reduction of a given entity, but if a startup put effort in trying to reduce the cost of solar panel and enhance its efficiency, our current framework do not provide space for the measurement of its climate contribution. So these are all the things that bring us to initiate this new movement, and I would like to insist on that. We would like this to be a movement. Today, this COP is the starting point, but we would like to develop the platform and then set working group, advisory committees to have the possibility to work with all of you in developing and implementing this platform. So it means that you are all invited if really you see interest in joining this movement to express interest. So I will stop there and leave it to Dennis to continue.
A round of applause for Sambo has really made this happen. Thanks. Before I just hand over to Charlie, who's a little bit of a brain behind the whole approach of thinking, beyond problems to solutions, I just wanted to highlight that the kind of framework that we developed is really inclusive. When we talk about solutions today, we tend to think about solar or electric vehicles, but it's also heavy industries. We need bearings. But instead of you selling bearings, you can sell energy efficiency. And we've had fantastic discussions with World Economic Forum, for instance. The chemical companies, the steel companies, they want to move into not just see how they reduce their emissions, but how they are a part of the solutions. So it's, I want you to think about that also, but also there's a whole new group. For those of you who will be here next week, we will have an event with cultural stakeholders, from ballet dancers to Netflix and Spotify, who shapes our world views. What do we think is attractive? And the creativity in music, which is, what kind of lives do we live? So you also open up a whole new set of solution providers that are not just the techie supply-siders, but it's also the whole, from the big heavy industries to the consumer, consumer cultural stakeholders that are really important here in shaping the worldview. But now I would like to hand over to Mr. Big Brain, Professor now, Charlie, who's been a fantastic partner during this process and who's really one of those who inspired us to think about when the IPCC's 1.5 report came out and said, we can be smart. Yeah, CCS might be needed, but we actually don't need it if we're really smart here. So that was the first time IPCC really come up there, and they did something else. They showed that that path is also compatible with the other SDGs. It's more resource efficient, it's more decentralized, while the other solutions that are usually discussed is actually undermining many of the other SDGs. Water pollutions, food, etc. becomes more scarce if we just try to push in lots of bioenergy and CCS in an already inefficient system. That is not to say that those solutions are not part of the solutions, but today we might look too much to those and too little to the more smart solutions. So over to you, Charlie.
Many thanks, Dennis. That's a very nice introduction. So I think much of what I'm going to say is going to echo what Dennis and previous speakers have said. It's really interesting wandering around all these pavilions and seeing the sorts of innovations that are being displayed by different countries and organizations. And I certainly get a really strong sense that the emphasis remains still on supply-side technologies. things like carbon capture, the various negative emission technologies, hydrogen production, and so on. Even the very, very welcome announcements earlier this week from COP on phasing out coal power, on halting deforestation, on cutting methane emissions, these all relate to production systems. What's missing is the fundamental piece that unless we get a handle on the energy and material intensive consumption patterns through which we meet our daily needs for travel, for sustenance, for livelihoods, for interaction and so on, then we can't solve this problem. Global demand for energy defines the size of the decarbonization problem. So you have to start by trying to stop growth in the size of that problem and then decrease it. So in our Dennis mentioned I'm an academic, so with a large kind of team of academic colleagues, we did some research on what we called an LED, a low energy demand future, in which we showed how you can reduce energy demand globally by 50% or more to 2050, while meeting the 1.5 degrees C target and outperforming supply-side pathways on multiple SDGs. So this kind of rather complex diagram here is a sort of theory of change, if you like, that we embedded in our low energy demand scenario. And over here next to me, you see this sort of traditional emphasis on decarbonizing supply-side infrastructure to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and meet our climate target. All the other stuff is the stuff which I really welcome the UNFCCC's Global Innovation Hub's emphasis on this basic approach. If you look right over on the left-hand side, you see all of the other SDGs that relate to meeting human needs across the world in both the global south and the global north. And so this was really the terrain which we explored in our global low energy demand scenario. We had these sort of three broad meta strategies, if you like: digitalization, electrification, and decentralization. And then where we were really interested with these blue boxes, which were about how can you provide better quality services to more people using less energy and less materials. And there are abundant opportunities to do that. And as I said, I think the Global Innovation Hub provides a really wonderful opportunity to refocus our innovation efforts in that realm. So just to give a few examples of the sorts of things we included in our low energy demand scenario. And by the way, these are in addition to more, if you like, conventional approaches to improve the efficiency of our buildings and the efficiency of our vehicles and so on. So we looked at things like mobility as a service for integrating multiple public, shared, and micro-mobility modes in cities. We looked at platforms for sharing, trading, or exchanging surplus. This could be with food, with electricity, with clothes, or with seats in cars or cabs. We looked at adaptive learning systems for managing domestic heating, cooling, lighting, while also ensuring that households benefit from their support of efficient utility networks. And more generally, we looked at digital services that help us move away from this kind of embedded consumer culture of owning and wasting, and towards a consumption culture of accessing and using. So just to conclude, as I said, I think the Global Innovation Hub can play a really essential role in this critically important element of the global innovation ecosystem. We desperately need thought leadership, and we desperately need role modeling on how reducing demand for energy and materials can strengthen our ability to meet human needs and deliver quality of life within a stable climate system. So thank you very much for listening.
Thanks a lot. Fantastic. And it seems so, when you look at it and you think, why aren't we focusing on that? Why have we spent 26 years just focusing on the supply side? Why don't we start asking some fundamental questions? And this is where business excellence, it's about delivering what people want. But it's also the political framing. And one of the most exciting things I read recently was when Ursula von der Leyen wrote about the new European Bauhaus and said, we need to rethink our sustainability thinking. Normal people are not interested in cubic meters, kilowatt hours. They want to know how an attractive future looks like. And that's where the new European Bauhaus was born. And that's where I like to invite Xavier Troussard, who's been leading some of this work, and it's been a pleasure for me to be a little bit involved in that amazing work, and it's been really close to what I believe also is the future of sustainability, a positive future that is not focusing on the problems of today, but what we actually try to strive towards in the future. So if you can share some of your thoughts and how you think this could be interactive in the UNFCCC's Global Innovation Hub, that would be fantastic, Xavier.
Thank you, Dennis. Good afternoon, everybody. Indeed, when the President von der Leyen a year ago announced the European Bauhaus, what she had in mind was that to achieve our goals with the European Green Deal, it's not good enough to have technology and economy. We need to have citizens on board. And so we have to bring these ambition closer to the daily lives of citizens. At the same time, we have to make sure that the transformation we have to go through is a real cultural project for Europe and take the dimension of this cultural project. So the idea is to drive transformation of the daily lives of people, the places where we live and the lifestyle along a triangle of values. So on the top, you would have sustainability, but you would also need at the same time to achieve more inclusion and to achieve cultural significance. That is what we call aesthetics, what people expect from their daily lives, which is going beyond the efficiency or the functionality, basically. And so we have proposed this triangle to drive transformation on the ground, so transformation of places in neighborhoods and villages, but also transformation in lifestyle sectors and products. Transformation of the industrial ecosystem that makes it possible, but also transformation of the mindset. And so we want to have impact at all these levels. So to support this endeavor, we are using some traditional tools. Say we are going to invest some money through calls for proposals. We are going to look at new policy endeavors and roadmaps with particular industry sectors to move them into a life cycle thinking. But we are going also to work with a new experiment, which is the New European Bauhaus Lab, where we want to connect the thinking with the doing on the ground and to try to work with stakeholders outside our institutions to really co-create an agenda and support projects in a different way. So I see a lot of ties with the Global Innovation Hub. First, because I mean, we ourselves see this New European Bauhaus as a movement and not just as a one-off initiative, and a movement which does not depend on us, but depends on the people across society. We are aligned in terms of objective, as sustainability is one dimension, and also because we want more. So I don't know whether this is a moonshot approach, but we consider that in asking at the same time more sustainability and more inclusion and more aesthetics, we create an interesting innovation context, basically, that push people to jump more creatively to new type of solutions. I think we also are aligned in the way to look at innovation. This traditional channel of innovation from the kind of new technology model that comes from the lab and acceleration model will not find the kind of solution we need that match the particular context. So we need to work with what we have, and it can be high-tech, low-tech, but also no-tech. And we have also to focus, as was said with Massamba, I guess, that we've got to look at new business models, new economic models, and the potential of social economy also to be part of the solution. So last but not least, this is something which is starting in Europe, but we intend to bring the conversation as a more global conversation, and we have to learn from each other in this endeavor. So we are very open to cooperate with the hub and the partners. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And that's sort of the new architecture of government is providing a positive future. Now I'd like to turn to Marco Duser, who's principal at Boston Consulting Group and been very much involved in this work. And I see now the new logo there for BCG Green Ventures being up prominent. If you can share some of your thoughts about the challenges also on moving from a climate risk agenda to climate opportunity agenda and how that is possible, and some of the tools and thinking you have on your side on that.
Sure, thanks Dennis, and thanks for inviting me. And the reason why I have the logo more than marketing is because I actually wanted to say that BCG Green Ventures is one first outcomes, I hope of many, of actually the work that Dennis you've been doing on this topic, right? Because it kind of like kick-started from our project together. And we are ourselves moving right from really thinking about climate as mostly a risk to really think about it in a new way, as to think about it as an opportunity. And that's what we want to do throughout our work. So I fully agree. The climate action approach as of today had several limitations. It was focusing on companies as primarily as sources of emissions. Incentives are focused on cost, on the challenges, on the risks. And actually, innovation has been focused a lot on incremental things, or on, let's say, in a deterministic way on the supply side. And we don't need to get locked in with, let's say, lower carbon solutions. And we cannot imagine today all the innovations that will come over the next decades. So I really agree with the approach. We need innovation to get to net zero. Everybody knows it, 20 to 50% of emissions, depending on the source. We still don't know how we're going to get rid of them. But the part that I wanted to mention as well is the value behind climate innovation. And the fact like it doesn't exist anymore a dichotomy between acting on climate, doing the right thing, and actually getting value out of it. They go hand in hand together. And the evidence is already extremely clear. So when we actually look at the return of what we're calling the renewable superpowers over the last 3 years, the return on the market has been the same of big tech that everybody talks about. And actually, if we look at the demand side, more interestingly, even higher. So we all know about Tesla, right? Which is probably the best example of climate innovation on the demand side. And its value today is above the value of all other listed LDV automotive companies, which is unbelievable, right? So the value the value case is already extremely clear. There is no more reason not to move much faster and in a much more ambitious way. The other beautiful thing is that opportunities are literally everywhere. So it's not just about energy, it's about any company, any individual with capabilities. It is going to go from synthetic biology and alternative proteins to other innovations on the supply side that we know, to, I hope, many innovations that we cannot know today. And that's why I think it's very important, and I'm fully aligned with the idea not to define only deterministic pathways, but also to really leave innovation to flourish, to help it, and then, hopefully we will not just solve for carbon, but we will solve for customer needs and for other societal needs altogether. So, so I'm fully aligned with that, and really, I'm very glad that the UN is getting behind innovation, and really the innovation agenda will become more and more mainstream. As mentioned before, we are, a first outcome, if you want, of this movement, or one of the first outcomes of this movement. And we're going to be, looking to work not only with corporates and governments, which have been primarily our clients in the past, but also to work with innovators. So help, especially entrepreneurs that are out there, to scale up their businesses. So that's a bit our mission. And I think, like, the last thing I would say is it all starts with a shift in the mindset. So we really have to help everyone to do this shift. I always say that in climate there are 2 clicks, and after them you don't go back. The first one is to understand how big of a problem this is, and the moment that you understand basically where we're heading with emissions, then you can never go back to live as before. And the second one is to shift to think about climate as just a challenge, as just a problem, to think about it as an opportunity, to think about it as like creating a better future and something really exciting for all of us. So that's the shift in mindset that I did, that we are doing, and I hope that the Innovation Hub will help to mainstream this.
Thank you, Marco. Now, to one of the persons I feel really glad to have been working with, and I would not be here today if it wasn't for Jiang and the collaboration we had, who really spurred this, and her amazing capacity to link long-term thinking with concrete action has really been inspiration for me. And I think it's also, she used to work with Climate Kick, now she's with European Environmental Agency and nature-based solutions. And I'd like to hear your thoughts about this also, broadening the agenda, thinking about different kinds of solutions and what is needed. Jiang, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Dennis. It's great to be here, and I'm so happy to see that this has come to life. It's amazing. So I do have a few slides that I want to share, and my main purpose here, as you know, I am representing the European Environment Agency, and I'm here to make a case for nature as a solution. I'm not sure if you can see my slides. I don't think I can really see my slides at this point in time. There we go. Nature is the solution and delivering on the Green Deal ambition. And this is really linking up some of the things that Masamba started off talking about, that innovation is everywhere, actually. We've got innovation in policy itself. And the European Green Deal that has actually created an opportunity for us to really look at how do we connect these different parts of our society and economy to actually make sure that we can meet some of these complex challenges facing us, one of which is climate change, another one which is a very big one, biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse. So next slide. Just to give a bit of a trajectory, this is the results from our State of the Environment report from 2020. And you can see a piano table. You've seen at the top row, you've got the past trends in natural capital, in low carbon and resource efficient economies, and in health and well-being. And the bottom is our outlook to 2030, and it's not looking good. We're seeing a deteriorating picture. We're not doing enough, and we need to do more if we're actually even going to have any chance of meeting some of the complex challenges that are posed by climate change as well as biodiversity loss. So the next slide. We have, oh, we missed one. There you go. This is one of the pillars of the European Green Deal, the biodiversity strategy to 2030. And for the first time, we have a strategy that actually attempts to put in very ambitious targets to not only protect our nature, but actually also restore nature to a favorable conservation status. In some of these targets, we're looking at planting new trees, of removing barriers to rivers so that there are much more free-flowing rivers throughout all of Europe. And it's actually built upon a principle of enabling transformative change. So they're looking at how do we improve knowledge, how do we ensure that the financing and investments are going to the right places, how are we integrating nature into public and business decision making. And the EU wants to be a leader in terms of tackling the global biodiversity challenge, and COP26 is such a key point in time and in the lead up to the COP15 in Kunming in China, where we're actually trying to connect the two agendas of climate change and biodiversity and nature protection at the same time. Next slide. So then a bit about the European Environment Agency. For those who actually don't know, we are an EU body. We work in knowledge. We provide trusted and actionable knowledge that informs decision makers. And we work in line with Europe's policy ambitions. And at the moment, the European Green Deal is really front of mind for all of us. We produce a state and outlook of the environment report every 5 years, the most recent one being last year, working with more than 38 European countries. And our strategy over the next 10 years is really about how do we continue to support the policy implementation for us to move towards sustainability and to be more sustainable, but also how do we provide through knowledge the most timely input to solutions for our sustainability challenge. And this is a key point, I think, that we need to start working on together with member states, but also with innovators out into the community on how do we actually provide that knowledge that you need in order to develop some of the solutions for sustainability. We want to build stronger networks and partnerships and actually use different sources of data technology and realize the full use of digitalization, as well as resource that shared ambition through new capacities, new knowledge, and the rest. Next slide, please. where I work, I lead the program on natural capital and ecosystem, and we've been in the business for about 25 years where we've produced a lot of state of nature reports, state of water reports. We've got good knowledge on how we impact nature, climate change, pollution, invasive alien species, exploitation, habitat loss, humans, all these things that are doing things to nature. And what we really need to do is to flip the narrative. We need to look at how healthy biodiversity and ecosystems are a solution in itself. Because if we have a healthy ecosystem, we can protect our water, we can ensure food supply and security, we can break down and absorb pollution, and we can, help stabilize the climate, help adapt to the climate events, help recovery from unpredictable events, and actually help minimize risk to health. And we've seen this with the COVID-19 pandemic. The risk of that would have been minimized if we didn't have amazing amounts of land loss, land degradation, and land clearing in some parts. So we really need to flip this narrative and look for solutions within nature. Next slide, please. So I'm making a case for nature and a case for nature-based solutions. We're on the brink of the 6th mass extinction, and nature has an extraordinary resilience to disturbance. We can see that intact forests can actually help regulate our climates, as well as oceans can also do that. They can become huge carbon sinks. COVID-19 has changed our relationship to nature in the way which and the way in which humans use the material resources to fulfill basic needs. So we've started to behave in a very different way under this lockdown that we've had. So rather than greening the way that we consume currently, why not radically transform the way that we are consuming, looking at the needs? And this has obviously been a very key theme in everything that's been presented at the Innovation Hub. Restoring nature can mitigate the effects of climate change and minimize the drivers that lead to biodiversity loss in the first place. And if we just rely and have climate in focus, whilst this is a very, very important agenda, the impacts of what climate measures can do for nature is going to take a very long time before we can see a visible difference on the state of nature. So in the meantime, let's work with looking at nature-based solutions. How can ecosystem resilience be maintained and restored by reducing other pressures? And this is where we need to find the solutions. What are some of the innovative solutions about reducing nutrient loads or banning, fishing methods, or reducing the transfer of non-indigenous species, rebuilding reefs, replanting seagrass beds? These are all solutions which can actually help boost ecosystem resilience. And in the very end, we need to look at how do we make sure that these solutions and management regimes are integrated and not just deal with each single sectoral pressure, because there are trade-offs and there are also cumulative effects of doing things. So we need to look at them in its entirety, and this is again coming back to the point of systems change. Next slide. A bit of what's kind of shaping our thinking. This is really thinking about shifting the way and our mindsets about how we think about nature. We're an integral part. We don't do things to nature anymore. We're a part of it. So we need to shift from the incremental to the systemic and transformational. Nature's not outside the system. Biosphere is the fundamental system. It's the world with which we live in. Natural capital is a thing that can't be substituted or monetized. So again, this whole term of natural capital, and I know this is the term in my title as well, it is something that is almost erroneous on some level because it suggests that it can be substituted. But we need to rethink our notions of value. And sometimes nature has a value that can't even be quantified or measured yet. We've also got short-term thinking. It's a very human thing. We've heard, humans are very short-term and the horizons are short-term. But how do we actually shift our mindsets to start thinking 100 years in the future, or even intergenerationally into the future? And European Green Deal is our playing field. We've got a very, very strong policy context that bring a strong systemic transitions logic, linking the sectors and society and embracing a longer time horizon. So there's a strong sustainability hook there. And the last slide is then, how do we do this? It is really working to harvest the key knowledge that's out there. There are examples that already exist. One back. We need to work with member states and organizations in our community to highlight these critical solutions. This is a key point for the Innovation Hub. Showcase the first movers, highlight where the gaps are in policy implementation, use foresight in actually highlighting the long-term pathways. We need to innovate about how we collect our data and analyze that data. Utilizing potential digitalization. We need to also innovate on how we apply our knowledge differently. How can we learn lessons in natural capital accounting, for example, and put them into other fields such as finance and investment? So there's a critical role here, even within nature-based solutions, for innovation, knowledge sharing, and showcasing solutions. So hopefully the case for nature has been made. Really excited that this has really kicked off and looking forward to more. Thank you.
Thank you, Jiang. Now, Anthony is on a fly. He's been one of the leading thinkers on climate for years now, and been one of the few people who's really been in the middle of both understanding the company's challenges to reduce their emissions, but also solution providers. And now in his new role at World Economic Forum and Mission Possible, I'd like to hear some thoughts from you on how this innovation hub and companies as a solution provider is building. And we're also partners in mission innovation with World Economic Forum also. So it's all a big happy family.
Well, I like that, big happy families, and we always need to innovate in big happy families. So I'm Anthony Hobley, Co-Executive Director of the Mission Possible Partnership. I'm based out of the World Economic Forum, where I'm an Executive Fellow. And I want to talk a little bit here, or in a sense maybe challenge this conversation to think about how does innovation help us mobilize, or how do we innovate around mobilizing the systemic change, the systems change that is going to be needed to prime the industrial decarbonization we need to see across all our sectors at the speed and scale required. It's absolutely correct. There is a lot going on. There is a huge amount of innovation, and Marco is absolutely correct. It is a major opportunity, and there are whole other areas like nature-based solutions which we can deploy. But the bottom line is we have to compress the S-curves that we are seeing play out. We are seeing them play out, and they have been playing out over the last 4 or 5 decades with wind and solar, and the last 2 or 3 decades with electric vehicles and batteries. But if we're going to decarbonize, the harder to abate sectors, the steel, the cement, concrete, chemicals, trucking, shipping, aviation, we haven't got 30, 40, 50 years for those S-curves to sort of start going exponential. We've got to get them to go exponential and have the whole rollout by 2050. That's less than 30 years. We talk about 30 years. It's now getting on for sort of 28 years. And I think enormous expectations are building up at COP26 for industry, for public-private collaboration to play a role here. I mean, if we think of the Paris COP in 2015 as being historic for raising ambition and setting the bar, thank God, around 1.5, this COP needs to be all about action and implementation. And just like the Paris Agreement that set up a system of nationally determined contributions requiring countries to share their climate action plans every 5 years in the spirit of ratcheting up that ambition, Glasgow should deliver on the architecture which at its heart has sectoral net zero agreements that bring governments and carbon intensive industries together in an unprecedented joint endeavour to reach net zero by 2050 at the latest. So in support of this critical endeavour, the Mission Possible Partnership was launched in January 2020 to bring together the most influential global leaders in industrial decarbonisation within climate finance, policy development, industry, and the supply and demand side to trigger transformational change in the world's most carbon-intensive industries. We focus on the 7 harder-to-abate sectors, including aluminium, cement, steel, chemicals, aviation, shipping, etc. And these sectors currently account for 10 gigatons of global emissions, around 30% of global CO2 emissions. If we follow a business-as-usual trajectory, that will grow to 16 gigatons and will rapidly increase in percentage terms as other sectors decarbonise. On the bright side, as we all know, it is technically possible to decarbonise these harder-to-abate sectors by mid-century, and our research estimates that that is possible at a total cost of under 0.5 of global GDP. To put that in, that's around $1.5 trillion per year. To put that in context, we lost around 10 million of GDP over 2020 and 2021 because of COVID. So, in a sense, we're not talking about innovation in the sense of creating whole new technologies, I think, out of research laboratories and thin air. We're very much thinking about innovation in the context of how do we take those technologies that currently are more expensive, that currently need to be scaled, and how do we do that process of commercialization much faster than we've seen it playing out in the energy sector, for example. Now, we think we need a degree of choreography. So we are building high ambition groups of companies on the supply side with Mission Possible. We are working on a whole series of high ambition industry-backed roadmaps that show us how we get there and what the milestones are along the way. So a key part of that is bringing forward from 2050 to 2025 and 2030 where we need to be. So for example, in steel, we need to be producing around 240 million tons of green steel by 2030. In shipping, 5% of all shipping fuels have to be zero emissions by 2030 if we've got a chance of hitting net zero by 2050. In aviation, 10% of all aviation fuel has to be sustainable aviation fuel by 2030 to be on that pathway. The other piece of this puzzle that Mission Possible has been involved in developing is the First Movers Coalition, and I've just come from the launch event with John Kerry and all of the CEOs. We now have 34 companies that have committed to be part of that, and we need to grow that rapidly, probably by a factor of 10 at least. But these are companies who will make commitments, offtake agreements, to buy that green steel, to buy those zero emissions freight services, to buy those zero emissions ships, to buy aviation fuel at the quantities required, to buy the aluminium, the clean cement, the zero emissions chemicals, and so on, which will then allow us to go to the finance sector and say, well, we know how many green steel factories, facilities we need to build. We know how many sustainable aviation fuel facilities we need to build. We know what the first zero emission shipping routes are going to be and where we need to build the infrastructure to fuel those ships, and so on. And then we can go to governments and we can say, well, we've got the supply side sewn up, we've got the buy side sewn up, we've got finance here, and they'll put the money in to build these green steel plants if you governments provide the necessary enabling policy environments and some development finance to de-risk. And if we can choreograph all of that, then we can then we have a fighting chance of getting that flywheel going and hitting those what do we call them, the Glasgow breakthroughs by 2030. So my question, I think, back to the panel and the audience and the Innovation Hub is, how does the Innovation Hub, because I think it does, I think it can play a critical role. I love what I've seen and heard, but it can play a critical role in innovating the choreography that we need to deliver this systems change and to prime the systemic change that gets us to net zero in these industries. The innovation needed to compress the S-curves in the rollout of these technologies, to scale them and reduce the cost, so to turn that green premium into a green bonus.
Thanks a lot. I can't speak for everything, but I'm sure that Masamba and we will be more than happy to see how that kind of choreography could be through a 1.5 global sustainability for 11 billion people, because we know today that some of the leaders are really looking to global sustainability, but many are just trying to do business as usual with zero carbon. And that is not sustainable on a global scale. So that will be a really important role that maybe the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub can be, and say, we have 11 billion people coming up here who needs good lives. Is your business model really adopted for that? Or are you just trying to make an accounting challenge here? And if you could be part of that choreography, I think that would be a major thing for us, COP27 also, who probably will be in Africa, where global equity will be more at the center of this discussion. So fantastic. And with that, I know you need to run now, so any question for Anthony probably has to be over email. You had to run, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay. So, but now, and sorry for being really late for you, Ganesh, in India, and taking the time of the light holiday, Diwali, in India, to share a little bit of your thoughts from Tata and one of the most interesting innovative companies in India, and how you approach this in global sustainability and global innovation, and also being an architect in mission innovation around the International Innovation Hub in India. So Ganesh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dennis. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Very happy Diwali from India, Festival of Lights. It's really interesting. I really come into the deployment level. We've been talking about the policy, the frameworks, the platforms. I will just give a perspective from the deployment standpoint. The energy sector is very challenging. We have to look at sustainability at the same time. It is important to stay afloat. It's very difficult, and the gestation period of a technology to really reap the investment returns is very huge in a energy sector. It is regulated. So when you are trying to have a plan, it has to be essentially a roadmap. The roadmap which is going to take you through some of the important decisions which you have been taking, important technology, important legacies which you have to cross over and then move into a very substantial element of serving the people and giving them the value which they desire. And interestingly, what happens is the energy sector serves everyone. You have somebody who is very poor, somebody who's very rich, somebody like who cannot even afford something like 100 rupees of electricity bill a month, and somebody who can kind of afford anything and everything on that. But we feel that it is very important to have an ecosystem, essentially a innovation-led sustainable utility ecosystem, if I may put it that way, and that will have some very strong pillars. And we have been seeing that innovation has been very trustworthy. It has been happening since ages, that innovation has been also been able to innovate as a process and as a theme, and be able to provide solution. But what I would really look at is, at this point in time, the innovation which we are going to look for is to be essentially very dynamic. It has to be something which offers us something very fast turnaround, so that we really don't spend too much time in talking about the innovative solutions, but we are able to see the result in the short term. And then get motivated with that and have some ideas for the medium and the long term. That is very extremely important to do that. And there are various platforms, there are various systems and processes, partnerships across countries to do that. The second part is the industry collaboration. The second pillar, I call it industry collaboration partnerships, is important. Not only from the point of view of the vertically downward the industry or the value chain and the upward value chain, but also from the point of view of symbiotic relationship. And this is where possibly, it is not only going to be the industry who are the part of the value chain is going to be important, but something which is going to offer cross benefit on that. And why this is important is because every industry is going to consume electricity, and that is where that efficiency in using the system, how do you really save the energy to look at to be more sustainable is going to come in. When you are going to make effort to be sustainable in terms of the raw material, the supply chain, essentially energy is part of one of the is a critical important element of the supply chain. How do you really bring down the consumption at the industry level with really this kind of partnership, so that it becomes more sustainable for doing that? And maybe the academia, we have seen academia plays a very big role in terms of bringing their own thoughts, their R&D research innovation system, and their scholars coming in, the PhD technologies coming in. But what we have to really look at is, how do we really move from the edge of the lab to actually the commercializing of the technology? What is and we would find many policies across, and of course, at a United Nations level, at a larger international level, we have got agencies working around this. But when you specifically get down to the country-specific solutions and problems, the country governance, the country structure are very unique to itself. So how do we really build this ecosystem in such a fashion that we move the companies, the innovative solutions very quickly from the lab to the market? And why this is important is, this is something, if you make a comparison with an academically developed solution to a solution which is developed in an industry, you will find there is a substantial difference in the cost and in the price. Whereas there is a possibility that when you are developing something from an academic standpoint, you may be able to get it much cost effective than otherwise. And you can really bring it into the ecosystem in a very effective manner. I think this is an important area we need to look at. And the fourth pillar, I would say, is an extremely important area, is this startup ecosystem. When you look at a large company to really innovate and coming out with an idea or a solution, it is going to take its own time, because it has this very strong, robust processes. It has this way to validate things. It has to go through a lot of systematic network, and then the strategy of the company, so that it doesn't cannibalize the other aspects of the long-term strategy of the company. Whereas the startup ecosystem can react very quickly and bring in very effective solutions very quickly. I give a case, an example. I also run the Clean Energy International Incubation Center, which is a clean technology incubator based out of Delhi, which is also a mission innovation incubator. We had a company called Takachar, and he has won this year's Earthshot Prize. It is that kind of a thing. Very quickly these startups can come out with an idea, translate that into an effective solution, and then get into it. I think that part is extremely important to look at. And some of the technologies, we have been talking about technology. When you're, wind and solar, two of the natural resources, the point, has been made on terms of how do we really come to the nature. We do have water, hydro on one side, but definitely solar and wind are the two renewable resources which does not actually cause any disturbance, because if you use water, then it has got other applications. Solar power and wind is extremely independent of larger ecosystem which we are talking about. Then we have the electric vehicles coming in. Energy efficiency is going to be important. The customer participation is going to be also important, because with the regulated market, somewhere we have to get the consumers and customers come in to participate in an unregulated market and then get them to work on that. We are generating a lot of data. How do we use this data to really look everything in a much better way? And having said that thing, we are also that the ecosystem development around startup is important. With Clean Energy Incubation Center, supported by Tata Power, the Government of India, the Department of Biotechnology, Social Alpha is running it. So what we are trying to do is, how does this startup ecosystem get plugged into the industry challenges and gives this solution? And that is where we have, RISE has been working with us, Dennis has been working with us sometime. We have developed a framework where we are able to the moment a startup comes in, we are able to ascertain whether how much of the carbon reduction they are going to potentially do, or what sort of a long-term implication the technology is going to have in the marketplace on the various product and related services, and how do we really work around that? I think that part is extremely important to look at. And finally, what I would say is, we have been hearing one term we heard in the first session is the moonshot. I think we do require a moonshot. How do we really, make this an integrated innovation approach, if I may call it, which is going to radically take it to the next orbit? And what could be a potential moonshot for us to do that? I'll leave it with these thoughts. Thank you. Over to you, Dennis.
Thank you, Ganesh. And we're running a little bit out of time here now, so I would like to just see that we have a bit of a perfect storm. At the day of Diwali, the festival of light in India, where you celebrate the move from dark to light, from evil to good, is where we really have this first really focus on the next generation of solution providers. And we have these new political movements, like the new European Bauhaus, that I think we should really pay attention to, because it's not about the technical issue, it's really about the vision of the future. And I really hope that we can find a strong link to that kind of political movement in this innovation hub, because it's that kind of positive vision, positive and beyond sort of the technology things, and really bring in the cultural aspect, the values of where we need to go. And the fantastic things that are happening now also in the business sectors, like with BCG, now moving away from just looking at climate as a risk to also embracing it as an opportunity. But we need markets, echoing what Anthony was saying. Are companies ready to move and just not reduce their emissions, but also deliver solutions? And Ryong's perspective also really bringing this in as we too have really two major challenges, climate and biodiversity collapse, that are really converging. And today, we've been talking lots about climate and forgotten about the climate perspective. And that's also why the LED scenario is so important, because it's about resource efficiency. And I hope if anyone remembers something, it's just there are different 1.5 paths. And please remember the low energy demand path, the P1, not just the P4, because that's what most government look at. And then finally, Ganesh, you're a star as always, and the fact that businesses also, and much of this is European-driven and American-driven, but the really interesting things is actually often happening outside. India, Africa, China is really at the forefront, because for them, moving people out of poverty is an obvious thing. For us, in the West, very often that is forgotten. We just call something green, and we forgot that it needs to be sustainable for a future with 9 to 11 billion people. And with that, I'd like just to thank everyone, and Masam in particular, for making this happen. And thank you all the speakers. Big round of applause for everyone here. And good night to you, Ganesh.
So let's move to our next session. So again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to our participants here in Glasgow and those that are also following us virtually. So the next session is addressing scaling up digital innovation for climate action. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Axel by Mr. Axel Klafak, Director Economic, Social Development and Digitalization, GIZ. So I will hand over the floor to Axel. Axel, you have the floor.
I'm here, yeah. Thank you so much. Good evening from Berlin. Very happy to be here. I'm pleased to welcome all of you to this session as a side event as part of the Global Innovation Hub of UNFCCC and supported by the European Commission and its partners. My name is Axel Klappak. It has been mentioned I'm a director at GIZ headquarters. First of all, I have the privilege of moderating today. First of all, I would want to quickly welcome my colleagues here, the panelists. I think we really have a very interesting group of panelists here being present. Let me start by introducing Mark Williams, who is a practice manager, global knowledge and expertise at World Bank. We have the colleague David Jensen, who is heading at UNEP as a director of the Digital Transformation Task Force. Hello, Daniel. We have Esther Kunda from Rwanda. She is the Director General at the Rwanda Ministry of ICT and Innovation. We have also Mr. Daniel Schmidt, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer at SAP. Hello, Daniel. We have Bernard Kovac, who is the head of the Innovation Accelerator at the United Nations World Food Programme. Happy to have you around. And then we have Marianne Della Roche. And Marianne is the co-chair Climate Change Working Group at INATBA, the International Association of Trusted Blockchain Applications, and lead project manager IOTA Foundation. Great to have you here. So we only have 1 hour. We all know that. So we really have to manage time very consciously. And I think this is my job. I was even told to manage time a bit merciless in the next 50 minutes. So please bear with me. I try to do that in a friendly manner, though. So what is the topic? Why have we gathered here? I think there is one term out now that has been coined that is speaking of a twin transition. A twin transition that is emphasizing, I think, the very obvious fact that we see two meta trends, two great and very important transformations that take place simultaneously, which is the green transformation on the one hand and the digital transformation on the other. And we would, I think, start all with the hypothesis that those two meta trends, those two transformation paths are closely intertwined. Digital innovation focusing on clean technologies are essential for the digital transformation by supporting first the greening of digital technologies such as data centers and ICT devices and applications, and adopting clean technology solutions that at the same time, the environmental footprint of the digital sector is already significant. I think this is certainly a concern, estimated to be over 2% of if not properly addressed. Simultaneously, it is estimated that the potential of ICT, and I think this is a very interesting figure, is to reduce 10 times more greenhouse gas emissions than its own footprint. So we really see the potential. I think this potential, however, is not yet realized. And this is something we want to discuss today. As GIZ, we strongly support this interlinkages, and I think try to contribute to this discourse, but also to try to contribute with some practical work. We have recently started a new initiative which is funded by our federal government, the BMZ, committing 50 million euros to mainstream the Green Deal in our digital transformation flagship projects. How do we do this? So what is the practical approach? For example, through the EU Data Economy flagship, which is working closely with African partners, African Union's Commission and Smart Africa, the European Commission and World Bank, to develop a regional data policy framework and to prepare investment programs in green data centers and sustainable infrastructure. This is just one example. I'm very happy, I think, to have colleagues now around that can give their perspective, their different perspectives. I think what we all have in common, I think, is certainly the spirit that we would want to look at concrete things, things that can really be moved and can be shaped. So with those very few words and just as a quick introduction, I'm happy to start now and to open the panel. And I will start by introducing Mark again. Mark is a project manager with World Bank. Mark, you are currently leading the analytical work at World Bank flagship, and you're, I think, working on a flagship report on the digital and green transformation. I think on those intertwined meta trends we have just talked about. So what is your reading of the situation? What are maybe some early lessons, some early findings that you would want to share with us? And how would you look at the biggest opportunities that we would have in this realm? Please.
Thanks, Axel. Yes, so the first part of your question is about the linkages, and you did a good job of summarizing them. Actually, we've looked into this in quite some detail, and the one takeaway from that analysis between the linkages between digital and green is that it's a very complicated relationship. You can think about it in two simple ways. First is a sort of direct linkage where we're getting emissions from the digital sector directly, as you mentioned. And then there's this second channel where we use digital technologies in other sectors and they're having an impact on other sectors. So you've got those two channels, but then digital is actually pushing in different directions. So, in some cases, the growth in digital is increasing the amount of emissions, but on the other hand, improvements in efficiency and in improvements in sustainability, the energy supply of digital is actually pushing them down. And similarly, in that second channel, some of the mega trends that we see in digital are actually pushing up emissions. But again, there's also trends moving in the opposite direction. So it's a complex picture. But one thing that definitely comes out very strongly from that, and what we see on the ground in the World Bank, is that digital creates opportunities. So you've got these trends that are happening in society, but then it also creating opportunities for technology and for businesses and also for governments. And those opportunities are can be embedded in their climate change strategies. So that's the first takeaway, and the first part of your question. The second part is, well, where are the opportunities? Where are those biggest opportunities? And now's not the time to list all of those, the thousands of different examples. But I think there's two sort of general features of digital which are creating, this wealth of opportunity to address the green agenda through digital. One is the sheer scale of digital. And we can think of scale in two dimensions. There's the depth of scale. So we see the rapid increases in the capacity of digital, the computing power, the speeds of networks. So you get that kind of depth of scale, but you also get the breadth. When we think about the breadth of the broadband platform, which covers 80 to 90% of the entire world's population now has within reach of a broadband network. So we can think of that scale in breadth terms. That creates a platform with vast opportunities to develop, to drive innovation on climate change. The second and the final point where we think about opportunities is the opportunities for scale. With a platform that big and with the economies of scale that you see are just inherent in digital technologies, it creates those opportunities to scale up the applications and scale up the attempts to address the green agenda, in particular on climate change. So those two features of digital, I think, underpin all of the opportunities that we're going to talk about in this session.
Okay, thank you so much. I think then we have already very important, insights, and I think the colleagues will certainly also refer to this. I think speaking of scaling up, I think one dimension, let me turn to David Jensen, who is a champion, I think, for this topic in UNEP, has certainly to do also with the challenges and the practical experiences with mainstreaming innovative solutions, innovative digital solutions into sustainability and climate change programs. Maybe from your point of view, your practical experience, please share some experiences and some insights with us.
Sure. Thank you so much, Axel. And hello, colleagues, both virtually and in the real format. I wanted to basically touch on three issues that I think answer the question. I think the first problem is that we often focus sort of so much on the digital technology, and we often kind of forget about or exclude equal consideration to the underlying business model and to the human relationships that underpin those technologies. So there's just massive focus on tech, and not enough around business models and human relationships. And I really think that this whole idea of trust building, within teams, with partners, and with end users is absolutely essential and sometimes forgotten about. So I'm really advocating for that user-centered approach and equal attention to tech, business models, and human relationships. And I think on that front, I wanted to also say that we often get kind of caught up thinking about digital technologies and digital metrics in the digital universe without actually asking, is digital actually changing behavior in the real world, right? And that's got to be the ultimate goal, is behavioral change in the real world. And so I think we need to really keep our focused attention on measuring behavioral change from those digital technologies. So I think that's one core issue. I think the second issue that we face inside the UN is really having institutional frameworks that enable experimentation, agility, and kind of the freedom to fail as we pilot test digital technologies. I think in so many cases, our institutional frameworks, they kind of inhibit innovation, testing, they kind of reinforce path dependency and business as usual. And so we need more flexible, more agile institutional frameworks to enable us to really test out these technologies. And then the final problem that I think we face is a question of where to start, right? We have to have kind of quick wins. We have to be able to showcase benefits, but we always have to keep in mind that kind of larger view to systemic transformation, right? So we need kind of a blend of sort of short-term outcomes, but also a trajectory to systemic change. And that's difficult to sometimes achieve. So those are some of the practical things that I think that we face in the UN. Thanks.
Yeah, I think very interesting statement. Thank you so much. So let me turn to Esther Kunda. I've introduced you already as a director in the Rwanda ministry. You are responsible inter alia for your smart city program in Rwanda. And I think we are certainly very curious, also from your perspective in your country, in implementing those programs, in dealing with your city officials and local governments. So in which area you would think those digital innovations and smart city solutions can actually make the biggest difference in terms of enhancing the sustainability of cities and actually at the end of the day improving the well-being of the citizens? Please, Esther.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. I think one of the main parties that Rwanda today, under the Smart Africa umbrella, will lead the smart city agenda across Africa. So we've been part in developing what a blueprint for smart cities would look like, and of course taking into account climate change and actions to really have a sustainable continent going forward. So some of the activities that we've tried to or are trying to implement today are mostly around smart transportation, around smart waste management, and others that are in different areas. But to focus on those two, one of the key areas we've seen in working with, I would say, city officials and other local government is the fact that waste management or even transport, these are areas that people have been working on for a very, very long time. So they understand the behavior, as David was talking about. They understand people's behavior. How do you plan around it, etc. So for us, one of our key areas to understand is mostly where is the problem, where is the actual problem is, and what kind of digital innovations can we promote. So recently we've been focusing on smart waste in terms of working with Smart Africa to have what we're calling smart bins in markets, and trying to see how do we make sure that management and then we grow towards households and trying to bring some sustainability into households. But key city officials are very, very efficient in driving this message. They've been driving this message for a very long time, and we really rely on them to do that. Another last aspect that we're really, how we're marrying this too, is that we're introducing officers that we're calling chief digital officers in different government and sectors. So we have one that is in environment, chief digital officer in environment, another one in infrastructure. And the main mandate is to understand fundamentally what is infrastructure, what kind of sustainability do we bring in environment, what are the key activities and actions should we be working on or are actually happening to make sure that we look at climate change more specifically, and then understand what are the digital innovations that could come in to support the different commitments that the government of Rwanda has made, or even what would drive good citizen to live in a well society. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you have really made some very important statements. Inter alia, I think it's very important to say that in all what we are doing, we should start with analyzing the problems and derive from this also the idea of technology and not the opposite direction. I think it's very powerful. Thank you so much. Daniel, turning to you as a Chief Sustainable Officer at SAP, I think your job is probably to promote digital solutions and those that become more sustainable and to contribute that the ICT sector can significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions and can make a difference here and can work consciously on that topic. What role do you see the private sector have here? In particular, I think the ICT sector, which you are representing in this green transformation and to address the challenges that we are talking about in the context of climate change. Please, Daniel.
Thanks a lot, Axel, and thanks for having me, and warm welcome to all the participants and the ones listening in. So clearly our sector, in particular SAP, we had in the past to be as efficient as possible. Yeah, so companies were efficient as possible, but with efficiency alone, we will definitely not solve today's challenges. So we need to do in a business in a different way, and that is why I'm so convinced that sustainability is such a strong innovation driver. Yeah, and digital transformation is as well a trigger to rethink your business model, yeah, and to drive innovation. So it would be a missed opportunity if digital transformation and sustainability is not going hand in hand. Yeah, so I'm clearly definitely convinced about that. So I like that discussion around that. And if you think about what it means to be a sustainable company, I personally believe a sustainable company is a company which is able to gain full transparency and control over the business processes and being accountable across the entire value chain. Yeah, very important. And if we think now about the greenhouse gas emissions in particular within that context, I would like to call out 3 ways. Yeah, technology will be central to bring down greenhouse gas emissions. So first, providing insight and data transparency. Number 1, yeah, and not just on the company level, but down on the product level where typically decisions are made. That is crucial. And today, the companies face that challenge that they have a lack of accurate, granular, timely emissions data. So they don't have the data at the point of the decision. Most of my peers tell me, Daniel, I have the data 4 or 5 months when the fiscal year is already over, then I can't steer my business accordingly. So we need to significantly change that. And one element of that, in order to have a maturity level, like we know from the financials in the non-financial world as well, is to have standards in place. And that is why we are engaged as well with the World Business Council on Sustainable Development and the Pathfinder project there to ensure that we all trust in the data being provided by our suppliers, by customers across the network. So it's a business network topic. That's number 1, yeah, providing insight and data transparency. Second, driving that journey towards holistic steering reporting. For me, reporting is the foundation, and there's an increased expectation from stakeholders and as well a lot of dynamics from legislation to encourage companies to be as transparent as possible and report. And hopefully we will see more consolidation, because it's quite a challenge for companies to fulfill all these various reporting standards we have in place today. But on top of reporting is steering the company holistically, and that means connecting non-financials like greenhouse gas emissions with financials. So you can simulate data as well. What if you would change from one supplier to another one, what it means on your costs, but as well on your greenhouse gas emissions, or from one production plant to the other, what it means related to costs and to greenhouse gas emissions. And having that full transparency across the entire value chain, consisting data from your suppliers, your own operations, your logistic partners, and downstream to the use of products. And one example we are having is developed is called Green Token by SAP. So that is using blockchain technology in order to create that transparency and traceability of certified recycled content across the value chain, and allowing for informed decisions on sustainable or ethical procurement. So these are some examples where data transparency is key, holistic steering reporting is key, and we need to accelerate with that example of Green Token, that's just one example of a technology, to move towards circularity. Because with the focus just on energy or towards renewable energy, that's one element, but based on a study of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, I learned that 45% positive contribution comes to closing the loops and avoiding waste at all in these value chains. So that is a key trigger where we need to think about it.
Thank you, Daniel. I think really key words for me, and I think it's very important, those topics I think we're all aware of, is really the issue of transparency and accountability across the entire production chain. I think thank you very much for highlighting this aspect and how digital solutions can obviously support this idea. Mariana, turning to you. Mariana de la Roche, co-chair of the Social Impact Working Group at INATBA. Based on your work, please share with us what role can blockchain actually play to enhance the impact of sustainability and climate action programs. Please, Mariana.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a real honor to be here on this panel. I'm actually happy that I'm going after Daniel because I'm going to echo a lot of the things that he just mentioned. So I would like to start by saying that with the support of a fully trusted, immutable, and interoperable data system implemented with blockchain technologies, the speed of automation and innovation will improve, for example, in the overall supply chain. This enables new adaptive business model for moving faster to what Daniel mentioned, a circular economy. And what I'm mentioning on starting with this is just because it's important to know that often the data used to measure impact is limited to certain parts or certain aspects of the supply chain, normally material production, for example. And this fails to calculate the real impact and other measurements, such as the carbon footprint of production and transportation, which are not taken into account whatsoever. And blockchain brings this new opportunity and offers this opportunity of the possibility of collecting and analyzing and reporting the data with regard to all the aspects of the supply chain. So by digitalizing the total life cycles of products and supply chain, these solutions support enterprises also to track and optimize the real impact that they are creating in society, but they also help them or facilitate the process of manufacturing more sustainable products, which is what Daniel was mentioning at the end. Two organizations that are actually working on this are Icon System and IOTA Foundation, which has like different use cases in regard to supply chain that I would really recommend you to take a look at. Another example, which is extraordinary use case, is the DGIT project funded by the European Commission, which intends to create digital twins of mines in different European countries with the purpose of monitoring the raw material productions and the actual environmental impact of the mine. So the idea is to improve the efficiency and sustainability of mining operations in an immutable and transparent way. So again, transparency, which was mentioned by Daniel, with a process and technologies can then later on be replicable to other regions. Another example just wanted to mention for this panel is the Blue Future Organization, which is a multidisciplinary group of professionals whose enterprises are committing to cleaning the oceans with sustainable practice for the blue economy. And they're especially working in implementing an autonomous system for reporting, which will serve as a compliance tool completely independent and neutral from central parties. And this wouldn't be possible without blockchain. So all of these examples that I just gave is just to showcase some of the use cases that DLT and blockchain are capable of, and just to say that actually these technologies provide us with a feasible chance to succeed in creating sustainable and more equitable world for all of us. So the social impact group of INATPA published a report at the beginning of September, which showcased the challenges and opportunities that blockchain projects face when addressing or trying to address the SDGs. And at the end, the report concluded that there is a need for a standardized framework for measuring the impact of blockchain projects in society. However, for the purpose of this panel, it is worth it to mention that over 70 projects participated, and more than 44% of them reporting to be working on climate solutions, and 37 of them reporting to be working on sustainable cities and communities, which is a clear sign, at least for me, that of the interest of the blockchain community in supporting the efforts and the goals of climate and sustainability. And I really think that we need to use this momentum. So at INATPA, we are looking, and actually we are looking for support. We are creating a unifying framework for measuring the social impact of blockchain projects in society to understand the actual impact of these projects from a holistic perspective, analyzing the different dimensions of impact, such as infrastructure, climate, environmental, gender, and so on. And in that way, also to drive investment to the sector. So for those interested in this topic, I will be more than happy to share some information with you. So please just reach out to me and I will contact you with some of my colleagues at INATPA.
Thank you so much. I think this was very exemplary, I think, in the way you have dealt with the issue in a very nuanced and very comprehensive way. Thank you for this. I think it really gives us a good idea of how your thinking is really being developing and shaped currently. Bernard, now turning to you. You are heading the Innovation Accelerator at United Nations World Food Programme. And I think you are leading here really an interesting mechanism aiming at identifying sustainable solutions and upscaling those. And I think this panel is about what do we know about scaling up potentials and practical experiences for this, twin transition we are talking about. Please, Bernard, what is your, practical experiences in this realm?
Thank you, Axel, and it's a really great pleasure to be here. We now at the World Food Programme with our accelerator, we have 6 years of tradition actually doing this, like identifying, supporting, and scaling digital innovations as well as new business models. And we are actually now running a total of 18 accelerator programs across several SDGs for different partners this year. So it's like actually different sectors, could be like healthcare, COVID-19, pandemic response, like actually with a couple of partners that are here on the call. So we're really we want to open source and share some of these learnings with others. So this is part of what we also do on our LinkedIn page and so on. Now, what I want to talk about is really about this, how do you get something that's maybe early stage innovation towards scaling. So what we started to build up is an early stage accelerator program, which typically we would run a 1-week training program, which we call bootcamp with a pitch event, and then a 6-month sprint where we provide up to $100,000 in hands-on supports in connection with our networks and partners in the World Food Programme offices. And then again, a dedicated scaling phase. And this is something that people would sometimes say well, does it work? And it's the good news is that this year, our scaling portfolio has already positively impacted 5.5 million people across the globe, which actually goes to show you can actually create impact at scale and reach a lot of people doing that. And I'll just give you 3 examples actually from that portfolio. The first is actually kind of low tech, which is called H2Grow. It's a hydroponics innovation. So it's actually growing plants without soil, uses 90% less water, takes less fertilizer. It's actually a lot more efficient in terms of growing. You can do that in urban settings, in the desert. So it's actually something that we are also using as a livelihood opportunity for people. It's now being used by 26,000 people already in 9 different countries. And digital has been playing a key role in scaling it, particularly last year, because the team was saying, how can we make this more inclusive? So they knowledge of the program program, make it in an app. It's the H2Grow app. And that was one of the key success factors also for scaling it, even despite COVID-19. And that's just one of the things that I wanted to mention. Second example, and that's slightly more high-tech, is called Plus, which is a school meals optimizer. And using artificial intelligence, what it does is actually now used by 1.2 million school children to optimize the recipes and the menus for those school children. And we save 20% of the purchasing cost of the food while achieving 70% of local procurement, which is something where when you're talking about climate impact, about like, transport, where does it come from? Is it locally produced? Can it be regenerative? All of these things. Now, the artificial intelligence element of the school meals optimizer really enables us to reach that level that you cannot do manually, which is like really, really exciting. And then as a last example, maybe it's going a little higher tech, one of the startups we're scaling, it's called Cloud to Street. What they are doing, they're actually using satellite imagery and artificial intelligence, so remote sensing, for flood monitoring and early warning systems. So we did a first pilot with them in Congo, actually, and they're now covering a total of 122 million people, like an area of 122 million people of early warning for floods. And so it could be for governments or for us as World Food Program to know, okay, if people are being displaced, like where do we need to pre-position food to, like do they need to be evacuated and so on. But these are just some simple examples of how can technology help us, and like also how to make it accessible for some of the most vulnerable people. Because I think that's one of the things we also need to factor in. It's always important to actually, keep in mind some of the most vulnerable people that may not have the same access to technology that others might have.
Bernard, great. I think you have really managed to add some flesh to the discussion, to the bone here we are chewing on, and really, I think very inspiring. It really helps to understand what this discussion is all about. So we start a second round here, and also for all of us, we experience also a very short video clip in a very few minutes time. So please, I think you can already be very excited about that one. Esther, but let me first turn back to you. I think in Rwanda, I think Rwanda is also as a country pretty known for focusing on ecosystems for startups and really for promoting this. I think what we sometimes know, I think it's pretty challenging, to integrate the innovations that would probably sooner or later pop out those efforts and those ecosystems into programs like urban development programs, and to really make practical use. I think maybe you can elaborate a little bit from your experience. So what does work? What kind of additional perspective or support would be needed to make that more effective? Please, Esther.
Thank you very much. And I think this is a very interesting conversation. In terms of ecosystem building and how do we support the scaling of different solutions, I think it was just touched upon that one, the acceleration and the right financing actually is the first step of getting these innovations to scale. And one of the key things that we've seen is also that most of them either, let's say if we're talking about hydroponics, if we continue from that directions, these are prototype, or I'll call them, someone is actually inventing a sort of device, a sort of mechanism that will require heavy investment upfront. So I think one key investment at this stage to develop a proper product is one of the key areas where support is always needed. And then another area where we're trying to really work on within our ecosystem is how do we bring together policymakers, but also beneficiaries of most of these solutions to be part of the solution, the thinking through of the solution and testing of the solution, which most of the time helps innovators understand how and where it can be used. But on a higher level, I think as policymakers, what we're trying to do is really put in place policies that are attractive for innovators. We're currently finalizing our own tech-enabled innovation policy. and this covers anything, policies that would support. It's a policy that will support innovation, digital innovation in most areas, as long as it's an innovation that is going to scale, and of course around climate and environment. So that's one of the areas where we're trying to attract accelerator programs that are big global, to see how they can also, when an innovation is growing from Rwanda, how do we think about scaling it from other countries? So it's a mix of activities, but I think on top of the list is really good financing at all stages and unlocking the policies that are required.
Yeah, thank you very much for highlighting also at the end this issue of horizontal scaling from one country to another. And that, of course, has also to do with policymakers and their capacities to integrate those perspectives into their national strategies. Again, and I think UNEP, David, coming back to you, I think you have also experiences in this area of supporting policymakers and integrating those aspects into national frameworks. And I would want to ask you about your experiences. I know that you have also something else to share with us now. A brief video clip, please feel free. Over to you, David.
Thanks so much. I'll share my experiences and then I'll show the video clip. I think what I'm hearing from policymakers is kind of two core needs. First, many more opportunities to dialogue directly with private sector actors, and really, speaking to the private sector around how the enabling policies either create or undermine the right incentives for innovation and digital sustainability. So really understanding the policy framework and the incentives. And I think in detail, we need to have structured dialogues with the technology companies, and in particular on the transformational role they could play if their technologies promoted sustainable products, services, and behaviors by default. I think that needs to be one of the key policy conversations going forward. How do we make sustainability the default option in these platforms and not really an optional nice to have, but essential to have? So I think that's the first thing I'm hearing. The second thing policymakers are expressing to me is the need for more training and sharing lessons on what is working and what is not working. And really, policymakers are looking to understand how digital technologies are creating new systemic incentives and really changing behaviors, as I mentioned earlier. So are those behaviors moving in the right direction towards sustainability or in the opposite direction? And a lot of policymakers are really trying to understand, what's going into algorithms, right? And how do algorithms begin to embed values and outcomes, and how can those algorithms actually incorporate sustainability goals and data and outcomes? So those are the two issues that policymakers are asking the UN Environment to help on. Now, in that regard, I do have an announcement, as you mentioned, Axel. I'm very happy to announce that there is a new collaboration between UNEP, GIZ, the EU, UNFCCC, and the Atingi platform called Digital for Climate. And I'm going to show you the launching video for this new collaboration. So give me 1 minute to share my screen.
It's my pleasure. Please.
So this was set up properly, of course, but the digital demons have been in my computer, and you just have to give me now a moment to find the actual.
Don't worry. We wait patiently here. No problem.
There we go.
We're facing a man-made disaster of global scale. Our greatest threat in thousands of years, climate change. If we don't take action, the collapse of our civilizations and the extinction of much of the natural world is on the horizon.
We still have an open window that is not going to be open for long, in which we can act, so we need to take that opportunity to do something.
Climate change is one of the key challenges of our time. Action is needed urgently to achieve the Paris Agreement goal to limited global temperature rise. The Commission has proposed that the EU be climate neutral by 2050. Digital technologies have huge potential to address climate challenges, be they big data and artificial intelligence, Earth observation, space technologies, and network of sensors without batteries, the so-called Internet of Things, blockchain managed supply chains, virtual technologies that will provide services without the need of material, such as music, low-power processors. Digital technologies can promote material reuse for a circular economy, improve air and water quality, and even protect biodiversity. At the same time, the environmental footprint of digital technologies, and in particular data centers, is increasing fast. All this raises important policy questions. One thing is clear. We need to act now and together, transforming common sense into common practice. That's why we have created the Digital for Climate Interactive Learning Programme. It aims at harnessing digital transformation for the benefit of the environment, accelerating climate action, and contributing to digital technologies becoming more sustainable. We invite policymakers, development practitioners, and civil society actors to join our programme. Pre-register now and become part of a global community acting against climate change.
Thank you.
What if you could control the web with your...
Thank you so much. I think it is really a very interesting and powerful example. I think it's also a great coalition of I think, like-minded partners. And I think it's super clip. Thank you so much. Very, very inspiring. I think it really shows again, I think the importance of what we are doing here and what we are discussing. David, we have discussed a bit the topic of policymakers, policymaking. Let me turn now to Bernard again, because I think this is one dimension, dealing with policymakers, making policymakers aware of the magnitude of challenges and of the potentials that we would see in this twin transition and this nexus. However, I think the grassroots level is certainly where, and certainly also you as an organization, would really want to see things changing. So please, let's also look again at grassroots levels experiences. So please share maybe some more insights with us in our audience, please.
And let me just congratulate you on that launch. So that's really amazing. So they're looking forward to the results there. Now on grassroots level, I think there's step one is always getting the basics right. And getting the basics right means iterating and learning fast, co-developing with the people that they are affected by the solution. And I think this is something that's oftentimes overlooked, or people would say, well, we are not able to fail because it's too important to fail. And that's true, but you can still learn, right? And you should learn, and whoever learns quicker will be more successful. And I think this is one of the things we on a grassroots level, from the ground up, if you're developing something that's actually not solving somebody's problem, you're doing something that probably has a lot of waste built into your solution. I mean, by chance, you might have the perfect solution, but most probably you're not. So that's probably the first point. But then once you go into advanced mode, into scaling, then of course, and Esther actually was mentioning this, and I think she's very spot on, is you do need funding, which is one of the things, how do you channel the right level of funding, be it grant money or investor money into these types of solutions? How do you get the right role models or support networks? So it could be accelerators, it could be other, business networks that can help some of these innovators. But then also, it could be linking back to policy, actually. Then how do you create that environment for those innovations to scale? Which is quite interesting because oftentimes it's you only come to that later on. Now, there's usually a question of when do you actually have that conversation? It's probably true for a lot of other digital technologies like blockchain or artificial intelligence. You do need to have some breathing space to actually develop your solutions. And the better you are in doing that, the quicker you will be in implementing and scaling.
Super, thank you so much. Mark, please. You work with World Bank, we have said that earlier, with the World Bank's Digital Development Program, and there you are coordinating the new program on the digital and the green transformation. Can you please explain to us a little bit more and elaborate a little bit more on planned activities of your program? What do you have in the pipeline? What are you hatching out currently? And how can interested partners, also partners being present here on the panel, but certainly also in the room and virtually, how could they participate? Please, Mark.
Thanks, Axel. Before I say what we're going to do in the future, I'll just give a 1 minute on history, which is, the World Bank has been focusing on climate change for many years. But I would say that the digital part of, digital development aspects of the bank, I think have not had a long history of looking at climate change. So about a year ago, we started focusing on it. And that was the genesis of the flagship that you referred to in your introductory remarks. And I leaned on for my earlier answer to your question. So that is a report study and a report that's looking at all these linkages between digital and climate change. And then at the policy level, how should we be thinking about using digital to address climate change in our client countries? So we're working on that now. Now, in addition to that flagship, it's essential that these lessons get integrated into the World Bank's work. So the support, financial support and technical support that we give to developing countries. So we've launched a parallel stream of work on operationalizing digital and climate change, which is developing technical knowledge, supporting project teams, working with client countries on how to integrate green considerations into digital projects. So that's happening already, and we're ramping up that stream of activities. Looking ahead, you mentioned the Digital Development Partnership and funding from donors who are interested in supporting this area. We're organizing our work essentially around 3 categories. The first one is enhancing global awareness and inspiring action. So the World Bank, using its profile and its knowledge and its capacity to raise this issue on the global agenda and also amongst our client countries. So that's the first category of work. The second one is creating actionable knowledge. So the detailed knowledge, the technical work, the insights that go into actually putting this this agenda into action. So there's a stream of work on that one. And the third one is what we call test and support adoption at scale. So taking all of that, integrating it into World Bank projects, making sure that these lessons get scaled up across the whole portfolio of the World Bank's work. And I should say that I've talked about integrating it into the World Bank work, but we see ourselves as one amongst many partners in this agenda. And so we see this as a collaborative exercise. I mean, collaboration in the form of funding for our work, but also collaboration in the form of technical collaboration and partnership on projects, partnership on the global awareness agenda as well. And so when we think about, people, opportunities to work with us, we're very open, and we'd be delighted to work with anyone who's interested in the agenda.
Thank you, Mark, for highlighting again the issue of collaboration networks and really bringing key actors together. I think we have seen also in recent years that in the European Union, there have also been some interesting efforts of bringing actors closer together, like in European Union's Digital Green Coalition. And another example is certainly the Digital for Development coalition under the Digital for Development Hub of the European Union. SAP, Daniel, is a member of both of those initiatives. And I think one idea of those hub structures is certainly to ask and to develop models or approaches to transfer knowledge and technologies and ideas from Europe to other parts of the world, be it Asia, Latin America, or Africa. How do you look at this? So what role would you see can the private sector play here? What is in general important when we also think about this international knowledge transfer dimension in our discussion? Please, Daniel.
Yeah, and let me underpin what we just heard and learned from Mark, because coalitions are so important and offer this opportunity to collaborate. And many of you know SAP, and SAP's success over the past 50 years was mainly triggered by having a strong ecosystem in place and create partnerships. And we know that when we are talking about addressing the key global challenges, there's no single entity who is able to address that by its own. Yeah, so we need business, we need governments, we need NGOs, we need development agencies to work together. And our CEO, Christian Klein, he was one of the co-founders of the EU Green Digital Coalition, and there it's about to support the green and digital transition in the EU. And this includes the development of methodologies to measure the impact of technology on the environment in key sectors. So that's number one. And then the work of the coalition can make a significant contribution to decarbonize key sectors, and the focus is there on energy, manufacturing, and transportation. And however, clearly the climate change topic is a global one. It's not a European one, yeah, it's a global one. So this is where we can link now the EU Green Digital Coalition with the D4D hub. Yeah, so that focus, as you mentioned, Axel, on digitalization in developing countries and promotes the green and digital transition globally. So and let me briefly explain the D4D hub. So first, it raises the awareness about the role of technology. Second, helps to build the right ecosystem in terms of investments, and very important, skills building. Yeah, so super, David, congratulations on that one. And then as well, the D4D hub helps to create harmonized policy frameworks to reap the benefits of the green and digital transition around the world, especially with a focus on the developing countries. And these initiatives highlight that we believe the ICT industry is critical to both, yeah, to the digital and the green transformation. As companies, we must contribute. And I talked before about enabling role of technology, helping, in our case, our customers to execute on their more and more sustainable business strategies. But we can be only a credible provider of solutions if we do our homework internally and having that ambition of being a role model of a sustainable company. So as an example, and we have the ambition to operate in a carbon neutral in 2023. Through the learnings of the pandemic, we pulled forward the target by 2 years. Yeah, originally it was targeted for 2025. We already, since January 2014, we run all our data centers, including the co-locations of partners and their data centers. We run them by 100% renewables of highest quality. So we integrated our business strategy towards the cloud, being the cloud company, and our environmental strategy. Or we have the approved science-based target, yeah, and limit global temperatures rise to 1.5. And then just yesterday, we made an announcement that we completely electrify our car fleet. We have 27,000 cars globally. Yeah, and of course, that is a key emission source of our emissions at SAP. So we made that statement just yesterday. And operating globally at SAP around the world, we definitely hear from all regions, yeah, that these are best practice they want to learn from, and they are committed as well to driving change there. So we hope to see continued European leadership on these globally relevant policy topics, such as the carbon market or level playing field to prevent carbon leakage, or sustainable finance taxonomy, a topic where Europe could first simplify, let's phrase it that way, but having as well the right incentives in place and the substantial public and private investments which are needed, and establishing global standards for sustainability disclosure, so including climate-related reporting. I mentioned that already before.
All right. Daniel, thank you so much. I feel the energy for the sake of proper time management, and I think we still need Mariana again. So Mariana, a quick one, unfortunately, because we are running out of time. But I think on the blockchain, you know, Many in this discussion would sometimes think blockchain is either the panacea or it's really the evil here in this discussion, you know. But I think many of us lack a little bit the practical knowledge of what is the actual potential of blockchain now in managing climate change programs better, and really to feel the maturity maybe also of the technology. What can we do actually with integrating blockchain in what we are doing? Maybe you can just give some practical views and recommendations, please.
Sure. So I'm actually happy that I'm the one that is closing the round of questions, because I'm going to do it fast, but I'm also going to wrap up in some of the topics that were mentioned before. So just to be super concrete, like currently MRB practices in more than 90% of the cases are done analog, which requires in-person visit to audit. And the digital solutions that we have been using until now are not much further because the lack of appropriate security and trust, which actually reduce the utility of the data due to the lack of confidence. So investors, sellers, buyers, and other stakeholders are limited from participating in climate markets and climate finance without secure, immutable, and reliable sources of data that is also available near real time. So to achieve the ambitious 2030 climate and sustainable goals on time and on budget, it is necessary to develop an integrated ecosystem that harmonizes the different digital innovations in parallel to the innovations coming from the climate, the governments, and the finance sector. So of course, coalitions, as it was mentioned before, is something that is a key element. But also, if we wanted to achieve the 2030 agenda, it is required that the data for monitoring and evaluation that is produced is accurately and transparently tracked and attributed to relevant stakeholders. So the next generation of digital solutions for measurement, reporting, and verification can measure relevance given the importance of data and standards in empowering stakeholders with regard to the evaluation of the efficacy of the use of the resources they are using for the impact, for the implementation of the projects, as well as the quality of the climate action that they are deploying. So these new digital solutions should combine open source and participatory approach with data, technology, and standards. So one concrete example of a project working with GHG is the DMRB project from the Canadian government, which is working in climate monitoring to guarantee the veracity of the data utilized by climate researchers and institutions, relying on data that cannot be faked, and therefore is data that they can trust. So basically, the MRB answers to the needs for improvement, the interoperability of MRB systems and activities to avoid double counting, double claiming, as well as supporting climate change strategies to be more cost efficient and effective in achieving their goals. So basically, the DMRB project, as well as some other projects using DLT, are using like 4 kind of features. One is standardized methodologies and protocols. For example, using the smart contracts to automate requirements in digital MRB solutions. Second, online platforms and knowledge hub to engage with more stakeholders to develop and harmonize standards regarding the MRB. And the third one is a combination of digital technologies such as digital sensors, DLT, and AI. They automate the digital MRB standards for creating action. So just imagine switching from household surveys for efficiency energy solutions to IoT sensors. And the fourth is generating data marketplace to connect and support data owners, data providers, and the users. So in summary, and because I know I'm running out of time,
absolutely.
These new solutions enhance the transparency, accuracy, efficiency, trust, and value of climate data through digital solutions for collection, calculation, reporting, and assurance. So the solutions using DLT, such as the DMRB project I just presented, they are presenting like a 100% shift from manual collection and assessments of the data to automated solutions providing validated data sets that can generate trust, can drive more investment to the sector, and avoid greenwashing. So basically, and to be quite like short here, I would like to finish just saying that like nothing that I presented today, nor in this question or the one or the previous one, will be possible with centralized systems and centralized databases that no one can trust. And here's
Mariana, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have to conclude.
Sorry, it's okay.
And I think thank you very much to all of you for the wonderful, very active participation. Thanks to the audience for listening and showing the interest. I think for me, through 3 main takeaways, there is a great energy and enthusiasm in this discussion. I really like it, and I think it can be sensed. It's great to see that. Secondly, I think we would probably all agree collaboration is key, and this is a wonderful group already of stakeholders, and we are happy to see more stakeholders and actors to join. I think there's great potential. And thirdly, unfortunately, 1 hour is never enough time to discuss such a complex issue. So with those very few words, colleagues, thank you so much and hope to see you soon again. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Good day, I'm Scott Steedman. Nice to meet you.
I'm Carlos.
Are we good to go? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Scott Steedman, Vice President Policy at the International Organization of Standardization, and also Director General Standards at BSI. And we're just getting ourselves organized here, so do please take a seat, and we will be with you with this very exciting announcement shortly. I just need Francis. Are you going to kick us off? Yes. Great. So those of you who want to be comfortable can take a seat. And I think we're almost there. Super. Don't hesitate to come forward. It's where the microphones are. All right. Are we good? Francis.
Thank you so much, and welcome everybody. Very excited to be here to talk about standards in our 2050 world. There's some pillars here, so I'm trying to work out where to stand. I think that's better. So I'm Francis Way. I'm Executive Director of the Climate Champions team, and I'm here representing Nigel Topping and Gonzalo Munez, the two high-level climate action champions, and in particular in relation to the Race to Zero campaign, the UN-backed campaign that they run to rally non-state actors, companies, cities, regions, and financial institutions and others to take rigorous and immediate action to halve emissions by 2030 and deliver a healthier, fairer, zero-carbon world in time. They do this by mobilizing and bringing together all the leading net zero initiatives, our partners, and together setting robust net zero criteria for all the members to meet. And the criteria have been carefully developed by an expert peer review group and are continuously being strengthened. All members who join the race must pledge at the head of the organisation level to achieve net zero as soon as possible and contribute their fair share to halving emissions by 2030. They need to produce a clear plan on how to achieve that, including their short and long-term targets. They need to proceed by taking immediate action and publish annually on a public platform. It's designed to amplify the voice of non-state actors in order to really support and give confidence to governments to go further. And it's really important having that sort of ratcheting of the ambition loop. And the COP is really bringing non-state actors to the fore this year. We're really seeing the real economy story. And we've seen this huge momentum and this growth of voluntary commitments to net zero targets in Race to Zero. But, and the members are already taking action, and it's been great to hear about those actions and implementations through a number of the events here this week and next week. But the voluntary commitments aren't going to suffice alone. We need to work with standards to help mainstream climate action through regulation. And personally, I've seen this movie before. I was seconded into this role from CDP, and recently we saw the IFRS Foundation announce the International Sustainability Standards Board, which brings together the leading disclosure frameworks of CDSB, SASB, and the Integrated Reporting Standard. So let's make this sequel shorter and take from the voluntary to the standards to the regulation as soon as possible. So really excited to launch our 2050 world in collaboration with ISO and BSI, and really looking forward to working over the coming months together to facilitate and accelerate climate action. And I'm going to hand over to Scott Steadman, Director General of the Standards of the British Standard Institution.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you very much. And good afternoon again. I'm Scott Steedman, Director General Standards at BSI and Vice President Policy of ISO. And standing just in front of me here is Silvio Dulinski, Deputy Secretary General of ISO himself in town, having walked here, by the way. So we should all be very proud of that. Thank you, Francis, for the introduction. What we're talking about are standards of good practice. And our role in the international standards community is to bridge between non-state actors, the public, consumers, indigenous peoples, people who are most affected by the impact of climate change, and governments. The members of ISO are national standards bodies appointed by government to carry out this conversation in an apolitical way. So we are the convening community through which good practices that protect consumers and the environment, that sustain and support the acceleration of non-state actors to deliver their net zero ambitions, and governments to deliver their national commitments. We are that community. We are an underloved, underused community, but we work in that kind of invisible world. And what I've seen now and in the last 6 months and the last year is people just telling me, Scott, do you know, it's all about standards. Only we don't understand standards. Please, will you help us to explain how standards, codes of good practice, can work with regulation to accelerate innovation, with industry to accelerate trade, with the public to build trust in new technologies that will help us accelerate our journey. How can you do that? And so we were delighted to work with Race to Zero to say, do you know what? You're missing a trick here. Standards will accelerate the world's journey to net zero. It's too strong to say they're a driver. We, the non-state actors, we must drive the path, but the acceleration will come from the use of consensus, stakeholder-led standards in cooperation with governments and represented through consumers and those most vulnerable to climate change. So when we approached Race to Zero and we said we would work with them, we were delighted to get a very positive response. And what you're seeing now is a work in progress, but the journey is fast. We've been through a sprint that my colleague Daniel Barlow will talk about in a minute, and we want to bring that to you today. We want to announce our 2050 world today as a collaboration through which we can bring international stakeholders together to accelerate that journey. In September, ISO and BSI, as a proud member of ISO and indeed of the International Electrotechnical Commission, because sitting over here is Vimal Mahendru. The IEC works very closely with ISO, both Geneva-based organizations. We signed a London declaration to commit that international standards, both existing and new, will address the very best climate science, and they will ensure that the voices of those civil society and those most affected by climate change will be heard in those processes. So I encourage people to join. We're going to be fast and furious this afternoon, so thank you for bearing with us. I'm going to hand over to Daniel Barlow, who's going to just tell you a little bit how we got here and show you 3 short videos of support from around the world.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Francis. As Scott said, I'm Daniel Barlow. My role at BSI is Head of Innovation Policy, but I'm also part of the core team of our 2050 world. It's great to be here and sharing with you what standards is going to do for Race to Zero and non-state actors.
So our collaboration is to support non-state actors to accelerate their race to zero and help the planet to reach net zero by 2050 at the latest. We started this sprint 2 months ago, and this is opening our conversation to the world to say what we're going to do and why we want to do it. We'll start action in January, and we need to keep up the pace because it is the standards that we define in this decade that will determine our 2050 world. As Scott said, there's a huge power through consensus building and capturing best practice in a way that can mobilize and mainstream non-state actors in climate change. It's standards that drive the real economy. So we're building a collaboration with loads of organizations that have a significant ability to accelerate climate action for non-state actors. We've got a really strong advisory board, and we've got partners around the world. Our approach is to apply 3 types of intervention. So the first is signpost, to improve guidance and map to existing standards. The second is align, to streamline standards to accelerate change. And the third is cascade, to bring together all of these organizations and influence the wider global system. The first 2, so signpost and align, will take forward the London Declaration that Scott spoke about. So that's ISO's commitment to make sure that climate science is embedded into the standards that we produce and make sure that the voice of those who are most vulnerable to climate change are heard. The third, cascade, is where we really need to convene the key players in this space and make sure that standards and regulation is systematically used to drive forwards net zero ambition. And that's through international standards bodies and their members, governments, and also international bodies. So we know there's lots to do, and we've written our statement, and that's on Our 2050 World. That's a website, so go www.our2050world to see that. And it's based on independent research and guidance from our experts on our advisory panel and our partners. And there's 3 areas of focus that we'll be following. So the first is to bring clarity and consistency on targets, measurement, and reporting. So despite significant momentum in this space, we know that non-state actors are still confused about the variation in standards in this space. So we want to get rid of that confusion and get rid of the delay in the inaction that causes. The second area is to make action easier. So lots of non-state actors want to act, but they're not sure what to do. They haven't got the accessible information that's pragmatic and will define how they do things in a meaningful way. And thirdly, we need to accelerate solution-orientated innovation. So this is something that Masamba will probably speak about. We need to enable moonshot innovation, solution-orientated, that will enable us to switch value streams and scale them across the world, the types of innovations that are required to reach net zero by 2050. So we have a plan for each of those, and I'd like to invite everyone to go to our2050.world and read the statement and read the plan, but more importantly, to get involved and help us drive this forwards and make sure that the action that we're proposing is accessible, is meaningful and impactful for everyone. So we've got 3 short films now from our partners, Nadita from the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards, Zachariah from the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and Chantal from the Standards Council of Canada. Hopefully.
Michal, manager of the Standardization Division of the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards. As a small island developing state in the Caribbean with a high level of industrialization based on an oil and gas economy, Trinidad and Tobago has been active in many international agreements related to climate change and has ratified the Paris Agreement and defined its nationally determined contributions. The TTBS is fully committed to providing technical solutions in the form of standards to support the country's commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. For example, standardization of electric vehicles, energy-efficient lighting to renewable energy systems. We are pleased to partner with our 2050.world initiative with a myriad of standards, reporting systems, and stakeholder organizations. There's a compelling need to bring standardization to the fore. This global initiative is aimed at reaching consensus via agile and responsive standards to simplify how we measure and report on carbon emission reductions. An international and commonly agreed framework is a critical tool to help countries like ours to accelerate the race to zero for non-state actors. We believe that this is a significant opportunity to enhance the collaboration and cooperation with our national stakeholders from academia, key ministries, NGOs, and the private sector to achieve a carbon zero world for future generations. Thank you.
Brilliant.
I am Zakaria Lokorito, the Chief Manager in charge of Standards Development and Trade at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. I'm delighted to join you today from Nairobi, Kenya. As Kenya continues to rapidly urbanize, we increasingly rely on technological solutions to create sustainable living patterns, manage resource consumption in water and energy, enhance smart infrastructure development, and tackle environmental challenges. Towards this end, Kenya Bureau of Standards has developed and continues to develop standards that facilitate the transformation of urban infrastructures into smart and sustainable infrastructures without forgetting the questions of environmental challenges. As Secretariat to ISO Technical Committee on Clean Cookstoves and Clean Cooking Solutions, our efforts are to ensure that we develop and use standards as a tool to provide cleaner, more efficient, and sustainable cooking alternatives. Most importantly is to reduce emissions. We have developed standards for clean cookstoves, minimum energy performance for household refrigerators, electric vehicles, and energy management, all geared towards reduction of emissions. With the current trend, if nothing is done, we are heading to a world that will be more than 1.5 degrees Celsius warmer by 2050. This is why it's so significant to have deliberate efforts by all countries to reduce emissions, and it has to start today and not tomorrow. We are excited to partner with our 2050.World initiative to address this global challenge through standards. Standards will play a critical role in the reduction of emissions, and there's no doubt that all actors, policymakers, regulators, and the industry at large have to play their part. Stakeholders' engagement, openness, and consensus remain the fundamental building block to ensure that the standards being developed remain central in addressing the climatic changes. Climate change obviously transcends national boundaries, and as such, regional and international cooperation will determine our success. The future is in our hands, and our 2050.World initiative is within reach. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Chantal Guy, the CEO of Standards Council of Canada. I am an environmental engineer deeply concerned that we don't have the luxury of time to address climate change. 15 years ago, I saw firsthand the devastating effects of climate change on our northern communities. Today, I am a grandmother worried for the planet we are leaving to our grandchildren. I am also optimistic. I know we have tools to reorient our future, but we must act now. Every single day, we have bright minds across the globe that are developing solution-oriented innovations. One of the solutions is by leveraging standards and conformity assessment. An example, concrete is one of the most used material in our infrastructure, but a major source of GHG emissions. CarbonCure, an innovative Canadian company, found a way to make concrete stronger and greener. To scale up their innovation, they needed to demonstrate that their technology performs as promised. They turned to SICE standards and conformity assessment. We supported them with a standardization strategy that included updating the required standard in Canada and globally. Today, they are on their way to meet their goal of helping reduce carbon in the built environment by 500 million tons annually by 2030. Although this is a success story, micro solutions are not enough. Innovations need to happen also at the systems level. At SCC, we support Canada's development and implementation of a roadmap to net zero carbon concrete. As global leaders, our role is to co-create systems and institutions in a way that enables the outcomes we desire. Standardization is a key part of that vision and an essential tool for our transition to our 2050 world. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Chantal. Thank you, Chantal. So you're not just hearing it from me. These are my fellow directors of standards from around the world. They're telling you what it's like. This is the structure. And indeed, on our logo, what we're trying to represent is from chaos to order. That's what we want to achieve. We want to bring order out of chaos. And we could, yesterday, as we were talking with Costa Rica, we could have invited a film from Costa Rica to say the same thing, because I know you're working extremely hard with us. So just to say thank you very much for that, I'm going to invite Masamba to come and close us out this afternoon. This is a huge opportunity, and I hope that you, your countries, your national standards bodies will join us in this journey on our 2050 world. Through ISO family, through the IEC community, we will help the non-state actors to accelerate their transition to net zero. And over to you, Masamba.
So thank you. I think the last speaker, Chantal, laid the ground for my intervention by saying that we need innovation and we need system change. That's very important. My name is Masamba Choi. I'm the executive of the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub that is organizing this series of dialogue. So the hub is made out of two things. It will be a physical hub. At each COP, we will have such a type of gathering where we will bring all the relevant stakeholders for co-innovation, because we need to have new form of collaboration, radical collaboration, all stakeholders together innovating. So the second part of the other aspect of the Global Innovation Hub, it is a digital platform where we will try to have solutions developed to respond to demand for climate solution. So just to explain what makes this platform a little bit specific, because it's not another platform. First, we would like to be a platform of platform. And number two, what we want to promote is a moonshot thinking when it comes to setting target and commitment. What is happening currently is most of the objective pledge and commitment are based on what is perceived as possible. And this is not conducive to innovation, because if your objective is what is already possible, there is no space for innovation. What we are trying to promote is pledge, commitment, and objectives that are based on what is needed. And what we expect is the gap between what is needed and what is currently possible is what innovation will fill. Another important aspect of this Global Innovation Hub is the fact that innovation has not been used in an effective and efficient manner to serve climate so far, because it is mainly focusing at the sectoral level, where it will try to improve by reducing the carbon footprint of product and services. This is important. This has to be done, but it will not be enough to address the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement. We need to go beyond that. So what we propose to do is to move from the sectoral approach and then go back to the core need all the product and services are trying to satisfy, and ask ourselves, can we use innovation to find alternative value chain, alternative supply chain that will allow us to satisfy this core need differently, in a way that is aligned with the 1.5-degree goal, in a way that increase resilience, in a way that can provide flourishing life to 11 billion people. With this approach, we broaden the space for innovation, and we can mobilize opportunities that otherwise wouldn't be possible. So now the link with this initiative. I see three important aspects. The first is that one of the things that is the most relevant and the most important to do now cannot be done in an effective way because we don't have standard to help us do that. So the 2050 target, the 1.5-degree goal, is a global goal. It is also a longer-term goal. We need to follow normative backcasting scenario and translate this longer-term goal into objective for today, because we need to act now. We need to act now, but our action need to be aligned with the longer-term goal. So if we do not have a standard that can guide us to translate this longer-term global goal into actions that need to be undertaken today, we are facing trouble. And I think this is a clear gap that we can see. The second gap is our standard framework focus on problem. We are able to develop standard that allows the big polluter to measure their GHG emission reduction. But our standards are not able to measure the climate contribution of a solution provider. So for example, if you have a startup putting effort on decreasing the cost of solar panel and increasing their efficiency, the current standard framework does not allow to measure the climate contribution of that entity. And this is extremely important. Instead of focusing only on the problem, we need also to find way to incentivize the development of solution. So this is a second gap that is very important to fill. Finally, I told you that under the Global Innovation Hub, what we are trying to do is to actually act at the level of the core need, and the consequence will be that we may display value chains that are too carbon intensive. But if you want to measure the impact of such a type of climate action, you need to have the carbon footprint of the product following life cycle analysis, but without using average value. You need really to track the product on their entire value chain, have their history to be able to determine their carbon footprint for a very simple reason. If you take, for example, average value, we're discussing with British Columbia. They are making copper with very low carbon footprint because they are using renewable energy. They wouldn't like their copper to be considered at the same level as any other copper. They would like to have the specific condition of production of copper considered. So it means that you really need to take the real value chain of the product, track them to have the carbon footprint that is in the product. There also, we have a gap. So we can see that the standard for 2050 are not yet in place. So there is a gap that needs to be filled. This is why this initiative is a very important initiative. And the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub will be very pleased to have the opportunity to collaborate in this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's it. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you, Masamba, for hosting us here in this wonderful Innovation Hub. Thank you all for joining us at this late hour of the day. And I wish us all good luck. Carlos, thank you. Sylvia, thank you for joining us. Thank you very much.